I wanted to welcome everybody for the second day of our retreat. We recessed yesterday and we will be here for the remainder of the day. And want to thank the 5 Points Center for Active Adults for hosting us today. All the work they do is really important, and I just want to say thank you and recognize them. So anyhow, here we go. We got lots to do.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opening. Thank you for the wonderful overview of this great facility and all the good work that's going on. I was talking to somebody on the AV crew that's doing a great job of getting things here and there and all over the place about connection and how important connection is. And so Central Pines Regional Council, which I represent, we also house the Area Agency on Aging, and so we work very closely with counties and with others that are providing these really important services for folks who like to age in place. So thank you for what you are doing. I just turned 50, so I might be having some conversations with y'all. That sounds exciting. So just a quick recap. We have got a lot on the agenda. So I'll just remind you of that. There's a lot of exciting things going on. We will try to balance you all, like yesterday, having meaningful conversations, but also making sure that we give time to staff and others who put a lot of time in preparing to give you information for decision making. Since we may have new folks in the room, my name's Lee Worsley. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Pines Regional Council. With me is Elena Keegan, who's helping to facilitate. She's our Local Government Services Director. So we're the regional council in a 7-county region. We represent 47 local governments from the size of Raleigh and Durham and Wake County, all the way down to a small town called Micro, which is 300 residents in Johnston County, which we are actually very active in actually helping to manage that town and assisted them to avoid takeover by the local government commission. So we serve lots of communities. We're really glad to have you here. You all made great progress yesterday. We won't get into the weeds on what you did. You know what you did. A lot of great progress, and looking forward to the conversation today. So to get started, I think we're going to start out with some budget and finance conversation and to lay some foundation around that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over. Welcome. Everybody feeling good this morning? Yeah? All right. Excellent. Okay. All yours.
Luke told me how to make this work, but of course I forgot in the 5 minutes that I was standing out back. But good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of your City Council retreat. My name is Sadia Sattar. I am the budget director of the city, and joining me this morning is Allison Bradshaw, who is our CFO for the city of Raleigh. I'm going to give communications a little bit of time to make sure that our presentation is up there, please, before I really kick us off. All right. So you've seen Allison and I tag team and talk about budget and financial outlook before. So a lot of what we have to say is going to be similar to what we discussed last year. So some of it is going to be really new, and that is actually going to be a fantastic precursor for the next session that you're going to have right after this, which is honing in on your priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. So like I said before, we're going to do a really, really quick dive into how we have ended the first half of the fiscal year, honing into our revenues and expenses and where we've landed as of December 31st. And then Allison's going to talk really quickly about capital reserves, a term which should not be unfamiliar to you all since we've talked about it as of late, and give you a really brief enterprise fund update. What we really want to spend the bulk of our conversation on is projecting or doing an outlook and giving you all an overview of what we anticipate as far as our revenues and expenses to be for the upcoming fiscal year. We had the Wake County Assessor come and talk to us about the reval. It's a hot topic. Allison's going to do a fantastic job of laying out what it means for City of Raleigh residents and what that homeowner impact is. We're also going to talk about the revenue neutral tax rate, and then we're going to go into your key drivers and priorities. You know, these are conversations that we've already had as an organization, commitments that we've already made, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. But when you see the impact of this reval and then talk about the needs for the city, it's going to really be a fantastic conversation moving forward, which I hope comes out of this session. And then we are also going to do quick next steps of what you can expect as part of the budget process. We have budget work sessions, knock on wood, starting on February 19th. And then, of course, we propose, and then we have some council budget work sessions happening in June. So just a quick recap of those key dates that you can come to expect. Before I kick it off to Allison, we talk a lot about the general fund, and we tend to forget, and Councilmember Patton was really fantastic in pointing this out. We are a billion-dollar organization, so we really wanted to put that up there. You know, those amounts listed are in millions, but we just wanted to give you all a high-level recap. We talk a lot about the general fund, but we've got a lot of other funds and other functions in the city. So overall, just wanted to start off by giving a quick precursor of the fact that this is a huge organization with a lot of huge needs. And with that, I am going to pass it off to Allison.
All right, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, so as Claudia said, she just showed really the overall budget here for the city. We're gonna jump in first and talk specifically about the general fund. I'm gonna cover the revenues, and Saudi is gonna come back up for the expense side of the house. So this is, again, our current year. Sorry, I'm gonna turn a little bit and see the chart here. This is our current year adopted budget for the general fund is a little less, almost $650 million. This does reflect a 9.6% growth when you compare that to prior year. So what this pie chart shows is really the fundamentals of our revenue budget. The largest piece being property tax, followed by sales tax, which is about 23% of our budget. And then you'll often hear me sort of refer to all other revenues. And really what those comprise is our user fees for development services, parks, and then really sort of everything else. So this bar chart here shows our revenues through the second quarter. And as we look, we have collected almost $360 million through, again, our second quarter. We are slightly less than where we were prior year last year. We're down in collections about 2%. Our property tax is very strong and does reflect the 4% parks bond increase that was voter approved. The real story here is around sales tax. So we have talked for some time that there was this idea that we would get a recession. Is it a hard? Is it a soft? Like, what was really going to be taking place? And what we've seen through the first 4 months of this fiscal year is really our sales tax are flat to where they were last year. Now, that is very different than what we experienced during those COVID years where our revenues were up 11% month after month after month, year after year. So what we're really seeing is that has started to slow down. Now, I say that, what we haven't received, because of the way the sales tax process works here at the state, we are 3 months in arrears. So now we have only, what this shows is really July through October, where you can expect the majority of our sales tax comes in is during those holiday season months, so really November and December, which we have not yet collected. So as we're moving through the budget process, we're going to get those actuals in, and really at that point we will have a much better assessment of sales tax and where we really think the trends are going. What we're also seeing, though, on the development services side is something similar. So again, the level of permitting, the number of activities that was happening during the COVID timeframe were very, very, very high, and I think we all see that. I'm not saying that Raleigh is still not growing. We know it is. There are still a lot of cranes in the air. But given the interest rate environment that developers have to access for the capital markets, I think we all know that the interest rates are really at historic highs. And so what that's doing is we're starting to see a little softening as it relates to our permit activity and thus really our development user fees. So that's really the revenue picture of where we stand right now through the second quarter.
Thank you, Allison. So just like we talked about our revenues, here is a picture showing what our adopted expenses were for this current fiscal year. As you can see, we spend the majority of our revenue on our public safety personnel, that being police, fire, and the ECC, followed with our capital and debt expenses. So just like we talked about revenues, let's talk about how we have ended as far as our expenses have been for this first half of the current fiscal year. So our expenses are trending just like they do normal. No big surprises right then and there. We are spending more, but that's because things are costing more. Our salaries and benefits expenses have increased due to, salary increases that we've given our employees, as well as the merit increases that the organization proposed and City Council approved in the latter half of the last calendar year. But something to be a little wary of is that our vacancies in the city still continue to remain high. We are still not at pre-pandemic levels, so recruitment and retention remains a concern for us. And then department spending citywide has increased, but it's really in line with what we see every fiscal year. So really no surprises there. Things are pretty hum-ho. And with that, we are going to kind of get into the meat of, we have capital reserves. Sorry, I got a little excited. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have talked a lot about excess capital reserves, and those have really been very strong for the last several fiscal years. And so the chart on the right is one that you may recall from a November presentation that I made that essentially really just level sets on how capital reserves are created. And what that really defines is if our revenues are greater than our expenses, we add to fund balance or our savings. And if our expenses come in greater than our revenues, we're actually having to dip into savings or fund balance. Again, these are largely driven by economic factors that we've talked about before, and we just highlighted whether that's vacancies on the expense side or whether that's sales tax or development activity on our revenue side. And so really, as we stand here today, as looking at just our second quarter, I am not anticipating that our excess revenues, excess capital reserves, will be as high as we've seen them in prior years. And again, that is mainly as we stand here today, just looking at some of those softenings of some of those key revenues. Real quick. Also, Council, will recall during last November's presentation, staff recommended, and it was adopted, that we look to increase our threshold, which is an important factor. As the city continues to grow, our budgets get bigger. We do need to make sure that we are properly allocating and reserving some of those funds. So that's going to come into the calculation as well. Mm-hmm. So our enterprise funds really do run like a business, very different than our general fund. Many of them have very sophisticated financial models that support their operations because they are geared to the long-term planning side. Think of Raleigh Water. It's a regional utility. It has a tremendous amount of capital in infrastructure. And so we have financial models that support really Raleigh Water, Stormwater, Solid Waste, and Convention Center. At this time, all of those are sort of checking the box, if you will. They are meeting expectations. There's really nothing pertinent to highlight from that perspective. Parking, we are and will continue to monitor. Parking revenues really have not rebounded from pre-pandemic levels going all the way back to 2019. With continued remote work, hybrid work, et cetera, we just haven't seen the revenues rebound on the parking side. In transit, we know we've been fare free for some time using our grant funding to support that. And I know that there is a work session planned in March, specifically as you think ahead to the FY25 budget of what we're going to do in that transit space for fares. So now we're really going to focus more on the fundamentals to lay the landscape for the FY25 budget. So again, giving you a perspective of where we are in the current year, and then thinking about as we head into the FY25 budget, what are some of the key things that we're looking at as staff and will be coming and presenting to you during those budget work sessions. So this one really just highlights revenues. It's a lot of the story that I just said from where we're experiencing today. So property tax, and I'll get into several slides on the revaluation. That is a significant item for us to think and look at as we develop the FY25 budget. Again, that sales tax, we are just not seeing that unprecedented growth that we had seen during the COVID time frame. I don't want to raise any alarm bells. It's just 4 months, but that is something that we're really going to be taking a look at. Same with the DSD fees. Again, not trying to imply that there is not a lot of activity still happening. I think where the Federal Reserve ends up going this fiscal year with interest rates will be really key. Interest rates are what I might call a double-edged sword, at least from a city perspective. When interest rates are high, we're able to take some of our funding and earn at a really good clip interest income. But then when we go to borrow money, right, for our capital infrastructure, we want the rates to be as low as they possibly can be. And so we're going to be looking and paying attention to what the Federal Reserve does for interest rates as we move into 2025. And then, then just real quick, all others, we're just expecting sort of the general modest increases. Sorry about that, Sadia. So let's talk on the revaluation for a minute. As Sadia mentioned earlier, Marcus Kinraid, the Wake County Tax Administrator, came to your January 16th council meeting and did a presentation specifically for the larger Wake County, and then he brought some data specific to the city of Raleigh. And so what you're seeing here is these are slides that Marcus had shared where the revaluation results on the residential side here in the city of Raleigh is a 52% increase in assessed values. Commercial is 43%, and that averages out to be 48% for the city of Raleigh. So some real explosive growth, and again, I don't think that surprises any of us, but those are certainly some big numbers. One thing that I always like to ensure and take a look at is how is that balance between residential and commercial? So the chart at the bottom really shows that our property tax base now is about 59% residential and about 41% commercial. So why is that important? Well, we want to make sure that we have a balance in order to generate a healthy property tax here. And so we still really keep that balance with where we are. But our valuation, this is just real property, is $107.1 billion here. And that covers almost 150,000 parcels just here in the city of Raleigh. So this chart, and I think it looks pretty good. Hard to always know on the big screen. Certainly thanks to our IT department for generating this heat map from the data shared by Wake County. This is everything. This is the commercial as well as residential. What you'll see, the residential heat map is in the yellow, turning to orange, the higher the percentage increase, and the commercial is more in the kind of blue to purple range, and you can really see that it is, there are certainly pockets, both on the commercial side as well as the residential side. The next slide just does residential, but really just wanted to give a flavor of what a heat map would look like just specifically overlaid on Raleigh. And the different colors are really less than 40% is the lightest color, 40 to 60, and then 60 to 80, and then the darkest color on the map would be parcels that experienced more than an 80% increase in assessed values. So as we move, this strips out the commercial side and really just focuses on the residential side. And again, it's the same sort of the darker colors are the higher heat map at greater than 80% increase in the assessed value, where the lighter colors are less than 40 or 40 to 60 or 60 to 80. So again, certainly you can see that there has been, as you would expect given our percentages, quite a bit of dark color, if you will, from a heat map perspective, looking across the residential front here in Raleigh. So we talk a lot about revenue neutral, and I know there's a lot of numbers on this chart, and I think the key when we think about revenue neutral is what we're really saying is in any given year, Raleigh is lucky enough that our property tax has been going up annually because we know there's people moving here. We know that we have growth going on. So property tax neutral allows you to look at a typical year as if the revaluation was never taking place. And what we calculate is what would that revenue look like in the FY25 budget as if the revaluation never took place. So we're able to assume that normal growth, and then we have to hit the pause button and say, but wait, we had a revaluation. So how do we apply that to the normal revenue that we would have brought in? And when we do that, the calculation, and if you sort of look at that final bar chart over there, or the bar over there, the revenue neutral rate for Raleigh would be 31.70. Now that's cents per $100 of assessed value. So today the property tax is $43.30, and it would be at a revenue neutral rate, which means the city of Raleigh would bring in a normal growth of property tax would be $31.70. I have overlaid or underneath there, we have two, as you're very familiar with, two municipal service districts. I have laid the downtown and the Hillsborough. Downtown would be $6.80, and again, these are cents per $100 of assessed value, and Hillsborough works out to be 12 cents. So again, those are revenue neutral, assuming a typical growth that we are lucky enough to experience every year here at the City of Raleigh. So we take that and we often talk about terms of median household. So what is the median value of a home here in Raleigh after the assessment? The median home is now valued at slightly over $391,000, so $391,705. Again, that reflects that residential increase that I showed a couple of slides ago. And so what we do then is, I think we all know how the property tax equation works, right? You take your assessed value times your property tax, and that's going to be the property tax that's paid by the homeowner on an annual basis. So when we apply the revenue neutral, it's a $121 increase, again, for the median family home. That's $121 annually. And that property tax bill now for this median homeowner works out to $1,242 is what their property tax bill would be at a revenue neutral rate. Just like every budget season, council adopts the property tax rate. And so that is the same through any budget process, and certainly as we head into FY25, it is council's discretion to set the property tax rate, which does lead into the next slide. So Councilmember Branch actually, and I believe the mayor noted that they wanted to see the historical property tax here in the city of Raleigh. And so what this chart shows is it rolls forward from fiscal year, starting really with property tax changes from 17 on into 24. It shows what the rate is, what the change was, and then the two columns at the far right show what prompted that change in rate. And so the first column there is when we had a voted GO bond, which we have had over this time frame, both for transportation, affordable housing, as well as parks. But then you can also see that we had operational and community needs that reflected in a change into the property tax in order to generate more revenue to the government to pay for everything from affordable housing to compensation to operating enhancements and park maintenance. So that's really sort of the way to look at this chart, is those changes over time, which are leading us into the FY25 budget, which again, as part of the normal process, you would decide what the property tax rate will be here in the city of Raleigh. So one item for consideration as you think about that is an idea to be more strategic and think on the long-term planning side and work more to what I would call a steady state. And really what a steady state does is you can see the number of property tax increases on that last chart. What a steady state idea would do is to look a little bit more long-term than just the next fiscal year. Look at what some of those needs are, and Saudi is going to put that up on the next slide, and really set your property tax rate in order to fund those things over the long haul. We do a lot of that when we look at our capital infrastructure, for instance, and our enterprise funds. But really what this would allow is a very predictable approach to funding capital infrastructure and operational infrastructure, specifically as we think about the general fund. And it would give us that long-term view where the idea would be to set your property tax rate now in order to fund those things that are priorities, and really those priorities are multiple year priorities. There's not many things that you sort of get done once and then they don't have ongoing cost. So this idea, I know, is out there, and it has worked for some other local governments here in North Carolina, and so we really wanted to bring that forward as an idea as you think about the FY25 and specifically where you want to set those property taxes and how we might be able to look a little bit more long-term than just maybe the next year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sadia.
Thank you, Allison. So as Allison mentioned, we have in the past raised our property tax to meet some operational needs, as well as when we've asked our residents to vote on bonds. So keeping that in mind, we have to, as she mentioned, plan for our future. So the next slide really shows what we have heard from City Council and some commitments that you have all made for those needs for our city. So looking at these things, I'm just going to go through them briefly, but before I start, I do want to say, we've talked a lot about the revaluation. Allison has done a really fantastic job in setting up what that reval looks like for the average homeowner here in the city, but really wanted to start off by saying that, we do fund, or we have dedicated funding in the form of our penny for our streets resurfacing, our parks maintenance, as well as our sidewalks and infrastructure here in the city of Raleigh. So that penny now, prior to the reval, was costing us in revenue, bringing in about $8.1 million in revenue. After the revaluation, it is now going to bring in $11.3 million in revenue for the city. So here are some things that this organization has made some commitments to. We've heard a lot about affordable housing from you all, from our community. Even as we conducted our budget work sessions, this again was a priority for our residents, and we'll bring that forward to City Council in the February budget work session, where you really hear what our residents said about what they want to see and hear in the budget process. Something else that you're aware of that you also gave us approval to do was to conduct a class and compensation study. I mentioned just a little while ago that we do have some, vacancy issues here in the city of Raleigh, so this is really lending to that recruitment and retention effort. Other things that we're noticing as well is these ongoing employee benefits. As part of this year's budget process, we did approve a 3% match. Our neighboring organizations are doing a 5% match. That is a concern as well. City Council also committed to some educational incentives for our firefighters, for our ECC personnel. That itself is an ongoing benefit that they're now getting. But it's amazing to do these things for our greatest resource, which is our staff. But again, it costs money. Something else that I wanted to highlight is DICS. You've got some fantastic materials in your packet about the park. We've extended our lease for the park till 2027, I believe, is when we'll get the property from DHHS, but that doesn't mean that they're not things coming down the pipeline. So we will be taking over some buildings here in the spring. I believe the Brown buildings, as well as the Scott and Lineberger buildings here in July of this year. So what that means is additional operational, but also capital needs for the park. Our acreage and our maintenance needs also have increased for the park as well. So there's a lot of internal conversations happening between our parks, finance, engineering, and budget departments, as well as the city manager's office, to really see what the full cost of of taking on such a big amenity for us will be. And then, of course, something else that you all have been really vocal about is our fire master plan. We've gotten some RFPs, but there's no doubt that there remain some needs as far as fire stations, firefighting personnel, as well as our apparatus, which is now taking a really long time to be delivered. But meeting that density means more firefighters, more police, more stormwater, water infrastructure. Something that we've talked at length about, and we had a fantastic presentation from the city manager's office, from police, as well as the Office of Community Engagement, was on our alternative response program. We are currently seeking feedback from our residents about what we want this program to look like in the city. We talk a lot about Durham and Denver's programs, but how are we going to make something that is exclusive to the city and meeting those needs of our residents? And then something that we don't really talk a lot about, which is our capital and deferred maintenance here in the city of Raleigh. You know, we have buildings that we need to manage. I know that we're building a brand new Civic Tower, but let's not forget all the other facilities that we have to maintain and manage that need, you know, our assets need to be repaired. So there's a lot of costs there as well. And then last but not least, our growth and annexation needs. We are committed to building transit-oriented development, whether it be mixed-use residential or single-family homes. But again, with growth comes responsibility, and whether that be more firefighters, more police officers. I talked about water and stormwater infrastructure, many other things, of course. Transportation here is a need as well. So there is a lot of things coming down the pipeline that this organization has made commitments towards. So I just wanted to put it out there that, you know, we talk a lot about the fact that we want to do it all, but doing it all comes with a cost. So with that, I wanted to just let you all know what our next steps are going to be moving forward. So far we have received 2 budget notes from City Council, one for Oak City Cares, the other for separation pay to make it equal to our other law enforcement officers. We are reviewing these budget notes, and we will bring these back to City Council in June after we have proposed our budget process. And of course, the beauty of the next session is that whatever we hear in terms of your priorities is also what we're going to take into account and see if we want to bring something back to you all, and of course incorporate into our budget. So we will make sure that we work on City Council priorities that we hear as part of your next session, and of course throughout the retreat. So some key dates is what I want to end and leave you all with. So like I said, we are kicking off our budget work sessions in February, and they'll follow the normal cadence like they have over the last fiscal year. We plan to propose a balanced budget on May 21st, and our public hearing for our budget is scheduled for June 4th. We also anticipate that after our public hearing, after we propose the budget, we'll come back for your council budget work sessions. And so those are scheduled for the 3rd, the 10th, the 17th. Unfortunately, we kind of missed that date, but it should be on your calendars now, and the 24th. And I did want to clarify that council will have plenty of opportunities to hear from us and then have ample time to adopt the budget. So when can you adopt the budget, right? Well, the earliest, obviously, being that 10th, or your second budget work session, or the 17th, which is your 3rd budget work session. You are also scheduled to have a city council meeting on that 18th of June, so you can also adopt the budget at that time. So 3 opportunities in June, and of course, last but not least, there is also an opportunity to adopt the budget on June 24th, although we would like it to be sooner. So with that, we are now at the conclusion of our presentation, and if you have any questions. Yes?
I have a couple. Looking at the revenue sources, what's an example of intergovernmental?
Yeah, an example might be what we get from our state transportation Powell bill funding, right, in order to support our roads. That's probably an example.
Okay. And then on the budget work sessions, just to clarify, when is the first budget work session we're going to have as a council?
So the first budget work session will be February 19th, before proposal.
And then on the budget notes, my experience as I've been on council has been that, you know, by the time the budget gets to us, it's kind of baked for the most part. And so then when we have budget notes, if they're not programmed, it's sort of like, well, best of luck, figure out how you guys want to do this. I guess it would be helpful if we could maybe get the response on the budget notes earlier.
Okay.
So we can figure out what the trade-offs are there, or if they're even feasible.
Yes,
to
we
just-
can definitely do that. Council.
Yeah,
Councilmember Harrison.
thank you so much for this information. I do think it's great that we continue to see, growth in Raleigh. Not all communities have that, but I do just want to add that we take some caution, obviously, as we consider this tax rate and not putting too much additional burden on residents, especially anyone that is already struggling. So I really appreciate the offer of what would be a revenue neutral rate to have that in our mind. But also I think that list of that kind of road of yellow items is important. And so I know I've mentioned in the past using an extra cent for affordable housing, both, construction and preservation. I don't know if I need to make a budget note for that or, okay, I think that's one that's kind of understood.
It's already part of our budget considerations right now, so no note is needed.
Okay,
Yep.
great. And I did just want to add that I think certainly the alternative response program is, I think, something that this entire council has been really, in favor of. So looking forward to see opportunities to really put that into place, and also salaries and benefits for our employees. I just think that is critical. So throwing it in there while I've got a chance. I'm looking forward to all of the community engagement that your office is going to be doing, with the public at large, to hear their priorities, because ultimately it's their dollars to be spent.
Councilmember Black, can I please respond to Councilmember Harrison first? So we've already wrapped up our engagement process. We pushed it up in October of last year. We didn't want to wait till the last minute when departments had already started constructing their budgets. So the information about what we heard from our residents was presented to departments when we kicked off our budget process. So the culmination of everything that we've heard will hopefully be relayed in the budgets that you see from our departments, and I'll be bringing what we've heard as part of your first budget work session as well.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Black?
Hi, Nadia. One of the things that I was really shocked by last year in my first term was how quickly the budget process moves and how it came at the very last minute, and then we had to approve it within 2 council meetings. So I do appreciate earlier budget work sessions. One of the things that I'm curious about is if it would be possible, maybe not in this year, I don't know how it works, but in other years to have public hearings or public input into the budget process earlier so that we can also have the input from the public. Because I know that's something I heard from them. It's not just us deciding, it's us listening to people and helping that guide what we're talking about and how we're guiding our conversations. And I would love to see that represented a little bit earlier in the process in the future years. So I just want to say that. And one of the other things I wanted to talk about was as these budget work sessions are happening, how can the public interact and see the aggregated data of what's going on? Is it something that we have online? Is it a tool we can use? I know I've talked to a resident here who he shared this tool that other cities use, and it's a portal, and you can literally see graphs and data and click through things and see where money is going and where it has gone. And it was just a really interactive tool for residents to use to see what our budget is doing and where it's going. So that's the first question.
So I really appreciate that. Other municipalities do have interactive dashboards, I think like the one that you just spoke about. That is something that Budget is considering as part of developing. We know that it's important to have transparency and for folks to see where their tax dollars are going. So that is definitely on the agenda. As I continue to build a team here in Budget and working with our partners in IT and our departments, of course, to make sure that that information is not just there, but it tells a story, for our residents. As far as the public hearing, that is always set, I believe, in June. That is kind of how we have. However, I will say that the deliberative process to have the engagement happen in October was a concerted effort to reach out to as many people as possible. We conducted about 16 sessions, 5 in person, 9, 9 plus 5 is not 16, but we did a lot.
14.
I'm the budget person. I should know that, right? But we worked tremendously with our partners in communications, who got the word out through iHeart. We were on WRAL. We were on CBS 17. So we really tried as far as we could to reach people out there. But from what I'm hearing, that you would like us to do more, and obviously that's a conversation that I would be happy to have.
I just think it would be beneficial if we had I don't know if it would be called a public hearing, but another touch point for the public to come in if we're starting work sessions earlier, to have that point of reference earlier on, and then later on. I don't really know how the process would work, but I think it would be beneficial. And then to Mayor Councilmember Harrison's point, I really think employee wages is something that we're really gonna have to be thinking about. I've been hearing a lot of rumblings, specifically from the solid waste services, the trash collectors, the people who do the dirty jobs in our city, and there is a big concern there around wages and equity, and I just don't want us to be in a situation like Durham where we may have people striking. So I just want to put that out on the table for everybody on council, and that's all for me.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So I think, Sadia, if we can address a couple of those. So just to level set, by law, state law, the state doesn't always abide by its same rule. We are supposed to have a balanced budget by June the 30th of each year. And because we have a deliberate process of holding monthly work sessions that kind of bring you the opportunities for user fees, for benefits, different categories of how we spend and make money in the city, up to June is how the process works. And Sadia did, earlier, late summer, early fall, kick off the engagement process. At the point that we have that budget public hearing, that is the opportunity for people to see the full document, because the initial conversation and engagement is what people would like to see. And then that will be the opportunity for the public to be able to determine what's in there and what their feelings are about that in June. So just to kind of level set how that process works. The public can come to any of our budget work sessions, any of our work starting on February the 19th through the point of when we present to you the balanced budget in theory. And the second piece to your question is, obviously we're undergoing the comp study and total classification and pay study for the entire city. I would like to say that we have been working with staff in the last couple months to kind of figure out where we have some tension points in regards to pay. So we're going to be bringing forward some recommendations, not to undermine or jeopardize the integrity of the compensation study, but to kind of stay competitive in the market, because retention is an issue that we're going to bring forward to not circumvent the process, but try to make our employees remain valued and seen in our budget process this year. So that's something that we're already working on. I think you will be excited about what we bring forward, and what we hear consistently too is the parity and the equity across all departments. So that has been one of the things that we internally have been working intentionally on, trying to make sure that we're not looking at one class of employees, because obviously that gets us in trouble when we don't look out for the entire organization.
I appreciate that, Marshall. Follow-up question. So what's the timeline on the comp study? Because I know I've talked about it before. I've gotten questions about it during my public meetings. It was specific to different departments and pay, and I was we're undergoing a comp study. But can you comment on when we think that will be done? Will it be in time for the FY25? No? Okay.
No, so there will be a comprehensive look at everything compensation 101 to 2000 compensation. So what we're going to do to kind of jumpstart that, because when the evaluation period concludes, it will be in FY25, obviously after we adopt the FY25 budget. So to be strategic and intentional about that, we will put in some additional resources so that we can probably start to do the phasing of the implementation of the results of that comp study. Because I haven't seen a comp study yet that comes out that you save money, it always costs money. And so typically, because the the dollar price is so large, you typically have to phase it in. So what we're going to do is to get ahead of it and phase in a portion of what we anticipate just based on market analysis and what we currently know when working with compensation and HR, so we can get ahead of the game. And then once we get the results back, we will bring forward a phased approach of implementation to you all in calendar year 24, 25. But we won't be able to budget for all of it because we don't know, but we will get ahead of it.
Can I jump in? I think lots of times we get presentations, then we have to both get our values out and get our questions answered. I think we have an exercise to help us talk through like our values and what we want to see reflected in the budget. So I'm going to reorient toward like questions only you can answer and information we need to guide that conversation, if that's okay. Couple things. Thank you for this. I did have the question: how much would the news, like 1 cent? And I want to clarify. I want to make sure my understanding is correct. There used to be a thing where the 1 cent was like frozen in time of like however much that cent was valued at the time when it was fixed. That's how much it stayed. And am I right in thinking we updated that and now it grows with the proportional?
That's
growth?
correct. Yes, we did update that.
Okay, got it. Just wanted to make sure I was right in that. Can you speak to why the collections are down 2%? Like, what's your sense?
Really, it's more of the sales tax conversation and development services. That we just, if you look, that sort of reddish color in the middle there is our sales tax collection. So, 38.4 million compared to 38.3. I'm kind of calling that flat. I realize it's $100,000, which is certainly a lot of money. But for 4 collections for several years running, those collections were just month after month, year after year, just in unprecedented numbers, right? The growth was just there, and we're just starting to potentially see, a little bit of that slowdown. Not trying to cause a real critical point. We do get tremendous sales tax numbers during November and December, and so we'll be having those as the budget process is really kind of coming to the end stages, if you will.
Got it. So sales tax revenue from the holiday season just hasn't like made it to our
We
bank
haven't
account
seen it yet because there is just a 3-month delay in from the time the business collects it. They close their month, they report it to the state funnels it through the county into the locals, if you will. It's just the process, and that process has been around as long as I've been around, and so it's just a delay. Okay. Obviously, we know those things have already happened. We just don't have the data yet.
Couple questions for you, Sadia. Participatory, flashing back like a year ago today, you were like very new in the role. We were very new in the role. It's good to be here again a year on. Participatory budgeting was something we talked about at that time, and then you've implemented it, which is rad. Do you anticipate that will continue to iterate, or my question being, do you think it will always be participatory budgeting from capital reserves, or do you anticipate a future state where that is fixed in the general fund? Talk to me about your vision for the future of participatory budgeting.
So I want to be really clear with City Council. A full participatory budgeting cycle takes about 18 months. We kind of did it on steroids here in the city of Raleigh, right? And again, results of that will come in front of all of you in February. Normally, we prefer to keep it in capital reserves or, in the capital fund, simply because when we go out to the community and ask them to vote, depending on what they vote on, sometimes they don't really vote on all of the money that you set aside. At least that has been my experience. You don't want to lose it because it is put aside for our residents. So that's why we prefer to keep it in our capital fund instead of general fund. And also, these things take a lot of time to build, right? Because we're actually talking about things you can touch, see, feel. So these things take some time. So that's why, given the time frame between which when we say, okay, we've got the money, we're going to hire so-and-so to implement, do stuff, it takes time. So that's why it's preferred to kind of keep it on that capital bucket.
Got it. Understood. Yeah. Okay. Helpful. And then it sounded like I really appreciated the engagement in the fall. I appreciate the move there so that the thoughts of our residents can be incorporated. I do think residents derive value from seeing what's been presented to the council and what's actually up for consideration. If we have community organizations that would like for the budget office to come and share about what, like, once the budget is presented to us, and does your office have capacity to go to community organizations and present to them?
So I'm going to be honest. I pushed my staff like anything to do this. And man, did they do an awesome job.
Yeah.
But myself and Nick Sadler, my assistant director, we did go to a couple of organizations and speak to them in person. But again, if we are to really memorialize this in the city, I spoke to my counterparts in Durham, and they have a separate team who does this. It's a lot to ask a budget analyst to go out and talk to people in the community when that is not what they do. So for me to kind of push them to do that, and they did awesome. I'm so proud of them. But at the same time, we need resources to make this happen, for sure. But I have, and my assistant director have always made ourselves available to folks who want to talk to us about the budget, because we're nerds and we like to talk about this stuff.
Sure. Yeah. No, I don't want to detract from the good work of your team. So please don't hear that. I'm really
No, I didn't
impressed
take it
with
that
what
way.
they have done. But I'm hearing you say you need resources if we want to continue to grow community engagement on this topic. So include that in your budget. Where was I going with this? Oh, and then I'll just throw out as a brainstorm, I think one thing that could be really useful for public education is something like these pie charts that we've seen that are more discrete to like median housing type. I know we couldn't catch everyone's property tax bill, but if we picked a few benchmarks of size, like the median assessed value, maybe like 500,000, whatever, and then kind of said, okay, your tax bill is going to be $1,200. That means in a year you spend five of your tax dollars go to parks, one of your tax dollars goes to housing. And these are made up numbers. Y'all are the numbers people. But some kind of breakdown of like, okay, inside of your bill, here's how much of your money is going to each city service, because I think that could be really useful to the public and also help us navigate conversations with the public when they say like, cut my taxes, and we say, okay, what would you like to cut? And they say nothing. Could be useful. So just offer that.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. I do want to really congratulate you on your outreach this fall. It was you there as well, so your team did a fantastic job, but I was at those meetings and you did a great job as well, so don't sell yourself short. I know that was the first time that you guys had done it that early, and I along with the public, look forward to that continued engagement so that it can be incorporated, so really hats off to your team. I just have 3 quick questions. Sadia, what is the current vacancy rate in the city?
It is 15.6%, which kind of equates to about 693 positions, and 22 of those are permanent part-time. So the remainder are all full-time equivalents.
Thank you. Allison, and kind of building off of what Councilor Patton just said, in that sales tax, I know that they're delayed. Do you have an estimate of when we will hear about that? When will you know those numbers for Q3?
Yeah, so we get reports at the beginning of every month, and it's just sort of 3 months in arrears. So we're constantly getting updates, which is why as we move through the next couple of months, we'll really sort of see how that holiday season landed for the city.
Perfect. And then my last question, and I'm not sure who this goes to, but as we look at our budget work sessions that start in February, I know last year we did the solid waste services, Raleigh Water, we did those together. Do we have a breakdown of what we're going to be talking about each of those days so that I can mentally prepare for that?
So we will actually meet with our city manager's office and kind of determine what the cadence, and by cadence I mean like what we will actually be presenting in those sessions. It's a great opportunity for you all to kind of foreshadow what you can see in the proposed budget moving forward, but those details are being mapped out with the city manager's office at present.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
And typically, it's pretty much the same cadence every year, just so there is predictability for folks. Like February is always benefits and compensation, because that's the biggest bucket that we typically have outside of CIP items. So it's pretty much the same thing, but we will get that agenda to you right before the first one on the 19th.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hear me? Great. I've got a very different mic than everyone else, so making sure you can hear me. I want to take a minute to make sure that we pause and ask any other questions of the budget team related to, I know there's been really good discussion about sort of cadence and structure of the process. And I think if other questions on that, this would be a good time to ask, because we will be moving into council priorities and sort of having that discussion. So we don't need to get too into the weeds on those items yet. Does anyone else have budget process? Yeah.
I have just one more. I wonder if during one of these work sessions, y'all could bring us benchmarking from peer cities, maybe like a handful across the state, and then maybe similar size cities across the country. I mean, feel free to use criteria and like they get a similar proportion of property tax or all the things, but it would be great to see like what rates are like in other across the country, just to see where we land property tax rates. That'd be cool. Thanks. Will do.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
All right, so I think they left us with some good, I know we actually shifted that presentation from yesterday, and I know they were a little nervous too to talk budget at 9 o'clock in the morning with you all, but I think this is a really good way to frame our next conversation. I'm actually wondering, did you guys take the clicker by any chance, or do you have it? Oh, I have it. There's a slide that I thought would be useful to put back up for our discussion on council priorities. You all noted it. You said it multiple times. Let's see if I can get to the right slide. This one. So obviously we all had the chance to talk individually, and I asked each of you, what are your individual priorities? Where do you see opportunities for council? And almost everything on this was reflected. And so I think the way we're going to sort of enter into the council priorities conversation is to talk about sort of what has been achieved and what is still left. Because it sounds like priorities haven't necessarily, in the big bucket categories, changed a ton, but it's more what has been done and then what still needs to be done. How do folks, did folks feel like that resonates? Because when this came up on the slide, I was like, okay, that's what everyone said. These are some priorities I heard. And so I think that means that you're still in alignment with what your staff are working on, which is a great thing to see. I do want to make sure, I know Councilmember Black left to get water, so I don't want to jump too far into council priorities, but what I think I'll do so we're going to do another sort of discussion. It's going to be a little bit different than we did yesterday, but it'll still be a little bit more hands-on. So I'm going to keep this up here because I do think it's useful to see that this is already sort of current state. And then what I'm going to do is pull up. So bear with me in terms of what buckets emerged from you all. But I really looked through what I heard from each of you and where there was overlap. Where it's sort of the theme of this retreat, right? Where did I hear from you, multiple of you, opportunities to prioritize together? And so we're going to start with a list of what I see as the big bucket council priorities. And I'd like to hear from each of you. Does it resonate? What's missing? And then we will dive into each of those priorities. So we're going to sort of start with the priority list, and then we'll talk about sort of success of those priorities. So I'm going to move this a bit closer, and I think we might be trying to bring Councilmember Black in too, because I don't want her to miss this. All right. No, it's not going to stay. Okay.
That one in the back is flipped at the top.
Huh.
Like the one behind you. See how that thing's holding out?
Oh, yeah. So I should try and do that.
There you go.
Thank you. How many people to put together a flip chart? Okay. So these are sort of the big buckets. And you all had it was great to talk with you about priorities. And the lists were long, but they were also very specific. And so you're not going to necessarily see all of those specifics reflected in this, but I think it's a useful place to start to see where there's themes. And so, I don't know, Councilmember Harrison, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through this list, and then if anyone feels like they'd like to start with, does this resonate? Is something missing? Is something big missing? We can talk through that. So multimodal transit, this is inclusive of bike ped, BRT, other forms of transit. Community engagement and resident voice and empowerment. This one came up a lot in a lot of different ways, and so that is a pretty big bucket. Worker pay came up a number of times, and we've already been talking about that with the budget team, and so I think it's just a continuation of where are we on that priority as a council, and what do you see as priorities moving forward? Affordable housing, that one was unanimous. I think you all know that every single one of you has that as a priority. And so we'll definitely want to talk about what the specifics of success might look like for that one. Homelessness, I broke this out. I know that is kind of with affordable housing, but I think it can be its own category of discussion. And then small business support also came up. And that's still that sort of big bucket, inclusive of a number of sort of specific policy ideas or activities that you all would like to see to support the small business community. So how is this list looking? Anyone feel like something is missing from this list?
I'll just say it's reflected on this one, but just planning for future growth in terms of like infrastructure, both public safety. Sorry. Infrastructure.
Might be me.
Public safety.
Go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was me. Just public safety, infrastructure for growth, and then like water and capital expenses like that. So,
How do other folks feel about that as a priority?
I was going to mention public safety, but also gun violence, adding that in there. We have had major conversations about how we can prevent or intercept or community health, however you want to talk about it. But that interceptor program, I think, is important in how we prevent gun violence. Not just gun violence, but even we had a stabbing at Southeast Raleigh High School. How do we help prevent those things from happening before they do?
More to the point around community safety, I really think the alternative response program is a really big priority for me. And I'm not sure about the rest of the council, but for me, I would really like to see that represented as a priority for this year. And I know it's something that we've been like talking about around the circling around, and like we're going to get more information as it goes forward over the year. But that one's really big for me this year.
So I think in a broad bucket, that's community safety. I think so. I'm sorry, Councilman, you missed my initial sort of conversation. So we're going to sort of agree or feel like we've got a big bucket list, and then we're going to talk about specifics. So that is a program that would definitely be within.
Is it on community safety? Is it up there?
It's not, and I'm thinking it might. I'm curious to hear from other folks if we feel like that needs to be added, because I'm definitely hearing it.
I agree we should add public safety, community safety. I think they're one and the same, just how we're addressing those issues. And then the infrastructure growth, those two.
Definitely heard some strong consensus on this one. How about the growth, infrastructure for growth?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, well, and especially with the conversation about capital, the capital needs conversation, I think it is a little separate from these other ones. Okay. Any others that folks feel like are strongly missing? I know these are big buckets, so hopefully we're capturing a lot with them.
What was the last item that you just read?
Infrastructure for growth. So sort of the needs that go along with that. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know where this thought lies, but as I have had community meetings, and our mental health of residents, including substance use. We're seeing a really big increase in whether that's fentanyl use or opioid, all these different, that's affecting our community on a daily basis. Talking to our public safety workers, they're having to multiple cases per day of dealing with that. So I'm not sure where that would belong or if it would be its own category, but it's something that we're seeing in Raleigh that I don't know how we fix it, but would like to talk about it.
Well, in that one, I don't know that it came up, and it may just have been because folks were sort of prioritizing their lists. That didn't come up, but partnerships with other organizations did, and I think that's the sort of category where the county or others in the community.
Yeah, and it's kind of what I was thinking just now, what you're saying. Which one of those could we partner with the county? Which one of those could we partner with school board or whatnot? What other organizations are working on the same topics and finding synergy with them?
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that it's reflected that that is something that our community is experiencing that I'd like to begin to talk about.
That's great. Thank you for bringing that up. I don't know that it needs, this is a question for the group. I don't know that it needs to be a budget priority, but does sort of that partnership piece feel like something that folks would want recognized?
That's what I was going to bring up. I know we're going to be going to see healing transitions later today, and I'm just thinking about, like, how are we leveraging partnerships to address some of these, like, more overarching concerns that have to do with mental health, something that I was thinking about. So when you said partnerships, I was like, partnerships in my mind, so it was a little bit of synergy there, but
We're on the same page there.
do we write down partnerships? Is that a priority?
And maybe the budgetary tie-in there is like an assessment of our grant opportunities and saying, like, do we have grant opportunities that meet, all like a variety of community needs? So maybe it fits in the community safety bucket to consider if growing our grant opportunities is the right move. Like maybe that's the budget piece.
I was just going to say that I think a lot of these things we have here require partnerships, and particularly on the mental health or substance abuse issue, I mean, for me, that goes under community safety, because I would like to create a program where we have a well-trained, well-supported police department to deal with true public safety issues, and then we have the alternative response model that can help with some folks who are experiencing mental health issues or substance issues, and that all for me goes under the community safety piece. Then obviously the Healing Transitions Partnership I think folds under the homelessness, and obviously we need partnerships for affordable housing. So if we're looking at big buckets, I think what we have up there is pretty inclusive, and then some of these other ideas I think fit under multiple things.
Yeah, that's a great point. And go ahead, Councilor Harrison.
Just one more big bucket that I don't know if we need to talk about now, but I think certainly, environmental stewardship is important to our council as well. So whether that's related to water quality, preserving our drinking water supply, stormwater management, tree canopy, green energy. I think there's a lot of good work going on in that space. So maybe we don't have to talk about it today, but it is a missing bucket that I see.
If it's missing, we should talk about it.
I thought that too, but then I was like, we're doing high level buckets, and I feel like the environmental concerns fit into infrastructure for growth. Like that's where I was gonna bring that point up, but if there's an opportunity to make it like a big bucket, I would also like to second making it a big bucket.
These are your buckets, so if you want to change what they're called or what they look like, we can add it. We could also rename infrastructure for growth, because I think infrastructure for growth for sustainable growth. I think if you don't have language like that, then okay. Okay. And to just sort of build on Councilor Melton's point, I think one way to think about the partnerships item is, and it's not that you're formally placing this list somewhere, but if there was an intro to the list, it would say, like, we prioritize these with an emphasis on partnerships where we need them to succeed. Something that just sort of emphasizes that you can't do, none of these can you do on your own, right? So just giving that sort of language theoretically to emphasize that, I think, could be a way to get it back. Because I think it's correct that every single one of these, some partner will be required. Okay. Councilmember Harrison, do you feel like this language change captures? Okay. So if everyone feels comfortable, what we're going to do is take these big buckets, and each of you, you have sticky notes. You're going to, for each bucket, write down what success looks like to you in the year ahead. And that can be specific things that you think need to happen for success, for us to consider success.
Okay.
And it's the year, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, so like in the next budget year is really the time frame we're thinking about.
What do we?
For
you
each
say-
category, yep.
For each category?
Yes. And can everyone see all the categories? I can,
Not really.
okay.
I
Let
wrote
me,
it down, so, oh, good.
okay. Yeah, we can move it up a little bit. Okay.
I adjusted it, so hopefully it'll warm up a little bit.
I know that's what happened last time I moved it.
You ain't got your shorts on today, Mary.
That's what I did too.
Is that better?
Yeah, I
Okay.
wrote it all down.
No, you're good. down this list because I'm realizing that not everyone in this room can see the list that we're all looking at. So I'm just going to reflect the list we're talking about, and then we'll dive into the sticky notes for each of these categories. So as a reminder, the council priorities that you all have sort of landed on as a group are community safety, multimodal transit, community engagement and resident voice / empowerment, worker pay, specifically or notably for frontline workers in the city, affordable housing, homelessness, small business support, and infrastructure for sustainable growth. Okay. I know we've lost Council Member Black over there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through this list, and folks can share. We're going to go down the row. So each of you will share, but specifically for the bucket we're talking about. And I'm going to write what I'm hearing as different ideas. And I have a feeling, maybe from watching a few of you share ideas with each other, that some of them may be the same. So if I see those, I'll make note of those. So we'll start with community safety. We don't have to go in any order. Does anyone feel really strongly about their answer to community safety?
Independent crisis unit. Establishment.
Is that the only one you had on this? Okay. Councilmember Black.
I put that. Thank you for putting that. I put also after that partnerships and programs to keep teens out of trouble.
I wrote down the alternative response unit or the independent crisis unit as
Okay.
well.
That was actually a question I had for myself to make sure. I wasn't sure if this was different. So it's okay. So we're not adding another one.
And then I also put down increased pay and benefits for our police, fire, and emergency communications.
Can you repeat the specific roles?
Just for public safety, and so I
Okay.
think that covers police, fire, and emergency communications.
And that one really also aligns with this one. So we'll duplicate it there. Okay.
So a notch to independent crisis unit and increased pay and benefits for public or private public safety. And then I added mental health and substance abuse support.
You can start while I'm writing this.
All right, for community safety, I said provide incentives for community policing. I'd love to see more of our law enforcement officers live in the communities where they work, or be able to live in communities and actually police those communities, develop relationships with the folks that live there. So I think that would kind of cut down on some of the negative interactions.
Okay. This one?
Yeah.
And is that sort of also related to this item, if it's related to them being able to live in the community, or do you see it more just as a focus on?
I kind of see it as a separate
Okay.
benefit.
Any others?
That was it.
Upvote from me for independent crisis unit. I was thinking like, okay, in a year from now, like when we're in these seats again in a year, like what will be accomplished? So seeing the independent crisis unit operational is like a distinct, I don't know if that's an
Yeah, I
important
think that's a
distinction.
good add. Does everyone feel in agreement with the operational addition?
That's what I had as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
all
Like
those-
it's out on the streets,
Yeah,
being
for all
used.
those things, I had assumed these were like 1-year priority deliverables.
Yes, they should be.
Yeah. So then the things,
Looking at us like,
I mean, we've been working on all
I
that,
know.
so that should be good.
and then I added that the like fire master plan will be complete and we will be beginning work on whatever it has laid out for us.
Okay. Any others? Mayor?
I had the start of the alternate response program, financial support for the Interceptor program to reduce gun violence, and then the completion of the fire master plan.
Yes, there is. That's great. Okay. So there's a lot of synergy, which I just heard Councilmember Black say. Multiple that have, actually I need to what we're going to do, we're not going to, if folks want to take pictures, you're welcome to, so you have this. We'll also have, it written out if you want it later. We're not going to spend too much time talking on each of these. This is sort of the starting point of success for each category, and then that will be something you can use in the future. So just being mindful of time. So we're going to move to the next category, which is multimodal transit. Do you feel strongly about this one to go first, too?
I can start.
You're at the end.
Increase bus frequency and accessibility, and then increase protected bike lanes and sidewalks. I don't have exact numbers on what increase means.
And protected bike lanes, you said?
Yeah, and sidewalks.
Councilmember Black?
I too put increased bus frequency and access on the
Mary,
side.
we can't hear you.
Sorry. I too put protected or increased bus frequency and access. As far as sidewalks, I wanted to see expansion to our community neighborhood sidewalk programs or some more money to go into that or something. But then I put free fares and bus pay. Bus driver pay.
Bus driver pay. Okay. Could you repeat the one between bus driver pay and expanded?
Free fares.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Melton?
So I pretty much have these, but I think I framed them a little differently. So for multimodal, I would like to see within our transportation budget an increase in the percent funding allocated towards non-car infrastructure, so like bike lanes and sidewalks, just shifting even, I think we were at like 2 something, I can't remember, but like an increase just in the percentage allocated to those things.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And then
Sort of to all the above.
And then sort of encompassing a lot of the discussions we've had around fare free transit, I've shifted how I'm talking about it. So I put fair equity.
You're good with that?
Yeah. Fair equity, yeah.
I couldn't think of the right terminology.
Because I know, our federal money that has been supporting the fare free program is basically extinguished, but I would like to find a permanent sustainable model that provides the same sort of equity and access, and then also maybe addresses some of the safety concerns we've heard from our users and operators.
I also second that.
It's easy to be able to just jump on in and second. Go ahead.
For things that we're doing well that I'm excited about is BRT. I'm excited to see what that is going to grow into. And my second point kind of relates to that in the sense that I live in a district that will not be affected by BRT very much. And so I want to see what increased transit options outside of downtown. And I'm not only talking about increased bike and pedestrian, but up near the airport and in our Leesville areas, it's very single-family home oriented. And so we're not going to get the bus access that the rest of the city may benefit from. So how can we look into different, whether that's ride shares or other options for areas of town that cannot benefit from our current transit system?
And then on your board, I think it should say fair equity. You actually crossed off the wrong.
I did,
F
thank
word.
you. Free equity. Whatever that means. Thank you for catching that. I think I would have known it, but you never know.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Councilmembers?
I guess mine is a little bit more related to some of the infrastructure, but definitely want to see more bus shelters and bus like seats. That's still, I mean, that's been an ongoing issue for quite some time. So whatever we need to do to put the funding there to, you know, and as you just drive around the city, you actually see people kind of standing out at these little stops where it's just a bus sign and there's nothing else there. So definitely want to improve that. And then I'll echo something that other folks have said, increase efficiency with the current bus service. I mean, I think one of the things when we had the folks come out and talk about the issues with paratransit, we had other folks coming out that used the regular bus service but complained about how long it takes and how inefficient the current system is. And so if we want more people to ride it, it's got to become more efficient and more reliable. So.
Just going to add the word efficiency.
Did you say something about paratransit that you wanted to separate out?
No, I was just saying when we had that conversation about paratransit, other folks were talking about regular bus service, how inefficient it was and the challenges they were experiencing with the regular service. So.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so I also had adoption of greater frequency on some of our existing fixed routes. I also had expansion of benches and shelters across the city. We know there's a system, there's a formula for when stops get a bench and a shelter, and there's reasons why they do and don't, but, you know, like, I'd love to see it expanded. And then I think, like, same but different, I'd love to see in a year from now significant steps forward on the northern BRT route in the process. It's a long process. So I know we won't be riding northern BRT in a year, but yeah.
And just, this is to make sure I understand, northern BRT is, you see that as a separate item from this?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's just fine, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any others? All set, okay. Mayor?
So I'm going to add Wilmington Street BRT, that we receive finally funding from the feds. It's held up in budget right now, but there's $80 million there that will be dedicated to this, and huge opportunity, especially as we look at the Cargill property that we're purchasing, and that will be a game changer. So Wilmington Street is big on my list. I don't know if you were looking at my sticky notes, Jonathan, but I said return to fares with eye on equity. So obviously you can put another check mark there.
Yep.
More protected bike lanes, not just bike lanes, but protected bike lanes. I think we need that safety. And then Michael Moore is not going to be surprised when I say this. I've been working on a project since I was first elected in 2007, and that was converting Person Street and Blount Street to two-way. That's been how many years now? So what I'm hoping, what I would consider a huge success, is if we actually start the work on this.
So Person Street and Blunt Street, you said?
Yep. It'll improve safety instead of having a highway running in and out of your city. You know, a lot of communities are looking at converting one-way streets to two-way streets for that very reason, and makes it more walkable and humane.
Great. Awesome. Similarly on this item, a lot of synergy on some items. Does anyone need to take a picture before we'll have them up on the wall so you can.
I'll take a picture.
Okay. You want?
Can we, is there space to talk about our paratransit services? Just like, I don't know, just making sure they're good.
That might be, I mean, we could definitely, I don't think we have time to really dive too much into it today, but it sounds like it sounds like everyone wants to talk about it, or a good number of you want to talk about it, and so that might just be a note for future discussion.
Okay.
Maybe just to add to the list, like, you know, that our paratransit services are, if satisfaction is high among the ridership users.
Okay. That's a good one because you can really measure that in a year, right? Okay. Community engagement and resident empowerment. Anyone want to start?
We're going to do some table equity and start on the other end.
Okay, I like that, table equity. Mayor, are you comfortable starting with community engagement and resident empowerment?
Yes, so one success is the community engagement van is officially up and running. So we're meeting people in their neighborhoods. I think this is really important to reach seniors and others, more vulnerable citizens who cannot make it out to meetings, but bringing us to them. I think we've been talking about this for a long time. Taisha, it's a great idea. I want to see it up and running. The second thing I had, it was some, and I think we're going to talk about it later today, is some consensus like on a CAC model.
Yeah.
It was hard to say.
We will be talking about that. Hopefully we can say that's accomplished today. Not in a year. Or not today. I'm sorry, Michelle. I just meant that folks feel like we're heading that way. That was my words, not Marcel's. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and this one I specifically like kind of had a little bit of a hard time because I know we have the conversation later, so I didn't want to like throw any grenades to this conversation, but I think expansion of CACs and the commensurate like resource support, so however we want to designate that. And then hybrid boards and commissions, we've talked about it a million times. Again, I'm not trying to throw a grenade, but we know that if we went down that route, it would also need training and like tools and like hardware. It would have hardware needs. So I think was trying to reflect like that.
If that's a decision.
If that's the will of the council, I would like us to see us put the like operational resources into getting it off the ground. Yeah.
Okay. Those are your items?
Yeah, I just had CACs.
Okay. Do you have a vote for which of these items you're aligning with? Consensus, expansion?
Yeah, we'll figure it out in the
Okay.
conversation.
Yeah, you don't need to. Yeah, I'll just make a little note here. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot with that.
I have two, one being the revitalization of CACs, it doesn't matter which one it goes under. And then the second one is growing the avenues of engagement and education that already exist in the city. And I'm specifically talking about Raleigh Neighborhood College and Citizens Leadership Academy. So Dan Bagley, if you're here. heads up to you and your department for leading the way on educating residents on how to learn and participate in their government. And I think if we can grow that, it can be really beneficial to leaders and to the future of the city.
Okay. Awesome. Councilmember Melton?
I had the CAC one on there, and then I had, I don't really know where this fits, but I had our engagement network up and running. In my mind, that encompasses the CAC. We talked about this last year, but having like an engagement menu, like a cafe menu. So if you want to engage at an in-person neighborhood meeting, we have that for you. If you have struggled to find ways to engage, we're meeting you where you are. So I think that covers the bus. And then we also talked about like nonprofit groups or interest-based groups that need access to technology or community centers, and how do we provide that space too. And so I see it sort of as like a big pie, but I really like to at least get some movement on that in this year.
And I'll just to keep us from talking too much, I know Taisha is going to touch on the menu and some other items related to community engagement, so we won't dive too deep into that right now.
It's nice to be at the end because now I can be like, yes, yes, yes. So engagement event learning, love that. I put, for the CACs, I put realigning with CACs, which is just another iteration of what's already up there. I want to add a check to the hybrid boards and commissions, as well as growing programs of residents like our neighborhood college. One thing that I put that's not up there is young adult opportunities for boards. I've been talking about a youth board or an office of the youth for a while. We have a lot of programs that are targeted for 13 to 17-year-olds, and then we have a bunch of young adults, college students that aren't engaged with the city in any way. And I would love to build out more opportunities for that to be able to happen.
Yeah, I'll just second or sixth a couple items there.
Yep.
CACs, finding consensus today, and opportunities for expansion, particularly those CACs that have gone defunct. I think that's a true equity issue that we can repair. I also would agree with the hybrid boards and commissions, if possible, and growing programs for residents for engagement, learning, and training. And I will also second the young adult board opportunities. Just to put it out there, as one idea is to have even a young adult seat on every board that's required or something to ensure that we are seeing that age group, 18 to 25 engaged.
Great. All right, we're going to move on to worker pay. And actually, that one is spread through a lot of these other ones. So what I'm thinking might be the best way to approach that, if it's something you haven't said in another category, to add it. So I know we heard bus driver pay, public safety pay. Anything else you want to?
Solid waste services.
Solid waste services, yeah.
Raleigh water, sanitation.
I called that all public utilities.
Okay, so
Water,
public
stormwater,
utilities.
solid waste.
Anyone else want to add, anything else that hasn't been added to this list?
Yeah, and I'm not sure the best way to frame this, but we've had some discussions at the table already just about this idea of workers' rights. And I know that we are limited a lot by state law, but in addition to pay, like how can we support our workforce and provide sort of that two-way communication? So I don't know the best way to
Yeah.
put that down, but
And I had like employee satisfaction survey,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
don't know if they just feel.
That's a good metric of sort of like an annual success or just, state of.
And I think for me, something that we just talked about in the last one is really measuring that on our vacancy rate, how that's a measurable that we can look year after year to see how we're doing. And worker pay is just a piece of that, but I think it's a metric we can use.
I don't know if this is repeated across things, but I had like expanded and creative benefits. We've seen a little bit of change to our to some of our benefits real recently, and so getting creative and expanding our other benefits.
Anything that hasn't been said? Yeah.
I had the completion of our compensation study, because we're talking about what we need to get done the next year.
Yep.
Will that be done in a year, or won't that be done in 2026? Just want to confirm the date of when that study will be complete.
The evaluation will take place in this calendar year, and as I said earlier, we will make some preliminary estimates and put in some funding for where we see there are some areas that can't wait in certain classifications. So we're going to budget for that in FY25 to make some first step implementation.
First step. Got it.
And then I also mentioned vacancy rate as well. I mean, that tells you where you have your issues and where we need focus.
And just to clarify, I got from HR after budget did its presentation, there's often a different kind of interpretation of what the vacancy rate is, but it's not as egregious as 15.6% as reported. It is actually 13%, which is still really large, but much better than we reported earlier. Because when you look at some of those positions that have been vacant for a long time, and we went through an exercise this past year for positions that have been vacant for like 24 months. Those are really not necessarily recruitment issues. Those are maybe vacancies that we no longer need those positions. So when you're looking at that true number and then looking at the number of those employees that are full-time, it comes down to 13%. Still higher than our average. In the past, we would like to get it to below double digits, but it's not quite as bad as it was a couple years ago at 18% during the pandemic.
And how many jobs does that correlate to? Because the 15.6 was 693 jobs. How much is 13%?
Where is Charnel Jones? We can get that number for you during the break.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the other thing about the benefits, we said a 3% match. It's not a 3% match. It's an automatic 3% whether the employee participates or not. You all will remember we put that in the FY24 budget. It's not a match. It is a guarantee for the employee.
Great. And so maybe just commenting on sort of this rate too, one way to maybe, I mean, it could also be the change, because it sounds like the numbers have gone down, and so that would be a metric that you're making progress, right? So maybe it's not actually the rate, but it's in comparison to where it's been, rather than just by itself. So just a thought on that. I'm just going to write year over year, or however many years you want to look at. Okay.
One thing that,
Yes.
and I'm not sure if this goes under worker pay necessarily, but it's something that I've heard from workers, and it had to do with pay and like an extension, but it was development, and don't kill me, you guys, but of a workers' right commission.
Okay. My only reason for pause is I don't know what, with the state laws,
There's some boundaries and restrictions around that, but I want to remind you guys that we have a Civil Service Commission whose function is to work in that same space. So maybe we can kind of look at the charter and what that commission is charged with if you all want to see something additional beyond what they currently have the legal authority to do. Because we did some benchmarking, and HR and the attorney's office can kind of bring you all up to date from where there was a previous meeting where we talked about a group in Durham. Well, that is not a city group. That is a private entity that is outside of the scope of the government because of the state regulations that we have in that space. That kind of does some collective organizing around trying to make provisions be accessible for employees. So we're one of the few communities in the state that still have a civil service commission, like really few. So I would argue that our civil service commission does exactly what we would want a workers' right commission to do. And then that way there is city authority because employees appoint and elect some of the membership, and then you all appoint some of the members on that as well.
so maybe just sort of alignment, or, under education and engagement with that group.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on worker pay? Okay. Affordable housing.
I can start.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we'll have, again, more conversation about this later on, but I wrote doubling down on rental production. There's a million ways to do affordable housing. For me, that's where my priority is right now. And then I also wrote that I would really love to see like a housing needs assessment, like a real clear slide that says how many people in our city are housing cost burdened, how many units it's going to take, even if those numbers are really scary. I don't think we've reckoned with them as sort of a single source of truth yet, and so that's something I would like to see.
Okay. Or Mayor, are you ready to go?
Sure. First off, continuing with our focus on affordable housing partnerships on bus rapid transit lines, bless you.
Partnerships along bus rapid transit?
Yeah, like where I'll get into
Yeah,
more.
okay.
Just say, yeah, that would be good.
Go ahead, I'm good.
Again, looking out a year from now, moving forward on the DMV property on New Bern Avenue, think if we are at that place where we can start talking about issuing an RFP, we'll make tremendous progress and bring affordable housing to the area. Same could be said about Zach's property as well, which we now own, and Duplex Village. So the 3 properties we own on New Bern Avenue.
Okay.
The other thing I had was creating an incentive program to help people build ADUs, going beyond what we currently do. We have a lot of progress, but I think looking at ways we can incentivize that and make it simpler would continue to encourage that, and that really is a great way to build housing that's more affordable. And finally, Corey's not here today, but one of the big discussions we've had with the Dick's Leadership Committee is focused on what are we going to do with buildings that are there. And the School of Government is looking at one site potentially for affordable housing. And if we did do that, I would like to see us, since we own the land, dedicate a certain percentage of that to city employees so they could be housed there, work there. I mean, it would put eyes on the park, but it would also give our Parks and Rec staff a place to live. Could also be police officers and others, but I think that could really, again, we own the land. When you own the land, you have a say in what happens, but I think that dedicated resource to employees would be important.
Awesome, thank you.
And I have about 20 other things, but we'll just go with that for now.
I know, I'm sure this one could be many, many pages.
So looking at ways to increase units, trying to figure out more public-private partnerships. One thing that I know the county does is that they try to work with private landlords. And so looking at ways that we could, incentivize private landlords to, work more so with our low-income community, and to provide, opportunities for folks to be able to stay within the city limits. And so that would be one of the things I think we could maybe do a better job at.
Great.
So I think increased rental numbers, I want to second that one. There's a lot of great stuff on there. One thing that I want to uplift is I was in the Planning Commission meeting this week, and they were talking about boarding houses and how that's by code prohibited in a lot of things. So I would like to learn more about that and how we can work on eliminating that prohibition if possible.
It's now called co-living too. So
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Co-living.
Co-living.
Oh, it's boarding house and co-living? Yeah, so just seeing how
Yeah.
we can loosen up those restrictions would be great.
Great.
So I actually had co-living and single room occupancy on the homelessness one, but I think just if we want to put another, I would really like to make some progress on legalizing that this year. And then I also had the increased rental units and the ADU incentive program. Well, another thing is, I think we've done a good job of this, and we should keep doing it, is surveying city-owned land and then partnering for affordable housing on it. So y'all have brought us a good number of that over the years, so I just want to keep doing that. And then I don't know where this fits, but partnerships with privately owned underutilized land or even state-owned utilized land, if there's a way we could just have those conversations to try to see if land that is not within our control could be moved forward for affordable housing development. And then this was on our legislative priority agenda discussion yesterday, but I'd love to see what we can do to support the county's request for source of income discrimination protection.
Just want to make sure I captured that one correctly. Okay.
I agree with pretty much everything that has been put here. I didn't write it all down, but I'm loving it. One of the things that I wrote down was leveraging lands to NGOs for tiny home communities. I think so that can go under like stronger partnerships with NGOs. I know we had some people that were interested in doing like affordable tiny home communities specifically for people who are like that used to be in the military. And people who have been experiencing homelessness, and it's just an issue of like finding land. So how is the city partnering with them? And then we've also, at least I have talked to some NGOs that work with landlords that like pay for people of varying incomes to be able to come in, and they like work to be able to do that. And it's like a program that they have. So I really think we should be leveraging partnerships with non-governmental organizations that can meet a gap that we may not be able to. And everything else on the list.
Okay. Do you want me to actually check them off?
Yes. You can also add a check for me for everything else on the list as well.
You're skewing the metrics here.
Just a couple other items that haven't been said. I would like everyone to double their commitment to affordable housing. So the city of Raleigh, Raleigh residents, private developers, the federal government, state government, nonprofit affordable housing developers.
You think this is going to happen in a year?
Can you hear me? Oh, I don't know. Oh, there it works. Okay. I'll just repeat that. I would like everyone to double their commitment to affordable housing. So again, every level of government, local, state, federal, our private developers, our nonprofit affordable housing developers, perhaps through fundraising in the philanthropic sector, everyone that's involved in this, because it is truly all hands on deck. Obviously, we have a lot of possibilities here, but the funding isn't endless at the city level. And so I think the more that we can come up with a federal agenda, a legislative agenda, a partnership agenda, and how we're promoting that in a consistent way is going to be really important. And I'm excited to see some of those partners come together at an affordable housing summit the city's going to put on in August.
Great.
And that'll also be on the list, the summit in August.
Okay. And I added, I don't know if you actually had sort of said it as a priority, but I think just generally a partnership around a plan around funding and partnerships is probably a good addition.
Ooh, can I just add on to what you just said there? I know yesterday when we met with some county officials, I'm interested in having that conversation between city council and county commissioners and what we can do around affordable housing. So I know that they would like an email from us saying that we'd like to have that meeting. So I'd love to push that for this year as well.
Okay.
I'll just add a check on incentivized landlords. I wrote it on a different page and then forgot to add it to my sticky note, but like months ago I asked for a feasibility assessment on like a good landlord grant sort of program, and so
Great. Okay. We're going to move from this one to homelessness, and same as before, sort of a request, if you've said it under this category, which you may have, to not add it again. And I would imagine we could add a number of the items related to partnerships under this category as well, I'm sure. But anything that hasn't been said around homelessness.
Something,
Go ahead.
just 2 items. Rental vouchers. So I know that's something that Councilmember Patton has brought up. I think to prevent people from entering homelessness if they're in, a dire period, that if the city can have a program to give them a little bit of subsidy to keep them in their home when they are going through some kind of a financial crisis so they can get back on their feet and not end up on the streets, that's really important. And then also working with the county and other partners on sufficient permanent emergency shelter spaces.
I'll actually, while we're on that item, put a check because I know that Councilmember Branch mentioned that to me individually. So I will just reflect that comment from him. Okay. Councilmember Black, anything you want to add on homelessness?
I said this is a Band-Aid solution. It's not really something that affects the issues we have with people experiencing homelessness, but it's something that I have heard a lot about. But public restrooms.
Improving, additions?
Implementation.
Oh, okay. So all of the above, I guess. Okay. Councilmember Milton.
The ones I had, I said for the housing one, but I think most applicable to this would be the supporting the county's legislative agenda item for the source of income discrimination. I think co-living and SROs could help. And I also want to put a check next to the public restroom access.
Your mic's having some. All right.
Yes. I second the county partnership for emergency shelter support. Also in transitional housing, I don't know if that, we'll just leave it with emergency support and I'll talk about it there. And then, yep, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, so I had increased like the access to transitional housing, but then some of the other services like mobile services, mobile shower services, and also mobile information centers, because a lot of folks who are homeless may not always be able to access services, particularly like some of the wraparound services. So if we have like some way of kind of making those things accessible through some type of mobile service, so going to meet people where they are.
Great.
Super discreet on shelter services. I'd really like to see both day and overnight services in Northeast Raleigh, and particularly in the Triangle Town Center area. And then I would love to see like an encampment management plan. We know some folks will opt to live outside, and having a plan for how we mitigate some of the like sanitation and public health concerns that can come along with that.
That would be a partnership with the DOT then.
A partnership with DOT for that management plan?
It's usually their property, so they have to be involved.
Yep. Okay. Mayor?
Yeah, I had, Stormy, you're going to love this. We're going to get a report back from the task force that you're co-chairing with the county. So one of the things I would like to see is several action items happening over the next year. Let's not just talk, let's actually act. So I'm looking forward to that. And the second thing I had, well, everything else, yes, I had several of those on my list as well. And I think I'm just going to put a focus on we have to work with the county. They also have to lead, and we need more action in that regard. So stronger partnership, working together, talking to each other, and really putting an emphasis and a sense of urgency on this.
Great. I'm just going to sort of reiterate the county partnership one for that because I think that is definitely a big item for all of these. Okay. All right, we have 2 left. Then we will shift from this conversation. So small business support is the next item. We'll have table equity, and I'm going to pick Councilmember Melton. I'm going to keep going with that.
So what I wrote down on small business support, just trying to think of like a 1-year deliverable, is just like finding more spaces where folks can open small businesses. And I hear a lot from like, we need more micro retail spaces, and that a lot of the big retail spaces are hard. And so taking that one step further, I don't know what our ability is to like cultivate micro retail, but looking at city-owned facilities, do we have any spaces where we could set up like small business incubators or startup? And then I'm just going to say this again because I tried once and we didn't quite get all the way there, is accessory commercial units.
Accessory commercial units.
I think Pat's probably hiding me from, okay, he's running, he's leaving, he's going towards the exit.
He left the building.
ACUs. Accessory, it's accessory commercial units, ACUs, sorry, yeah. But I think trying to figure out.
There, Jonathan.
Pardon?
We got halfway there.
We got halfway to ACUs, so I want to revive that, and then the figuring out how we can cultivate more micro retail spaces.
Great. Councilmember Black.
I put expansion of some of our grant programs, specifically ones that are for minority women serving small businesses, not just the ones that are owned by minorities or women. But
Mary, could you please speak into the microphone? We're having trouble hearing you down here.
I had to do the same thing.
gotcha.
It's hard to speak loud enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a really soft voice. Where am I? Okay. I put expansion of some of our business opportunities for the, like I said, the minority women business serving small businesses. And having that a part of maybe some of the rezonings that we're having in the area. I think about Fertile Ground, which is a co-op, a food co-op, and they have had trouble trying to find land. And it's like, how can we leverage the work that we do with developers and that? And then I had one that I just thought of. Come back to me, though. Yeah, I forgot it just that quickly.
Not a problem. Councilmember Harrison.
Let's see. Yeah, subsidized rent for minority-owned and businesses, minority and women-owned businesses, and then also for new small businesses. And it might go beyond rents. It could be other programs to help them, like retrofit a space, or have access to the infrastructure that they need.
Do you feel that the grant program expansion might-
Possibly.
Okay.
I remembered what mine was. I can't remember what it is, but we had a program that was underneath some office, and it was specifically about education and working with like people that are wanting to start small businesses. So expanding that so that it can serve more people in the community.
Just so I'm putting that with incubator.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay,
That's
great.
sort of what I would interpret incubator to mean, but it could be.
It was like education. It wasn't like you're
Okay.
starting a small business. When I think of incubator, it's like here's a space to start your small business, as much as like here's the education and the tools on how to start a small business for people that are interested in it. Okay. And there was some program that we had in the city that did that. I can't remember where though.
Okay. That's also probably a good partnership one. I know Wake, some community colleges and folks like that too. So maybe it's connecting folks to those resources. Anyone want to go next? How about Councilmember Jones? Sorry, I'm moving around the table so no one knows who's next.
Ooh, keep us on our toes. It echoes a lot of what has already been said, but especially since some of our funding for small businesses came through our ARPA. Now that that's ending, how are we making opportunities still available? And then connecting that to this incubator program thought, especially as we see in our agendas that we have programs that maybe have a low percentage of MWB participation, and how can we be the foundation of that starting point to teach businesses, whether that's, let's say, I don't know, I know I've seen some for like janitorial services, so how do we incubate that so then we have a pool of stuff, of businesses to pull from for our own city needs?
Okay, great. Councilmember Fort.
Yes, I had maybe do some type of campaign to promote small businesses across the city. And then, one particular area of the city where we hear a lot of issues is from our downtown Raleigh businesses. And so maybe doing some type of campaign to improve the image of downtown, because it sounds like one of the challenges is that folks, some of the business owners in that area feel that customers don't come down based on safety issues and some other things. And so maybe doing some type of focus campaign to invite people from other parts of the city to come to downtown and visit businesses.
Can I second that one? One of the things that I also have thought about is some sort of like money that can go towards small businesses that have to do like increased security or like safety measures. And it's very expensive. I talked to people and it was like, we had to spend $60,000 on security stuff because people are like robbing them. And that was an idea that they were interested in.
So I've added second. I know, Mayor, that's something me and you, when we talked, you mentioned the support for downtown. So I might already preemptively check that.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just checking for you the focus on downtown business support. I know that was something you mentioned.
Yes, and that is something we've discussed too, is some type of marketing campaign. I'd like to see, adding to that, our social media team actually elevating our small business community.
Okay.
But I think working with DRA on some type of marketing program would be, marketing communications would be very effective.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing on this list I disagree with, but I'll, to not skew the numbers, put my extra check mark on the like micro retail, and maybe that comes in the form of like a public education campaign with landlords on how they can still make their numbers work by like sort of subdividing their spaces or something like that.
Great. Any others? Okay, great. All right, last one. Infrastructure for sustainable growth. Oh, you feel strongly to start over here. Perfect.
Bring it home, ladies. Bring it home.
All right, Councilmember Black, she's in charge. So I'll just name one thing that I think has been really successful and I want to continue is the preservation work that we do through Raleigh Water of critical lands around Falls Lake watershed, which is our drinking water supply. I think we've made a lot of important investments there, and through our partnerships with other municipalities in the counties and the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, just to continue that work. And I'm just really proud of what's been achieved there. So I'm just going to give that one thing.
Perfect. I have to shout out my colleagues, I think, help support a lot of that work. So
Awesome.
Just a quick shout out to Central Pines on that one. Go ahead.
Stormwater resources, specifically, and I had to go talk to somebody in the audience about this because I was not sure, but it's additional crew for maintaining our GSI and as well as our rainwater rewards program. Is that the rainwater preservation? Is that the same thing?
Rainwater rewards, that's R3.
Okay. So the same thing.
This is under the...
Sorry, that's different.
Oh, it's different?
Yeah.
Okay.
So rainwater rewards program, can you repeat the first one you said?
Additional crew for maintaining our GSI, our green stormwater infrastructure. And I know this is a hot topic, but I'm just going to bring it back. Something around tree ordinances, maybe not an ordinance, but something specifically like a tree plan in place for urban heat islands, specifically with the developments we have in our like downtown urban areas, like our urban centers.
Great. And I know, I'm just thinking about partnerships, I think the county just did I don't know if anyone's seen the county's plan on the canopy, but they did really good. That would be something to build off of for sure.
I struggle with this one because I feel very strongly that the best way we can provide infrastructure for sustainable growth is to limit sprawl, which is not always a reality for us, like limiting greenfield developments and annexations. So trying to figure out what like a one-year deliverable would be. I mean, I would really like for us to be very intentional, like looking through like a 15-minute city lens. So even when we have these requests for annexations or new subdivisions, making sure that it's not just residential focused, that there's access to at least like a pharmacy or a grocery store or something that's not going to put people in their cars, contributing to climate change and traffic. And so I guess that's the one thing that I've got.
Councilmember Jones?
I have a few. I think I want to give a shout out to the Growth and Natural Resources Committee for their work on the growth or the Green Toolbox work that you guys did. I'd love to see a little bit more thought into our invasive species program as we look at our trees. I can't not see wisteria and all of that as I drive around, so I want to make sure that we're intentional about that. And I would like, for infrastructure, learned a lot from our solid waste services about specifically our trash program moving forward downtown and the challenges that we may face. So I'd like to learn in this next year, what that looks like and how we can make sure that they have the resources they need for solid waste services.
So sort of education more than anything at this point.
I thought of one more, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really liked how this year we're starting to actually act on our community climate action plan, and staff brought us like 3, I thought, really good, intentional proposed text changes. And so I'd like to see some more of that come forward this year. And I think that goes into the infrastructure for sustainable growth. The 3 that we had this year were the electric vehicle charging, the pedestrian connections when there's not a required street connection, and then limiting drive-throughs in I think downtown and other dense urban areas. So if we can keep getting little action items from that, that'd be great.
Great. Good addition. Councilmember Fort.
Yeah. One of the areas or issues that kind of comes up a lot throughout the city is certain communities, continue to experience flooding when we have heavy rain events. And so, whatever we can do to make improvements within the system. I think Wayne Miles did a presentation for us last year, or maybe it was the year before, that to get it all together, it would be about $800 million. So I don't think we have that in the couch cushions. Do we, Marshall? But certainly, as we can continue to make improvements along those lines with the resources that we have, I think our water department does a great job of making repairs when they can, but certainly continuing to assess the system and make those repairs whenever we possibly can.
Great.
Again, nothing I disagree with. A couple unique things that I might like to see is a one-year deliverable is something like a 2050 water plan. I know our water department's already in deep conversations about finding new water sources, which we will need, but making sure like that's very public and transparent, and that we're staying abreast of it. And Whit, forgive me if it exists, just send it over to me in email and I'll read it, I promise.
I feel like it might, 'cause I just heard a presentation from him
Okay,
pretty
maybe
recently.
I'm just like taking in too much information.
So I'll just put it as awareness, because obviously to keep up with that plan seems important.
And then with discussion of road infrastructure, something like a dashboard. I know we have like a road resurfacing plan, and maybe we can do some dashboarding so people know like when their road is up for re-improvement, resurfacing, and then also an assessment of like best practices. We know that shade is a natural resource and can actually prolong the life of the road, and so if we know that, then we need to plan for the shade to be included when we are adding new roads so that they can be prolonged. So I don't know if I said that clearly enough to add it to a list.
I'll just tell me if I misinterpret. So shade is like a infrastructure resource, sort of focusing on ways to. I don't know that I captured it
It's
correctly.
okay. It's close enough.
I think the
Also
folks-
shade for human health as well.
Okay. We'll rewrite that when we have the chance. Mayor.
So, Councilmember Harrison and Melton and I, along with staff, met with the Home Builders Association to discuss tree conservation on 2 acres less of land. And what I would like to see as a deliverable in the next year is what those incentives could be. So, Pat, you were at that meeting? You can put it back up on the list. But I think that's really important. I also agree strongly with the walkable communities concept. I mean, we see far too many rezonings come before us, and it's like, well, there won't be any retail. Well, that's not a good thing. And I think that we have to kind of change our mindset about that. And then finally, I'm really excited because we have a new partnership that will be announced, we hope soon, that will be focused on climate change and helping low-wealth communities build wealth. And this could be a game changer for us. I can't say who the partnership is with yet. They're going to be making the announcement, but something we've been working on with staff, and it really is going to be dynamic.
Awesome.
Yep, it's a teaser, but wait till you
Stay
see.
tuned.
Wait till you see what could happen in the year. Yep.
Awesome. Okay. So we have made it through the list of priorities. We did it. And so we're gonna be wrapping up this section. I think just a couple things to take away from it. So obviously, I mean, this is a big bucket, but there is a lot of alignment. And I heard even when most of you sort of talked about specifics of continuing or expanding. And so I think there is alignment with what you're already doing. And I think that's probably great for staff to hear as well. So we will wrap up this section. Lunch is next. Yeah.
Okay. Great work, everybody. So lunch is next. Lunch has arrived. So I talked to Michelle. Lunch is next. We're going to give you 25 or 30 minutes for lunch. And then the next topic is going to be affordable housing. So great work. Let's take a break and enjoy some lunch, and then we'll be back for affordable housing conversation. Thanks.
Lunch and ready to talk affordable housing.
Well, I'm glad I have the floor after lunch. Really happy to be here as we wait for the presentation to come up. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Emma Sutton, Director of Housing and Neighborhoods for City of Raleigh.
Can you mute the sound?
Okay, great, yay. Okay. So going over my agenda with you today, I'm going to try and be as efficient as I possibly can with this. So I'm going to really try and sail through some of the updates that I know you all have already heard recently. But feel free to stop me and ask any questions as we go along. So we're going to talk about the state of emerging issues around housing and homelessness, also discuss some potential strategies, have some time for questions. And then we're very lucky to have Mark Shelburne in the room with us, who's going to walk us through a pro forma exercise. For those of you who don't know, Mark Shelburne is a national housing finance expert and housing policy expert, and he happens to be one of my former colleagues and live in Raleigh. So we're really lucky to have him, and that he feels somewhat obligated to say yes to my request for him to be here as a former colleague. All right, so let's get into it. So the City of Raleigh has done really incredible when it comes to pushing out units. The number of units that the city has invested in and has leveraged with the 4% tax credit is just really impressive. You really don't see this. A lot of other communities have not figured this out. And at this point, this is really kind of a well-oiled machine, if you will. And if you'll see, so there was a 10-year goal of 5,700 units. At this point, we are on our way to meet that goal. This is a constantly moving chart as well. So, you know, some of these units that were in the pipeline are now on the ground. So it looks like, yeah, from the trend, we're looking at meeting that goal. Which, when I heard that goal, I have to tell you, I was floored that someone would even say that this would be the goal, because it's so lofty. And the fact that we're this close is incredible. It really is. So here are just a slide talking about the development pipeline. These are the ways in which we fund affordable housing in the city, to include the penny. You have federal funds up here. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later, as well as the bond. This 450 number is actually more like 600 at this point, which is, again, incredibly impressive. And so you'll see here just what we're expecting across the board for this fiscal year. I do want to mention that there is a lot of work that's happening around the education and marketing piece of this. Holly Sharp, who works in our office, who is now going to be going over into communications directly, but she has just done an incredible amount of work on this, and we're going to show one video at the end about rental production, but if you want to find any of these web series that she's put together, newsletters, and all of that can be found on our website. It's really incredible, and we use the marketing materials quite often. Let us know if you all ever want any of those materials. We're happy to get those to you. So now to go into a state of emerging issues around housing and homelessness. I think one of the things that I really want to focus on here and have you take away is that affordable housing and homelessness are really inextricably linked. They're not, I know we talked about them as two separate policies and strategies, but they really are directly correlated to one another. For one major example of how correlated they are is that in communities where there is more housing units, more housing types, more affordability, they have less homelessness. It's just a direct correlation. In communities where there are less regulations on what types of housing can be built where, less homelessness. So these things are directly tied together. And if you've not seen the book, Homelessness is a Housing Problem, encourage that because he really describes this correlation quite well. So just to drive it home, homelessness is about affordability, right? So I think there's pervasive mythology around why people are experiencing homelessness. And what we know from experience, years of empirical research, qualitative, quantitative data, is that yes, people have mental health issues. Yes, people have substance use issues. One group has housing, the other can't afford it. So they have to live those things out in public. And their sort of most traumatic situation of their entire lives. So again, just to reiterate this and really focus on the fact that those in that lower AMI category, unless their incomes increase, they're never going to be able to afford market rents, right? So this category of folks are just going to be continually left out of the market and not able to afford rent. Also, you really have to address multiple things at the same time, which I think you all are very well aware of. You know, you've really got to figure out how to prevent homelessness and divert homelessness at the same time as you are addressing existing homelessness. So all of these things have to work in tandem in order to successfully address the issue. So it's either you reduce housing costs or you increase income. So here are just some numbers. Over 6,000 individuals, according to the Raleigh Rescue Mission, have sought support, either prevention or diversion, or they are literally experiencing homelessness. There are 4,700 children in Wake County school system that experience homelessness. The only caveat here is that this number includes those who are couch surfing, as well as those who are living in doubled up situations, whereas the numbers you're going to see here, that 916 number, that is people experiencing literal homelessness. So living in places that are not suitable for a human to reside. And about half of that 916 number is people living unsheltered. So that's where we are in Raleigh at this point. So this is a map that Stephen Bentley and Parks provided, and I think it's a really good visual to kind of get a sense of reality of what we're seeing in the city of Raleigh. I think we all know we've seen encampments, we've seen people living outside, and this just sort of is a heat map showing from September 2022 to September 2023, it shows encampments encountered by PRCR staff. And I think, if you looked at this over time, it would be incredibly compelling to see the increase in the number of encampments on parks. So the green is Raleigh parks. The red dots are the unsheltered camp locations. And, just a note here that, and I think you all talked about this, that, while Wake County has really served as the primary force and funder in addressing homelessness. Most people who are experiencing homelessness are doing so in the city of Raleigh. Just going to review quickly kind of the existing infrastructure for this issue. So the city and county are members of the Continuum of Care, which is NC 507. This is something that's mandated by HUD in order to pull down federal funds. Most all communities receive federal funds to address homelessness. That's essentially how this issue is addressed across the country, is with federal funds. And so as such, HUD says you all need to come together and coordinate to do so, and they also require what is called a coordinated entry system. So, and I think that's saying that this is all federal is also to note that those federal funds are extremely not flexible. The county has put out a program you all may have heard about that's called Bridge to Home that offers incredibly flexible funding to agencies to build capacity, but as well as to provide prevention and diversion services. And then also the city, you all funded a prevention and diversion program this year, and that is also incredibly flexible and allows for quick triage. These are elements of an effective system. I will just add to this that HUD over the last 2 decades really has moved away from transitional housing as a model, and that's because it's been proven to not be as effective or efficient as permanent housing. So transitional housing in the traditional sense, which is a program where people are required to participate in a number of services in order to earn a bed in the facility, that sort of traditional model has become outdated just because it really has been shown to be not as efficient or effective than other models that we're going to talk about here. So really the center of this is a crisis response system that's effective, that can quickly triage folks into emergency or crisis services, but then most importantly, get people into permanent housing, right? Because that's how you solve the issue. That's the permanent solution, is permanent housing. So there are current system challenges that you all may be aware of. It's sort of a transition phase, if you will, for the COC. I've worked a lot with COCs across the country, and I would say a transition phase is exactly where this is. There are 3 required pillars of this system by HUD, and that is to be the data system lead, the lead applicant for annual competitive funding, and then the coordinated entry lead. This was, as you all know, all of these things fit under the Partnership to End Homelessness until recently, and now they're spread to 3 community COC agencies. So they're sort of disparately located now, whereas in a strong ideal sort of scenario, you would have one COC representing the entire community that has the capacity to take on all 3 pieces because they work so closely together. The other last thing I'll end with is say that actually not second to last thing, that the task force, one of the Housing Stability Task Force #1 recommendations was to basically build up coordinated entry. Coordinated entry is currently underfunded, and that group, one of the recommendations was to provide additional resources and support to that coordinated entry system, which is really the foundation of any successful system, is where folks enter, where they are assessed, and then where they are appropriately triaged. Strengthening the COC can also lead to increased funding. If you look at communities that are similar size, they're getting more federal funding than the city of Raleigh because of the strength of their continuum of care and because of the work that they've done. HUD really wants to see that you're focused on permanent housing solutions. They want to see that you're exiting people to permanent housing quickly. And so COCs who are able to do that are able to pull down more funding. So here's the current city funding that's provided. So we utilize these federal buckets, these first 3, for these purposes. As you can see, the sort of, gray X's are where there are eligible expenditures. So, it's eligible, for example, CDBG can be utilized for street outreach. as well as homelessness prevention. But in the city, we use it for emergency housing crisis services. And keep in mind, too, that for CDBG, it can only be 15% of our total allocation can be utilized for what is called public services. So it's incredibly limiting in that way. CDBG can also be utilized for short-term rent assistance. ESG is about $250,000 per year. It's utilized currently for rapid rehousing, but can also be used for other activities. Home can be used for rental assistance and for vouchers, but currently the city is utilizing that to leverage home buyer assistance as well as bringing new rental units online. And then, of course, the penny and the bond are there. So, if there's a discussion about utilizing federal funds for other purposes, I think we would need to have a really thoughtful conversation about what the trade-offs are, because currently, as I said, you have CDBG and home really supporting acquisition, rental production, and of course the penny fully supports gap financing. So we really have to talk about what those potential trade-offs are. We did recently see a big boom in home buyer assistance requests. So if we were to sort of refocus federal funds, we'd have to consider what the trade-offs are on that side. Here's some additional investment highlights. You all have allocated $3 million of the bond fund to healing transitions. I'm not going to read all of these out. I will let you all take those in, but it's quite significant investments here. So gap financing, just a reminder to bring us back on, the message that homelessness is a housing problem. That gap financing for new affordable housing really provides that upstream prevention, as well as a downstream solution. And I think we can talk about how to better access those funds for people experiencing homelessness and the most vulnerable in our community, so we can act as more of a downstream solution, in addition to providing all of that upstream support to prevent homelessness and provide affordable units. As I mentioned, so we also do have $2 million funded through small-scale rental development in addition to the gap financing. So again, this is where additional investments in those permanent solutions are really important to talk about. And I'll also mention here that shelter beds and services are very expensive as an intervention. And you really, I think, want to think about focusing your system around shelter. HUD has really sort of said to communities to move away from that centering shelter beds to really centering permanent housing instead. Mainly because shelter is expensive. People can get stuck in shelter for quite a long time if there are not permanent housing exits made available to them. And so, of course, there are immediate health and safety needs, I think, for the city right now. However, just keep in mind where the investments are to go, because, like I said, shelter is quite expensive, and I don't think we want to have too much reliance on the shelter system. We really want to make sure we're investing in those permanent solutions at the same time as appropriately addressing health and safety issues and getting people from outside inside. So now we're going to go into some potential strategies. Can anyone tell me how much time I have left? I don't want to go over. Okay, good. All right. So this first one is about the need for flexible rent assistance, and a number of you all brought up that need. So flexible rent assistance, addresses those affordability issues. It allows people to also access units otherwise not available on the market, right? So we have, you can only develop your way so quickly out of this problem, and so really getting access to those market rate units is key. Flexible rent assistance allows for that. There's a lot of notes, however, on sort of the limitations of housing choice vouchers. So as you all know, probably too, that only 1 out of 4 families who actually qualify for housing choice vouchers receive them. Currently, from the Raleigh Housing Authority, they have a 91%, I think it's actually higher now, utilization rate. very few vouchers turn over annually, and those vouchers are actually inaccessible for many. PHAs have the discretion to set eligibility criteria in certain areas, and you'll have many folks who just are unable to meet, say, documentation requirements within the time that they need to. Everything has to happen very quickly and very efficiently for the public housing agency as well. And then, as you all know, the owners, I would say widely, do not accept housing choice vouchers. I'm working with a friend of mine right now who is aging out of foster care, and he has an emergency housing voucher, and he's looking for housing in Charlotte. And he calls me every day to say, I don't want to live in these neighborhoods. I don't want to live where vouchers are accepted. It's scary to him, and this is what people face every day who have vouchers, just that really limited stock of what's available to them. So this is sort of how the traditional voucher program works. There are a lot of, and this is not at all a criticism of public housing agencies. What this is really a criticism of the regulatory requirements that cause all of this, right? So that have been set for years, since the 90s. So typically, the tenant has limited choice because they only have a certain amount that they can spend. They can only, then in addition, there's a rent reasonableness test that the PHA does that I've seen folks get caught up in, and the voucher can't be utilized there. There's also them communicating with the landlord and signing a lease with the landlord, as well as going through the housing authority, who reviews the rent, inspects the unit, signs a contract with the owner. The landlord has this additional administrative burden. All of those things roll up into a lot of paperwork. They have to have their unit inspected. If it fails, it gets kicked back. It could be months for someone to be able to access a unit, and during that time, the unit is empty, so the landlord's not making any money off of that unit. So you can kind of understand how this is not incentivized whatsoever, right? If I have a tenant right behind the tenant with the voucher that does not have a voucher, I think I'm going to choose the path of least resistance, unless I have some sort of altruistic motive or monetary motive to do otherwise. So what we're proposing is what we're calling a direct voucher. And this would be a direct payment to the tenant. So this really cuts out this administratively burdensome middleman in all of this. And this allows us to directly pay the tenant, and then they pay their landlord, as is typically done in any household. This would provide the city would fall into areas of inspecting the units, signing a contract with the tenant, but not with the owner. This relationship is just between the tenant and the landlord, as it is typically. The landlord doesn't have to deal with anything associated with a voucher. They lease directly to the tenant. They receive the rental payments from the tenant and maintain the property. The tenant is also going to be provided access to follow-along services. And this would be voluntary follow-along services. I'll say that there's some really exciting sort of demonstration projects around similar things. I haven't really seen a lot of a direct voucher program model, but what we do know is that when people are provided monetary assistance, that they're spending it on housing and transportation and food and medicine and healthcare. That it's a novel idea, but I think there's a lot of judgment around how people who are low income utilize their funds and make those decisions. And what we know for sure from multiple demonstrations and studies on this is that people are spending their money on things that they need. There's a very low level percentage that are spent in the temptation items category, such as alcohol and cigarettes. So, if there tend to be concerns on that, but I would say that that just has not been the case. People just need money to afford their housing. Sorry, I'm not doing this properly, but All right, so the benefits of this direct voucher program are things that I've already mentioned. The tenant is going to be able to compete in the open market, right? Accessing units that are otherwise not available to them at all. So there's not going to be that concern of landlord needing to accept a voucher. That's not going to be a concern for them. They just have more money to be able to afford their housing. So the city manages the administration and reduces the burden for both the tenant and the landlord. And then the only requirement is going to be an inspection. And we're going to also talk about some ways to mitigate the negative potential impacts of inspections. There also, we're proposing with this that there would be sort of a risk mitigation fund. And this is something that nationally has been incredibly successful, and actually the State Housing Finance Agency runs a statewide risk mitigation fund as well that has been really successful, and developers have been really open to this. And it really reduces that perceived risk of renting a unit to someone. You know, there's, again, a lot of mythology around that, who is a good tenant. But what it does is it says, hey, if anything's going to happen to your unit, we're going to pay for it. So we got you. And what ends up happening is that fund, for example, in Orange County, I administered a fund like this. It was largely untouched. You just didn't see a lot of claims against it, but it serves as a really great insurance that you can sort of market and advertise around the benefits and incentivize the owner to participate. So we're also going to create options for those with eviction history, which, as you all know, are largely cut out of the market entirely. Even if you have a voucher, that landlord's not going to rent to you if you have an eviction on your record, most likely. And then also credit issues and nonviolent felonies. So there are so many people that are just the credit issue, the eviction issue, and then also some really old criminal background things I've seen have kept people from affordable housing. So with this sort of model, I think we would like to talk about designating units in affordable projects that are coming online. And so an example of this could be that you say to a market rate developer, we will fast track your units as affordable through the permitting development process if you agree to be a member of this displacement voucher, if you set aside 10% of your units for this displacement voucher. And so that sort of incentivizes them to say, yeah, we'll sign up for this. They want their development to go up quickly. And then we also are going to provide that risk mitigation fund. We've also talked about having, there also, with this model, there needs to be a lot of flexible funding around offering signing bonuses, offering funds for repairs to fix damages, and then, of course, we're going to allow for guaranteed rent. So there would be additional staff needed to perform inspections, or that could be contracted externally, and then there would be additional staff to help administer the program. And then the other thing we would say to the owner is if you agree to participate and we fast track you and give you access to all these amazing landlord incentives, drop some of these screening criteria. We're not going to allow you to say no to someone, for example, who has an eviction on their record, to make sure that there's a low barrier admissions process. So this displacement preference, as we talked about, offers stability for tenants. We could, I think there are a number of ways you could look at this as well, in that you could set a preference, for example, for folks who are potentially displaced along transit corridor areas. I know that is a big concern with people. As the development increases in those areas, who's going to be most impacted? And so we have several programs in the city that directly tries to mitigate those issues and those impacts. This would be another one. So this would say, if you are living in this area and you were displaced due to no-fault eviction, expiring affordability restrictions, or rent increases due to neighborhood changes, we're going to give you a preference for this direct voucher so that you can access a unit. I think also a preference for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness would be really important to directly address the encampment issue and the issue of unsheltered homelessness right now. That would also reduce the stress on shelters in addition to allowing for that permanent housing placement. So there, like I said, there's nothing really exactly like this that we could find, but in Orange County, which was my prior role in a municipality, we did have a lot of success with something similar without the voucher component. We actually used home for tenant-based rental assistance and housing choice vouchers, and we directly connected people who were living on the street and in non-congregate shelter to those vouchers. And then we utilized landlord engagement as well as all these landlord incentives in order to connect folks to those units. Orange County had just seen a huge number of HCV landlords who are willing to rent to voucher holders leave the community right before I got to the role. So a lot of our work was around re-engaging those owners, and it was really successful and very quickly successful. The other thing we offered were rental upfits. So if we come in and your unit does not pass inspection, we will upfit that unit. We will make those repairs. And if you agree to, depending on the amount of funding that you're provided, to rent that unit to someone with a voucher for 5-10 years. So it's a great way to secure those units as well as to improve the quality of units at the same time. So Wake County, as you all brought up this morning too, has a lease to home program where they offer $1,000 of risk mitigation funds. They also do a signing bonus, a stability renewal bonus, and then 2 months of rental payments if the unit is vacant. So it's sort of like a hold fee. We did that in Orange County too, and that was really successful. So this pot of landlord incentives just needs to kind of surround the program and just allow for whatever is needed to be addressed in the moment so that folks can enter into housing very quickly. The San Francisco actually has a displaced tenant housing preference that works a little bit like this, but it helps tenants from rent-controlled housing by no-fault eviction, fire, or unaffordable rent due to expiring affordability. It provides people with a certificate, and then they're provided a preference in new units and existing units that are administered by the housing department. So it's sort of like a hybrid of a bunch of different things coming together. So again, the community benefits are here. Guaranteed access to units coming online citywide allows people to compete in the open market. There are incredible benefits around neighborhood mobility and allowing folks to move into neighborhoods that are higher income. The impacts are I don't even know the word big enough to describe it. They impact generations, right? So they improve student outcomes, they improve the income of children in the household and the parents, they improve employment outcomes, of course. It's incredible what that allows for folks. HUD has a really great neighborhood mobility study if you're interested in looking that up. Also, this is really all framed with an equity lens, right? Because BIPOC households are most likely to experience homelessness and be rent burdened. This will directly address these racial equity issues. And lastly, it really is a cost savings to the entire community. People experiencing homelessness tend to utilize high-cost community services and interface quite often with justice system, with police department, hospitals, and so this really alleviates that burden on the existing system just by permanently housing folks. I'll mention too that there was a study I just read about in Vancouver where they gave shelter residents $7,500, just one-time cash transfer, and they said, go and live your life. And it was incredible. The findings were that people stabilized. They found housing, they exited the shelter faster, and it costs the community less, right? Because that $7,500 costs less than what it does to actually run the shelter. A similar program is happening in Denver right now where they are actually doing a $10,000 cash transfer. I was just talking to Mark about this, and it's incredible the preliminary findings that they're seeing. They're seeing a 50% increase in employment which they did not expect to see, in addition to folks just being stable and finding housing. So just want to reiterate that this type of flexible funding really works for folks, and it also saves community dollars, tax dollars, public dollars. So again, this would all sort of be rolled up as well, and making sure that we continue to provide prevention and diversion. That's a really important part of this. You have to address that, the influx as well as the exiting folks at the same time. And it has to be flexible because it really has to be able to tune into whatever people need in order to stay in housing or prevent them or exit them. So just talking through a little bit about what prevention and diversion looks like. I think you all are aware of this. These are incredibly successful. The National Alliance to End Homelessness says diversion, prevention, and eviction prevention have the greatest impact on a community's response to homelessness by stopping the inflow. And diversion is considerably less than a shelter stay. So the dollar amounts that are usually going out for this is pretty small compared to what it costs to stay in a shelter or what it costs to live on the street. Okay, so just wanted to update a little bit on the existing city prevention and diversion program. It was funded with $500,000. It's projected to serve 145 households. The program is going to end March 31st, 2024. Wake County, as I mentioned, has that Bridge to Home program. Their preliminary findings are compelling in that they've seen a 17% increase in permanent housing exits for those agencies that have taken advantage of the Bridge to Home funding. So the staff recommendation here is to expand prevention and diversion efforts. It's currently funded by American Rescue Plan funds, and additional funding would deepen the program impact. Again, it's evidence-based, best practice, indeed cost-effective. And we're also proposing to include eviction prevention services within this. There is a city-funded eviction prevention program right now in partnership with the Campbell School of Law. They were awarded $300,000. The legal services are provided by students under supervision of licensed attorneys. And the additional funding for the program would be for these flexible funds for arrears. So when I was in Orange County, we stood up an eviction prevention program very quickly. And the fund that we had for arrears was essential because if someone's facing eviction, they can say to their landlord, I can pay you, I can make this whole, and I can stay in my housing. So additional funds to allow for those flexible arrears would really deepen the program impact. There's also a thought about and a recommendation to look at a right to counsel model. If you all have not seen the incredible research on the right to counsel model, it actually has a huge cost savings associated with it. So this is where basically if someone goes to the courthouse, this is how we modeled it in Orange County, and as well as this is how it's modeled in Philadelphia, someone's going to the courthouse to face eviction, and you have an attorney there that's ready to provide counsel immediately to that person. So they're representing that person, and they're working with that person for no cost to the client. And the Philadelphia Bar did this really incredible study about the cost savings of that model because the cost of eviction is so intense on a community when it comes to the legal costs that are associated with it, and also then the ultimately the cost to the households that are evicted. You know, eviction, people who are evicted have higher rates of suicide, mental health issues. It impacts child development. The list goes on. And so providing a right to counsel model, they found for every dollar invested would have a $12 benefit. It's pretty compelling. Okay. Lastly, encampment response strategy, which I think is not apart from any of these things. I think this is all tied in together. A successful encampment response strategy really requires interagency cooperation, involving residents and solutions, conducting thorough outreach and assessment of needs, meeting those basic needs right away, also providing shelter access when needed, and then creating pathways to permanent housing, as we talked about, and then planning for encampment site closure. One thing I didn't mention when I showed you the map from Parks was that the cost of cleanup is it's burdensome. So I think that it was $196,000 was spent just on cleaning up those encampments just this last year. So that's another cost to think about. And then the other thing I'll say about that is, we have really amazing park staff in the city, and I've gotten to know that very quickly. And they are dealing with this issue head on. They're not trained to do this. They're not used to it. And I can only imagine what that feels like to come to work. And, they're doing the absolute best they can, and they're also continually saying to us, what more can we do? What more can we do? And I think the more we can do is really figure out a solution, right, to closing encampments by providing people with that permanent housing option. We're also utilizing our home ARP funds to create additional non-congregate shelter. So this would also work in tandem with all of that. And then there would also need to be funds to help with move-in costs and allow for those follow-along services, those voluntary follow-along services for people who need them. Again, here are elements of encampment response strategy that are really at this point, I think almost you could say evidence-based. I'm going to give an example of what the most recent sort of successes that have been touted are in Dallas. And Dallas has spent about $70 million to house 2,800 people. It's been incredible. So in 2 years, they've addressed 2,800 people that were living outside and connected them with permanent housing. And they focused on this long-term permanent solution, which in any community where they've actually been able to reduce encampments and unsheltered homelessness, I can't stress this more, it's done with permanent housing and voluntary follow-along services. If you're doing it any other way, you're just managing the problem, right? You're sort of pushing folks out into different areas. But if you're housing folks, you're able to close those encampments permanently and permanently give people a safe place to live. I think this last quote is really key. It's something I've heard a lot of since coming into this role, is there's a lot of thinking that people are choosing to be homeless or they're service resistant. They don't want what is being offered to them. And I thought this quote was quite compelling from Dallas, saying that over 95% of the neighbors we connected with at homeless encampments say yes to housing, dispelling a common myth that most are service resistant. So it's really about meeting people where they are and making sure the outreach we're providing and the solutions we're providing are low barrier and accessible. Houston also did a really great job of reducing their homelessness using the same model, as well as Chattanooga was recently written up. They did the same thing. It's just all about providing permanent housing placement to folks. So if we're looking at cost options here, I just did some back of the napkin on the direct voucher. If you base it on Dallas's numbers, and if you're looking at addressing, so the number for people living unsheltered this last year was around 416 or 425, and we expect that to go up in 2024. So if you're doing a conservative estimate of assisting 500 people, let's say, that would be about $25,000 per person per year, and that would get you around $12 million number. So to really successfully address the encampment and unsheltered homelessness issue in this community, again, back of the napkin, but you're looking at around a $12 million investment. I will note that if you look at Dallas and how they utilized $70 million because they had 2,800 people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. The longer we sort of wait to act on this issue, the more those numbers are going to grow and the more costly it will be to address the issue. And then for landlord incentives, that really is dependent upon the number served, but it could be anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 per unit. Prevention and diversion is actually all in all a quite low cost intervention comparatively. Usually households are needing around $3,500, but it really varies. Some people only need $1,000, some people need much more, and so that is sort of the average of what we see. That enhanced eviction prevention and looking at potentially a right to counsel model, that also depends. And then the flex arrears or the flex funds for arrears could be anywhere from $2,000 to $8,000 to $10,000 per unit, depending. But I think what we saw in Orange County was really, it hovers around that $2,500 to $4,000 amount. And then, of course, the encampment strategy. Just a note, I've spoken with a few of you, just to reiterate that, the city staff are currently working on an interagency strategy. We have met a couple of times to coordinate amongst all of us between transportation, parks, housing, Acorns, and so we're really working to come up with a succinct strategy where we're all moving together in order to address the issue. And in order to sort of successfully really solve this issue, it will take those additional resources. That's it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have from that.
Emma, I just want to say thank you so much. I don't think I've been this excited, I don't know, maybe since I started. This is, truly, I know this is amazing opportunities for us, and I think it hits so many of the pain points that we continue to grapple with. So I just appreciate your efforts here, that it's evidence-based work. It hits our most vulnerable populations, and I'm excited to see how we move it forward.
I have some questions too. Is this thing on? Yeah. Anyway, I appreciated your nod to your predecessor who did astronomical work during his time, and I think this is like such a beautiful continuation and extension of that. And so thank you for bringing us such ambitious and unique stuff that we've never seen. So I have like shared Councilmember Harrison. I was like, when are we getting to the questions? I'm so excited. But now that we're here, I have some. I'll put them all out there, and you can take them in any order. You mentioned there was a recent big boom in requests for home buyer assistance, and I was curious if you could point to what you think might have triggered that. Was there new marketing, or is it because we raised the limit on how expensive the homes could be, so more people felt that it was attainable? So that's one. And then I also wondered, we've talked a little bit about discrimination based on source of income, and I would hate for us to create a program that replicates that. So would this be, if we were to adopt something like a direct voucher program, would it be considered earned income, like W-2 income?
Yep.
Oh,
exactly. Yes, so it would be income, and so there would be no discrimination at that level, at least, right? Because that is that person's income. So they come to the table with the ability to afford the unit. So there's not a question of that. Okay. Sorry, interrupted you.
That's awesome. And then I wondered if there would be, if you had considered, would there be limitations on the length of time someone would remain in the program?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think there are a lot of nuts and bolts to figure out about it that I don't think a lot of other communities have quite tackled. I think we can learn some lessons from other communities that have done things like direct cash transfers. I think there are some findings that suggest that a lot of people end up stabilizing and figuring it out. But there would be folks who would need long-term assistance, right? And so that's also a cost consideration, because every year you're going to see the cost of this program go up, right? So that would be something we would have to think about, is the percentage of folks who might move on, stabilize on their own, and then who might need ongoing support. And for the first question about the home buyer, we have definitely increased marketing efforts. I think that has something to do with it. It's a really interesting timing for the influx of these requests, but I think folks are seeing their window potentially right now. They need to get out and be able to buy a home, or they might not be able to ever. I feel like we've heard that. I think the other, good news about that is the manager asked us to sort of run a demographic study of who it is we're serving in that program, and it's more than 60% are Black families. So we are also addressing the racial wealth gap with that program at the same time. So that's, I think, really positive news.
Well, I know we were talking about some of the encampment strategies, and I think I had posed this question before at the table. And I don't know if somebody's prepared to give an update today or follow up later, but we talked about the possibility of putting, having solid waste services put, trash cans out so that around some of these locations on like, public property, DOT property, county property, city property, having the mobile showers and just, having supplies and other stuff available. I'm not sure where we are with some of that, so.
I think we did a manager's report. We can refine that to kind of refresh it to the current state of the
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I'll jump in. Thank you so much. I share the sentiments of being super excited. I think at first I was kind of like, oh, what are we going to offer? And then you were like, here it is. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. I do have a question about the way I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when a renter goes to rent this apartment, they were helped directly by the city. So the city isn't working with apartment owners or landlords, or working with the renter. So what are the barriers? I understand there are a lot that would be taken away from, the renter to the landlord by partnering with the city, but are there barriers of entry from our point of view with those tenants?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would certainly, we would need to leverage some existing partnerships that folks have. I know there are some organizations in Raleigh that are currently connecting folks to private market units. That is a challenge in and of itself, right, is getting those folks to the table. I think, we do have a leverage point at the time of development where we have that touch point and that conversation and we can incentivize. But for those that are existing, I think that is the challenge, and we would really need to work on creating those partnerships and selling the incentive part of it, right? To say like, hey, we're lowering your risk, your perceived risk in these ways. It's not going to impact you, and this is just a tenant who needs some place to live. We just need you to agree to drop these, eviction and bars, and as well as the credit and some of the criminal.
Awesome. I think my question, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I must have phrased it wrong, is when the city with the renter, that person there, because we talked about their eviction history wouldn't be of concern for the landlord. But if we're working directly with the tenants, are there restrictions that we would provide? Or we're not looking at eviction history, but what are we looking at? And are there barriers to that program just directly with the tenant?
I didn't hear that
You're
part.
fine. I didn't make that clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would need to be thoughtful about the preference categories and how those are stood up, and then how that process happens to make sure that we're serving the folks that we want to be serving under those preference categories. I think, people living unsheltered would be more of a pipeline sort of, allowing street outreach workers to directly connect folks. There'd be a lot of training needed involved in that. Like, don't get me wrong, this is not as easy as what I'm describing. It takes a heck of a lot of coordination and training and, enhancing existing efforts. We're lucky to have the street outreach efforts that we do have. But yeah, I think, income eligibility, right, and making sure folks are income eligible, but then also making sure that they are, again, going through some sort of thoughtful process to make sure we're getting and serving the right folks. Did I answer your question? I feel like
Yeah, I think so. It sounds very similar to a different program. I think a few of us have met with Lotus, I think they're called, Lotus Campaign, that sounds similar in their efforts as well.
Yeah, right, and I've met with them a couple of times. So, I think partnering with them potentially, because they do have access to a lot of those private market owners. They expressed interest in that. So, that's definitely something to think about leveraging.
Awesome. Thank you for your work.
On the early slide that showed our progress towards our 10-year goal of 5,700 units, it says that 2,300 are remaining to reach that goal. But then the next slide, where it shows rental development pipeline, it shows that almost 1,100 under construction and 1,500 are in pre-construction. And so that would be almost 2,500 coming online soon, which would actually eclipse that 5,700 goal. So am I reading
Yeah.
all that correctly?
You are reading it correctly. I'm just trying to be conservative in my messaging because anything could happen.
No, I understand.
Yes.
So I have some
You're reading
follow-up
it
questions.
correctly.
You know, I was in a community meeting recently, and the general sentiment in that room was that we are behind our goal, or we're not going to meet it. So this actually indicates that we're likely to exceed it ahead of schedule. And then
I wouldn't say ahead.
Well,
I would
on
say
schedule.
on schedule.
And then the under construction pipeline, looking at the historical data, I mean, we have more rental units, affordable rental units under construction now than it seems in any other year during this 10-year goal. And have there been specific policy or funding, I guess, increment, things we have done? What would you say has contributed to that if you have that information?
I mean, quite honestly, they're incredible staff that work very quickly to make these things happen. And the planning department is an incredible backbone and partner in all of this. They are key in making all of this happen. And I would actually credit them and their staff with a lot of this incredible work.
And then I guess my next question is like, what's the next goal? Because it seems like we're going to meet this one. What's the next 10 years? We're going to have that come to us at some point, or?
Give us a year.
Okay, all right.
Give us a year or so.
Well, I just wanted to elevate that because I had not really seen that data recently, and I think that that's really important to uplift, that we are going to meet the goal, we may exceed the goal, and what do we look for next? So yeah, let's clap on that, yeah. Thank you.
I have a question. So, making sure everybody can hear me. So you talked about the continuum of care and strengthening that. I just want to understand or just be clear that the potential strategies that you listed, is that strengthening the continuum of care?
So this would work very closely with the continuum of care, all of this work. And so I think by infusing these resources and sort of this infrastructure would naturally improve the infrastructure of the continuum of care. However, nothing I said directly would infuse coordinated entry, for example, with resources. And for any of this to really work as strongly as what it should, coordinated entry would need to be improved and better resourced.
Can you speak to that some of because you said strengthening the COC can lead to increased federal funds. Can you talk more about what that would look like, what that means, so I can understanding? Also, before you get there, really appreciated this. Affordable housing is such a hard topic, and it's been something that's been really, I think, we've been slammed against it for the last year as new counselors, and I know the people who are returning counselors and have also been just really up against this rock and a hard place, it feels like. So thank you for offering all of these things. Something that I really love that you talked about was the eviction part. I had just making sure it's still working. A friend of mine had that faced eviction earlier this year, and it wasn't their fault. It was actually the property owner who was not taking the rents. So it was like a townhome community. 8 families were evicted, and they were all paying rent. And when it went to the court was like, yeah, it was none of you guys, but they're still going to evict you, which means that now these lower income families aren't going to have the same access to have affordable housing because they now have eviction on their history, but it wasn't their fault.
Right.
So I really like that part. I think it's really important. It's something that a lot of people here are facing. But I did want to ask you about the COC part because I was curious, and then I just wanted to understand if the potential strategies were COC.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think honestly it involves the COC to answer. So I think, and the county to help us answer. So it really involves across the county, the COC agencies, as well as the city. So, really figuring out how to better undergird coordinated entry, I think, would be that community conversation. I don't know that I could... Whatever it is, it would just need to be efficient and effective. And I know that's really high level, but it's really about just kind of retooling it and making sure that it has the staffing that it needs in order to do the intake that it needs. And then additionally, connection to those permanent housing resources, because that's really what HUD is looking at. They're saying, hey, Raleigh, when we look at your competitive application every year, how many people are you exiting into permanent housing? And if we're looking really good, and if we're all these, cylinders are firing as they should, we're going to be eligible potentially for additional federal funds.
Thank you for that. And then I thought it was really interesting. I think it's a really good conversation to have aligned, because you were like, it's two things that are happening at the same time around affordable housing and homelessness. So I really appreciate that dynamic there, and I just think it has so much relevance to our upcoming alternative response program that we're doing.
Absolutely.
So yes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Excuse me, two, I guess, kind of follow-ups, but touching on the COC portion and the federal funding, do you have like any ballpark estimate about how much money we're missing out on at the federal level? Because
I made a couple notes of that. So if you look at communities that are similar size, you're looking at, here we go. So for instance, Mecklenburg County, which is a very similar population, receives $6.2 million annually. Cuyahoga County and Cleveland, whose population is similar, receives $36 million. So it can really vary. So that might be a little bit of an outlier, but Cuyahoga County might be unique. I should have caught that before I said it. But I would say that the Mecklenburg County COC is a really good sort of apples to apples look. So, $6.2 million, and potentially up from there is the message.
What do we have?
We have 4.
And we're bigger.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then my next question is, we hear a lot that if you look at the number of doors we need completely in Wake County, it's about 65,000 units of housing. Do you have any idea in terms of how many units would be necessary for the city of Raleigh, and take out the other municipalities?
How many are needed to fill that gap? I don't have that number off the top of my head, other than saying like a lot. Right? Like, a lot. In no way, and I think that's part of the message here too, is that in no way are we going to be able to produce our way out of this issue. I think it's about figuring out these solutions that will allow us to access market rate units at the same time as continuing our machine to bring these units online, which again was incredible work done by my predecessor to make sure that we, and you all, to make sure that we have this machine that's churning out new units every year. But I don't think, we're going to be able to fill that gap unless we're looking at all these different pieces. And the numbers of the influx, right, are going to be impacted by the amount of even like prevention dollars and diversion dollars, and just making sure people are able to stay in the homes where they are that are affordable now, as well as, bringing new units online and creating access to existing units. I can find that that number for you, though.
Sorry, go ahead. Mine was just a follow-up to Councilmember Fort. You had mentioned earlier that homelessness is about housing, and that the communities that have more housing and more available housing have lower homelessness rates, and that the communities that have, I guess, fewer burdens to producing housing have lower homelessness rates.
Right.
And so I guess the question is for Pat is there anything else that we haven't done yet or aren't doing that you could bring to us to help that part of it? He said yes.
I think you all have done a lot. The prior council, particularly with the Missing Middle 1.0 and 2.0 changes, have been some of the most successful in the country in terms of uptake. We've had 2,700 units that wouldn't have been legal prior to 2021 produced. So I think there are still a couple of things that we could look at, particularly about townhouse dimensional standards to allow townhouses in more places, because those tend to fit in closer with single-family residences. But there are a series of tools that could, to Councilmember Fort's point, I think that number is approximately 35,000 just in Raleigh. And housing units. I'm sorry, that's needed housing units for folks that are currently cost burdened in Raleigh. And 92% of all units are market rate units. So the market's got to be part of the solution, as Emily alluded to.
And I'll add to that. Oh, sorry. What's interesting about this study is it even looks at communities who spend a lot of money on addressing homelessness, and even communities who spend a lot of money on addressing homelessness but have really stringent development policies and regulatory requirements have higher rates of homelessness. So it's really compelling.
San Diego and some other California cities are a great example of that. I said San Diego and other California cities are a great example of that. So a couple of questions. Great. I love innovation and big thinking. You've brought that to the table. Thank you. Couple of questions for you. Have you talked to the county about this yet?
So not about this specifically, and I meet with them on a regular basis. We actually have an in-person meeting with them this week, so we are going to be sitting down to have that conversation.
You're talking about this specifically?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
great.
Yes, we are.
And we all know that the COC has been undergoing, it's been messy. There is a board, though. Has there been any discussion with them on this? Because that's where that, if I'm understanding this correctly, they would be the ones identifying people and helping us get that funding to them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it'd be a significant coordination with the existing street outreach teams and service providers. I have met with a few of them and kind of previewed some thinking around this, all to really positive reactions. I think they're saying to me, we just need better coordination and more flexible resources, because again, those federal funds are just such a hindrance in a lot of ways.
Well,
but I will be doing more of that, yes.
Okay. And then one thing I noticed too, you said something about voluntary, the services are offered, but they're not required. I mean, all the evidence points to the fact that services help keep people housed. I like to see that a little more, not only are they available, but there's an expectation that whoever's receiving this funding does take advantage of some of those services, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I think there's a lot of successful engagement strategies that we've seen, like peer engagement has been really successful in kind of getting people to understand the importance of services. The other thing I'll say is that we actually know that when people are required to participate in the services, their outcomes are actually poorer than when they're made voluntary. So, but I completely understand that it's the engagement.
There's ways to encourage and whatnot, and yes.
Absolutely.
And I'm thinking back to an intercity visit that we took to San Diego. What they had done is they identified the top 200, like the highest users of services, identified them, and then put these folks in housing, provided services. They had like amazing success with that. So what you're saying is it does work. So it's
really
exciting.
Does. And the cost savings from those efforts are huge.
Well, when they first told us that and they said, here's what we're spending, but here's what we're going to save, everybody was kind of like, what? No, it was amazing.
Yeah. So if nothing else, I'm going to introduce Mark Shelburne. He's going to walk you through a pro forma exercise. Very excited for this. Thanks, Mark.
So thank you all for having me. I'm very honored to get to be here. Just as a little bit further introduction, Mark Shelburne. Currently with Novogradac, I moved to Raleigh in 1998 after finishing grad school. Did strip malls and cell towers with a law firm, and spent most of my career there with the State Housing Finance Agency. And though for the last several years I've been a consultant, mainly working with other state housing finance agencies all over the country. And most of my work involves a program that the city doesn't administer. It's the low-income housing tax credit that hopefully you've heard at least some about. And despite it not being a city resource, it is really, there's that great quote from Jesse James, why do you rob banks? That's where the money is. And so in the context of affordable rental housing, this is where the money is. Section 8, public housing do important, necessary work, but they're not creating new units. When it comes to creation and rehabilitation of new units, it's the low-income housing tax credit. That's where it's at. And so what I've got for you, and I'm going to walk to the back here in just a second, is a live action demonstration of one of the kinds of the housing credit. And it's tough to do. I teach actually a 9-hour introductory class on the housing credit. And I also teach a semester-long course at UNC Chapel. I'm also an adjunct professor, again, on the basics of the housing credit. So we're just going to skim the surface here, but I wanted you guys to see how it works for one of the two different kinds. There's the 9% credit that we're going to talk about, that is a lot more subsidy and is very competitive, and it's going to be a lot more competitive in your city this year because of a change in the state's rules. And there's also what you've done a lot of here in the city, which is utilizing the tax-exempt bond program, which also has a credit. It's less of one. And so again, you guys have had a lot of success with both. I'm going to talk about the 9% credit here and just show you a little bit, again, about how the numbers work. So I'm going to use Emma's notion, kind of like Oz here, going behind the curtain, to exactly have this up on your screen, because you really can't do justice to numbers like this on a PowerPoint. You got to just kind of see how they work. So we're going to zoom in here, and I can take over if you want. Although I don't see the screen. Oh, okay, got it. Got it. Okay, very good. All right, so I'm going to do this one-handed here because I got the microphone. And so you're seeing the exact same thing I'm seeing. So let me zoom in just a little bit more so y'all can hopefully see. So it says Mayberry, but this is actually, because I didn't want to give the impression this is a real project, although actually these numbers are real. These are the maximum housing expenses for Wake County that are currently in effect. And as you may know, the maximum housing expense is made up of both rent and utilities. And you'll see I've got it split up here. Got your 30% AMI units, because every property, every 9% housing credit property in North Carolina that's in a high-income county, which y'all are, of course, one, effectively has to set aside 1 in 4 units at 30% AMI. And so you can see these are all at these different income levels. Although, of course, most of the units, the remaining 3/4, are at 60% AMI. And this is a very standard, typical structure. And also very standard and typical is to have none of the units that are unrestricted, because that creates multiple problems that I don't think we'll have time to discuss and explain, but this spreadsheet could demonstrate. So, and I've set this up as homework, which I'm sure all of you did. And so, joking, of course. And so, because this is the kind of assignments I give my students. The question is, what's going on with the bottom line? Because one of the things when I teach this is to explain that for these kinds of properties, the bottom line is, like it or not, the most important thing. Because all the best public policy in the world is irrelevant if the property can't pay its bills. It's got to function as real estate. So what you do is we're looking at here and it's also the state rules reflect that reality. So you look at the QAP, which we don't have pulled up here. And so you go here to the bottom line. And again, I got to zoom in. And so what you'll see here is this bottom line. And what this is called is a debt coverage ratio. And so what it's doing is asking, what is the excess amount of cash flow that's available? Is it enough to provide a cushion? So if it were exactly 1.0, it would mean that the amount was exactly enough to pay what you have to pay. And what the state's rules say is that's not good enough. You need this to be a 1.15. So you see by year 8, you meet it. But these other years here, you don't have enough cash flow. So this project, as modeled, doesn't work. It can't go forward as such. So what do? Well, we think about how to change things. And the reality is there's not a whole lot you can change. And so if we go over here to the sources and uses, and by the way, one of the many iron rules of affordable housing finance is that source, and just really real estate finance, is sources equal uses. They just have to, sources always have to equal uses. That's just the reality. So what we've got here is a pretty big bank loan. So let's instead, hopefully this will work. Yay, it works. Make this So you guys give it $1 million. And so what does that mean? Of course, we have to change this number here. How impressed is everyone that I can see that all the way up there? So we change that. So there you go. Now, again, sources equal uses. So we go back to our, and so what you see I did is replaced this high interest rate, market rate debt with y'all's money. And I don't know, I'm embarrassed to admit, I don't know what your terms are, but we're just assuming that's a 0%, and so you have some payment. So it could be this. So now look at this, yay. It works, right? You've got a debt coverage ratio that's above 1.15. So you might think you're all set. Well, not so fast, as Lee Corso would say. So you go down here, and you see that you have to look at the fact that some of your debt is in this, right? Even though it's zero interest, you are getting repaid. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with local governments getting repaid. I'm all about loans being real. And in fact, the program makes it that way. But you see, you're not at a 1.15. So again, this still doesn't work. So what you have to do is go back to your sources or some other change. But the obvious change that I've got set up here just to show you how it works is to reduce your loan. And anyone got a guess as to what's going to get replaced? You probably don't, not much of a guess because I highlighted the cell already. So we're going to ask the developer to defer that amount of their fee. And so now the project works. So this is just one example, one way that these projects can function. There's 1,000 ways that it can work out. But this is just, I want you to see a live action version. Because of the way the agency set up its rules for this year's competition, though, the developers for the 9% credit are going to want as much of this money from y'all as possible because it makes them competitive. And that's always been true financially, but now it's extra true competitively. So the projects that are competing in Wake County, and there's only but so many that can get funded in Wake County. And again, that's not Raleigh. The rules are based on the county. The ones that get the most of this money are going to have the best chance to win what's going to be roughly a 1 out of 3 ratio, maybe 1 out of 2 ratio. So that's all I had set up prepared to demonstrate. I didn't know how much time was going to be available. I'd be very happy to demonstrate something else, answer questions, or stop talking if y'all are out of time for this. Yeah.
I noticed that you budgeted on the other tab for a 7% vacancy rate.
Right.
One of the terms of our soft financing is that you have to accept housing choice vouchers, and I was curious if that is a tool to reduce the vacancy rate, and how playing with the vacancy rate could make a project pencil or not.
Well, and actually, the low-income housing tax credit also requires accepting housing choice vouchers. So it doesn't mean you have to accept the tenant themselves. You could turn them away for some other reason, but you can't refuse to accept vouchers. So that policy is the same. The 7% is meant to reflect both physical vacancy and economic vacancy, and a cushion factor to be conservative. And so the agency's 7%, that I'll pull back up here, is not negotiable. That's just a reality of their underwriting. In reality, it's probably going to be better than that. And that just means the project does a little better than you expect in terms of the initial revenue. Other questions, comments, arguments? I got yelled at public hearings for 14 years, so you can't bother me with anything.
Yeah, could you just talk to us about getting additional, I guess like you said, 1 and 3 projects are going to be funded. So your funding sources, can you talk about how we can be advocates for increasing those?
Right. Well, and so the 1 and 3 is just a general historic number. I don't know for sure what the competition level is going to be either in Wake County or the metro region. Wake County is in a 7-county region for the competition. And so the only real way to change that ratio would be either to have fewer people apply, which would, depending on, that could be good or bad depending on your perspective, or for there to be more credits available. And actually Congress right now is on the cusp of increasing the amount of credits available by 12.5% annually. And so that could happen. And if it does, this will be a little bit less bad in terms of the competitive ratio. But we don't know if that'll happen. But it's more likely now than it has been for a long time. So that's at least some good news.
Thank you. So that would be a great opportunity for our legislative agenda, I think, to, push for that. Thank you.
I was going to mention that as well. I think if everyone
right.
looks in Wake County's agenda, they have some items specifically on the low-income tax credit program as well.
Right.
So there is some synthesis there.
And then I had a question here also about the unit mix, if I can. There's my mouse. Okay. Right. So one of the other things that I do to teach this, when I teach this, is to demonstrate to the students the trade-offs that happen here. So this notion of the 1 in 4 units being at 30% of AMI, that just, and because about what I'm about to show you, I got to give you the context. That was actually my idea back in 2002. And so I wrote that into the QAP, but it has a cost, it has a consequence. And so if we were to instead make all these units at 60%, and this takes a little bit to do the math here, so we go to there, we go down to here. Everybody's going to have to help me remember what these numbers were, so I can go back to it. 27, and so now get rid of that. And then go down to make sure, 12. See, isn't this fun to do it live action? All right, so I kept the right number of units. So now we have a lot more revenue, right? And so we got our cash flow, and that's a lot higher than it needs to be. And so we can go back to here. We can just delete these all together down here and put this back to $5 million. A $5 million loan. And now, let's see. Dum-da-dum, drum roll, please. Look at that. It works as a deal. Now, of course, as another option, though, is we could put your money still in there, right? That's what the developers are going to want to do, is keep your money in there, because I said. So, and then we drop this back down to the 4. And then you look at this and you see, well, that, wait, did I make the right change? Any rate. So what the agency would want to do is reduce the amount of credits, is to drop this to say 900,000. And so that means, and I didn't even go through all this credit calculation, but this is actually the most important tab on the sheet and what's unique about it. And so, that's right, I forgot to update that. And so, so if we go here, as you can tell, I'm ad-libbing here. 44272, and y'all have this spreadsheet, so you can have fun with this on your own if you want. So look at that. It now, from a debt coverage ratio, actually still works. Obviously, it doesn't with your money in there, because the debt, we still had this problem. But the point is that now the agency could, by virtue of the fact that there's only 60% units in here, that all the units are at 60%, what that means is the agency can save $150,000 worth of 9% credits. And if you did that across the board, that would be multiple more projects funded, multiple more people served around the state. So the point of this exercise that I'm showing here, again, ad-libbed, is you can have the 30% AMI units, and those do a lot of good, because that's where the greatest need is. But the consequence is you build fewer 60% units. And so if you're one of the people that would have lived in that 60% unit, that's not good, because now you don't get a home. And so and my point when I do this exercise with the students is not to say one is right or wrong. It's just a choice that you have to make. And you can't presume that the one is right or the other, but you still, the fact that it's hard and that it's not clear doesn't mean, particularly in your situation as decision makers, you still have to make that choice one way or the other. And my only thought along those lines is that if you're on one end of the continuum of one way, you're probably wrong. The answer is usually in the middle in any kind of continuum. Of course, that's not much of an answer. So I didn't know, Emma, if that's what you're... Oh, yeah, so you put it at all 30%. Wow. Yeah, then the deal just doesn't work. Go back to that. Yeah, so yeah, people don't do all 30% for a reason. So let's put this here. So yeah, 9 and 0. So go up to here. What's this again? 27. 27 and 0. And this is just ignoring the sociological notion of having this many 30% units in one location. So, but yeah, so we go down to here. Look at that. So that's just hopeless. Not even close. I mean, how much money? All right, so let's go back here. We'll go back and give it its full allocation, and we'll give it, let's say, $2 million. We'll double y'all's money. So we go down to here. We'll change that. Wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Change this up here. All right, so now it's a much smaller loan, 3.940261. All right. So we gave it its full credits, gave it a $2 million loan from y'all. Still doesn't work. It's not even halfway to working. It's hopeless. So there's just no way for this to work. And the problem, you see, is this number right here. It's the operating expenses. That number is sufficiently high that there's no way that you're going to be able to get enough rent at 30% to even cover that number. So it doesn't even matter. And so the only way this works is if you have project-based rent assistance from a federal source. If you've got that, then this works. But that means you have a disconnect between the rents that you get collected and the AMIs of the people who live there, because the federal government's paying the difference every month. Then it works. But otherwise, there's no chance.
I'm seeing some folks say they don't have the spreadsheet, so it might be useful to share that afterwards, just in case folks want to play around with it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm at the city has it. I sent it to, this is not my laptop, so
yeah, no,
someone
that's
else.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I just
yeah.
saw some head nods,
Right.
and then they can. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and once you have the spreadsheet, you can start being your own tax credit developer. That's all you need. Yeah, no, kidding. Other questions, comments, debates? All right, well, thank y'all.
Thank you, Mark. That was really helpful in real time, too. Just seeing those numbers and the reality of what we're dealing with. So thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, so just to wrap that up, I wanted to comment on a couple things. It was nice that we got to hear that after your council priorities discussion on affordable housing. There's definitely a lot of alignment with what you're thinking and what your staff is already talking about. And so that strategies discussion was spot on. And so I would just say, keep in mind the alignment between your goals and what staff might already have as options, because they obviously have a lot of insights. So I think that was really helpful to hear. And then, of course, the question is always, you had it on your goals for housing, ARPA funding going away. A lot of those programs were piloted from ARPA, and so that's just a resource conversation that will have to be had about, what you do with the programs that were ARPA funded. So just wanted to note a couple of those things. So we are going to switch into our next discussion, but before we do that, I just want to have everyone take a minute to stand up and just take a second. The next discussion is community advisory. We're going to have the community engagement department come. Yes. Yep.
Well, that was the affordable housing activity.
Correct. Yeah, so if you need to use the bathroom,
people check on me, and I appreciate all the check-ins. So just a little housekeeping from the mom to be. I have 3 people in the room with my emergency contact. Stephen Bentley back there has promised to get me out of here in case any excitement happens. Too much excitement. So we're good to go, okay? So good afternoon, everyone. I am Taisha Mosley. I have the pleasure of leading your Office of Community Engagement. I am joined by Nadia Moretta, who is our Assistant Community Engagement Manager. And we're going to co-facilitate today. We have 4 topics to discuss with you. I will briefly give you an update on our office overview. Nadia will talk to you about all the wonderful things that the team has accomplished over the past year. I will return and give you an update on the alternative response model and the community engagement around that. And then we're going to wrap up talking about something you may remember from last year called your Community Engagement Cafe. And we're going to talk about where we are with those items. So, an office overview. This is just our vision statement. And the part that I want to just highlight here on the screen is that last sentence. We work to improve historical mistrust and utilize the input of community members to guide and to inspire our organizational efforts. So that's what we as a team work towards every day. When we talk about community engagement, I kind of want to level set because you hear the word a lot, right? So I want to just level set to how we perceive community engagement. And that's any process that involves the input of community members and how we solve a problem or make a decision. And then we take it a step further to how do we make that engagement meaningful. And for us, it's meaningful when it's a two-way dialogue. Again, when you're using input to make decisions, when you have clear and appropriate opportunities for feedback. So that means not asking for feedback after we've already made a decision, or not asking for feedback before we know at least the direction in which we're trying to go. Our office has 4 service units. The first is strategic planning, and that's really where we advance you all's priorities as council and the priorities of the city manager's office with different innovative approaches. We also provide support to our departments, which Nadia will cover later, where we're trying to be the subject matter expert to help them identify barriers to their participation for their different projects or opportunities for more participation. We also have our outreach and education program, so that's where we do the most of our relationship building with community groups. And then last but certainly not least is our community engagement board. It's amazing to see this because if you may recall, when I started, it was just me. And so it's very exciting. Thank you for your support in the growth of our office. But that's me up there. Nadia is our assistant manager. Ellen and Dale both support our department support. Ellen and Dale provide support to city departments, and they also, Dale is the liaison for our community engagement board. This vacancy that you see here will, fingers crossed, have filled on February 5th, so we're very excited about that. And then Lance, like I said earlier, he does our outreach and education. So similar to last year, I always believe it's important to put a face to a name, and not because it's my face first, but because that's what we do in community engagement. So I always ask our team to give us a fun fact because we're a small office and we have time to share that with you. So I started in September of 2021, and my fact last year was funnier, but this year is that in the first grade, I actually won a Future Leader Award from the Raleigh Apex branch of the NAACP. And it came with, thank you. It came with a lifetime membership that my parents never capitalized on. So since I've been a member, I'm paying dues, and I'm like, what'd y'all do with that certificate? They lost it. But I know, that's my fun fact. Next is Nadia here. She just started with us in October of last year. And her fun fact is that everyone in her family has a name that starts with an N. So Nadia Nelson is her husband. Nelson is her son. Her husband is Nate, and they have a cat named Nico. Nico's new, right? He's new to the family. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nico's a very new pet. We have Ellen. She started with us in January of 2022. In 2013, she was an honorary guest at the Salvadorian Legislative Assembly, which is really cool. We also have Dale. He has 2 relatives in the College Sports Hall of Fame, so that's pretty dope. And then we have Lance, who also started around the time Nadia did. And he is watching because he texted us a photo to remind us we were on camera earlier. So, hey, Lance. And he is a proud dog dad. So he wants you all to know you can always ask him about his fur babies. And so he didn't give us any. Lance, text me some photos. See, everyone's watching now. All right. So I'm going to turn it over to Nadia. She's going to dive into what we've been up to as an office.
Hi, everyone. This is my first city council retreat, so I'm really excited to hear all the enthusiasm behind community engagement and what our office is doing. So just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an overview of all the services we offer to our departments, et cetera. We have the community engagement van. We have community connectors, which we'll be talking about later on. Our community engagement board, and then plethora of services we offer internal departments in regards to consultations, outreach plans, constructing what those look like, creating engagement plans as well with activities and efforts and strategies to engage the community and so forth. All right, this is a snapshot of CoreCon. If you guys are familiar with CoreCon, it's basically our internal department resource hub. And so we have here all the different services we have, and then one of which I want to just highlight, the Office of Community Engagement Support Request Form. So if you click on that link or that box, it takes you to our support request form, which is where you can indicate what type of services you're looking for from our office, whether that's consultation, creation of a community engagement plan, et cetera. And that comes straight to us, and then we get to assign a staff member to it, find out all the details about the goals, objectives, what they're trying to accomplish, et cetera. All right, and so I just talked about the Office of Community Engagement Support Request Form. Some of these services some of these projects you see here have been submitted through that. Some of them were before we implemented that form. But you can see here, and I think it's like a total of 46 since last year's July 1st, 2023, right? I started in October, so a lot of these I haven't been a part of. But we can see here that we have the website navigation test, and so with that, it was a consultation, and then we go all the way to more in-depth with like the alternative response program, where we're creating a community engagement plan and actually facilitating some of the activities and efforts. Boards and commissions. So what have we been up to in regards to that? These are all the initiatives and projects we've been a part of, or our office has been a part of. And let me go to my notes. Actually back, okay. So yeah, our office has been a part of developing the voicemail public comment process and training, which is the next slide. We actually worked with communications to come up with a process and training for this. Currently, all advisory boards and commissions have the option to have public comment voicemail via public input. We actually have the opportunity for hybrid meetings for some of these boards and commissions that you see on the screen here. I know that was a conversation that was had earlier, so that is an option for residents to tune in virtually to live meetings that they can't attend in person. And then last year, there was a summer celebration for all boards and commissions. I've heard great things about it, and we're hoping to bring something like that again this year. But there was a violinist, and there was food and conversation and networking, and just want to thank City Council and the mayor for attending that as well. And then the Community Engagement Board. This is their work plan. They've focused on 3 issues: continuous opportunities to listen, public awareness on how to participate in public comment, rapid response to directives from City Council. In August, these are the 3 new chairs or board members who were decided to be the new officers. And so I'm sure some of you know who they are already, but we have Stacy, Jeff, and Shay. And then we have the entire Community Engagement Board here represented on this slide. So just a little bit of an update on the Community Engagement Van. As you all have probably known this, or there's been conversation about, you know, the pop-ups and community events that have been going on. This started in August last year of 2023, and so far we've had 15 scheduled events, with 14 scheduled this summer. And then these are just some pictures. We actually have the van out today at one of the food lines off of New Bern, doing a pop-up for alternative response model and asking folks to take our survey and handing out gift cards and stuff. So it's really exciting to just be out there in the community, make connections, talk to residents, let them know the initiatives and the projects that we're working on so that they can lend their voices and give us feedback on how it should be shaped. So the picture on the left is from a neighborhood gathering, annual neighborhood gathering festival. And then on the right is a Poe Fest fundraiser at the Poe Health Center. And actually, let me go back to that. I also wanted to just mention some of the supplies that we have in the van. You know, a lot of departments and external outreach folks that are interested, like nonprofits, can use the van as well if they're interested in having us come out there. And we provide a 8-foot folding table, another circular folding table. We have a tent, 6 yard signs, chairs, garbage bin and bags, swag tub, Bluetooth speaker, solar panels, portable solar panel and battery for electricity. And so that's exciting because we are working on getting a permanent vehicle with much more technology and capabilities. And we expect and hope that it will be available as of late 2024, around the winter time. Fingers crossed that happens. But I think in general, when the community is able to see, you know, our logo on a van and have us pop up at their events or go out to do engagement, it really just gives us visibility. All right. Another thing I want to discuss is community connectors. We actually have a 2-minute video that we're going to show you to just illustrate all the work that they've been doing when it comes to the project that they've been assigned to. If you're unfamiliar with what community connectors are, we actually have 4 folks who are working under our office. And these folks are trusted voices in the community, designed to go out there and let people know the project that they're working on. Specifically, this has been the BRT work. But basically, this video will just highlight all the amazing work that they've done so far. We have 4 community connectors: Farrah, Maurice, Cecily, and Allie. And they will share with you what they're working on.
My name is Farrah Anderson, and I'm a community connector.
My name is Allie, and I'm a Raleigh community connector.
Hey, my name is Maurice Johnson. I'm a community connector for the city of Raleigh. As a community connector, we talk to a lot of small businesses, nonprofits, and the a lot of residential neighborhoods. We're here to connect with the community and let them know about a lot of help that we can provide as a connection.
Our goal is to get out and really spread the word. Just having a sense of community to bring everybody together so that we can all talk and communicate and have a resource to reach higher officials and let them know how the community feels about whatever's coming or projects they might want to see in their area.
As a community connector, I engage both with large and small businesses and explain to them the benefits of the new ERT and the opportunities that it will bring to this area. As a Raleigh transplant since the early 2000s, I am so excited to see all the changes happening in Raleigh.
My desire is to make sure that if I have the information, you have the information, and that we all come together and we make Raleigh a better place.
All right. I think they did a better job at explaining what they do than I just did, right? Anyways, they've been a great connection. They actually have a lot of success that I'm just going to go through very quickly because of time. But they've been able to connect us to nonprofit organizations such as Southeast Raleigh Promise, Carolina Common Enterprise, El Centro. They have been able to provide a lot of educational opportunities in regards to collaborating with the Raleigh Chamber of Commerce and the city's Planning and Development Department. They have reached over 200 different businesses along the New Bern corridor, and they have had over 15 community organizations along New Bern as well contacted or visited. And in regards to next steps, we really want to expand this program. I think we've had a lot of success. The conversations that we've had with the community connectors, they really enjoy being able to communicate all the projects and the work that we're doing on certain initiatives, and the public really enjoys being connected to someone that's already trusted in the community and learning more about it through them. And so it is our intention for the community connectors to continue, but we need funding for that. So we're hoping that the Public Project Community Support Fund will continue to provide funding for that. And so we are also doing like a survey and asking folks that are currently community connectors about their experiences and how we can improve the program. So that's just some metrics and next steps on that. The next thing I want to highlight is our Language Access Collaborative. So the Language Access Collaborative was formed to better understand the multilingual needs of city services and reduce communication barriers for all City of Raleigh residents. This was through the support of UNC Chapel Hill's Language Access Collaborative course. It's a one-year course, and we had all these amazing folks participate in that Language Access Collaborative course. We had some members of City of Raleigh who you might recognize here, as well as the U.S. Committee of Refugees and Immigrants nonprofit. This is just a timeline of all the amazing events and details and things that they've been a part of. So you can just look at that. 2 in-person language access summits. They created a language access plan that they plan to come to you all, City Council, to present. But first, they need to look at some policy stuff. And it's currently under policy review, but it'll come back to Council for approval in the future. We don't know when. Sometimes things take time. And so, yeah, that's just the gist of everything with a picture of the meeting in town of Chapel Hill in July. So lots of great work, and I just want to shout out Ellen for the amazing leadership she's provided in regards to that. That's been her project here at our office. And so I think I'm done. And now it's one of my favorite parts, our alternative response model update that Taisha will do now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. You did great for your first time in front of council. Good job. While I was sitting down, Lance sent me 4 photos of his pets, so I will share those. I will share those with y'all. Yeah, I'll get those to y'all soon. I'm Sorry, that was funny. The alternative response model community engagement update. So this initiative has been an all hands on deck for our office. So all 5 times 2 hands has been involved in this project. Like Nadia mentioned earlier, we actually have the van out right now doing some of the engagement. The goal is very simple. It's to connect residents to the right care by using new responses that match their needs. And so just for those who may be unfamiliar for what a model could look like, we just have a snapshot here. There are 4 major pillars: a crisis call diversion that just includes adding a clinician to our 911 center for phone support and de-escalation, a co-response model, which is what we have through Acorns, where 911 dispatch high-risk calls, including social workers and RPD officers, a community response team, which is more of those low-risk calls. It includes like an EMS, individual, a peer support specialist, and social workers, and then the care navigation and case management. So what we've been doing is just getting input from the community on, is this what they want to see? Is it not what they want to see? So let's talk about the work so far. When we came to you all in November, we told you that we would host 2 listening sessions. That has grown to 5 with the support of our focus group, which I'll talk to you about in a moment. So you'll see up there, the first one was virtual. We had one this week at the LGBT Center of Raleigh. We have some scheduled in February in partnership with Refund Raleigh and NC State. We're really excited about all of them, but this one took a lot of coordination, but we got it worked out. Then we'll have another one with Emancipate, and then we're doing something with the Boys and Girls Club. That one was Nadia's connection, so thank you. We have 2 workshops. The first will be at the Southeast Raleigh YMCA, and then the next will be with Shaw. We're still working on getting the logistics down pat. We will have an open house in March at Lincoln Park Holiness Church. That actually came from a connection that our community connector made. So thank you, Maurice, for the open house that we'll have there. And then Emancipate has already been doing canvassing on their own. So those are like boots on the ground, and you'll see some of the different locations there that they've been to, again, share information, get public input, and help shape our alternative response model program. Also, last November, we told you all that we would do 5 pop-ups. That has grown to 11, as you can see on the screen. And we're excited about that. I love doing the pop-ups. We have the most genuine and raw conversations at the pop-ups. And that's what I love about it the most. And what's special to us about the look, so you'll see here, you'll see like Food Lions, you'll see community centers, advanced community health, more Food Lions. Thank you, Food Lion, for your partnership. We appreciate it. You'll see healing transitions. And so these locations were not randomly selected. Lance was very intentional about using the heat maps, using GIS data, the heat maps of 911 calls, identifying low wealth communities, and then also just being intentional about racially concentrated areas of poverty. And so I was very proud of that intentionality that went behind these locations, and then also our partners from our focus group. They also helped us to identify those. I don't think we're adding any more because we're at capacity, but we're really glad that we went from 5 to 11. Also, if somebody wants to participate and give us feedback about the alternative response model, there's a phone number that they can call there. We also have a poll online. As of earlier this week, it had over 500 participants. The majority, 93%, support a community response team and a crisis call diversion line. 42% so far have reported that they would not feel safe calling 911 if they have a loved one who is experiencing a mental health crisis. I see Hannah over there. Also want to shout her out for all of her work on this as well. In addition to what you see on the screen, we're really excited about this. We're using the Ike ads downtown, the Ike kiosk downtown to share the word. Go Raleigh, Raleigh Today, and we're currently exploring paid media, and we're just hoping that. Thank you, Michelle. I wasn't going to put her on the spot, but we're exploring paid media as well, all to get the word out about this initiative. So, you've seen the partners on the slides, but I want to put them all here so you can see the level of collaboration that's taken place to get us to this point. So the focus group meets bi-weekly. We started meeting with them in December of last year. We strategize, we vent, we share connections, we expand our reach, and they've just really played a crucial role in our engagement planning. So you'll see everything from Holly Hill to nonprofits like Refund Raleigh, Emancipate, Oak City Cares, Southeast Raleigh Table. I mean, it has been a joint effort, and a couple of the folks on the screen reached out to us and was like, hey, how do we get involved? And I was like, oh, we're meeting tomorrow. What are you doing? What you doing at 3 o'clock? Come meet with us. And others, it's been really beautiful. It's been very authentic. It's been one of the most exciting projects that I've been involved in my time here. So we're excited about that. They are also very interested in kind of the planning and implementation part of this. So they're like, this is great. We love the engagement, but how can we stay involved? And we remind them that we haven't figured that part out yet, but I relayed the message, y'all. So you see that. And then this is some feedback, I think it was from our first listening session. And so this individual just talked about how many of the people that she came to the listening session were just skeptical of how genuine we were, but that the skepticism was managed with grace and answered questions to the best of our ability. There was a lot of times we said, we don't know yet, because we didn't. And I thought that would start to get on people's nerves, but it looks like they appreciated it. And just being honest, because we're figuring it out. And then at the end, they talked about how they're excited to see how the rest of the process goes, and they hope for success here in Raleigh. And they said, although it's inspired by Heart's success, they wanted to surpass it in meeting the needs here in our community. So that is all alternative response. Now we are going to switch over to... Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It has been a team effort, trust me, led mostly by Nadia and Lance. And they plug me in and tell me what to do, and I get it done. But thank you so much. Last year, we had a theme. Does this look familiar? Okay, your menu of options. It talked about, here are the items at the top. It says complimentary items, so those were the things that we were already doing. You had an appetizer, a main course, a dessert, staff impact, potential price. All right. You didn't forget. So at the end of that presentation last year, we walked around with a box, and you had some menu cards, and we said, go place your order and tell us what you want from this imaginary cafe. And then we came back to y'all a couple of weeks later, and we were like, here are your results of what you like to see. So for today, your first batch of orders that we're going to update you on are those that received the least amount of votes. Okay? And then the most of our conversation is going to come from the other stuff. But we're going to get there, I promise. All right. So on your menu from last year, as something that could be done in 0 to 6 months, was implementing these quarterly town hall meetings. And we are marking that as complete because as staff, we were directed to allow y'all to set your town halls at your own discretion, which all of you have done. You've done a great job. So thanks to y'all, we can say that's complete. So hand clap for you. Good job. Good job. Next on the menu was meet and greet, something that many of our city departments already do. We talked about hosting them regularly in community centers just so that departments can more frequently educate residents on the services that they provide. Put a pin there, I'm coming back. We also talked about having this big expo where your more internal departments who maybe are not as outward facing can host information tables and display their services frequently education, materials, etc. We've decided to combine those two. And so what we would like to do is have something that we're calling where we combine the meet and greets and we combine the City of Raleigh Expo, where we can showcase community resources as well, like our nonprofits in the community. We've seen a model of success in this in Minneapolis. They call it their Community Connections Conference. So for a moment, envision you're coming into a space where there's an introductory panel, and then we have a resource fair, and that's where residents can connect both with city departments and with community groups. So there are tables and there are resources available. We would then go to lunch, probably a bag lunch because it's expensive, but we do that. And then we have breakout sessions. They would run at the same time. So a community member could go to a breakout session about Raleigh Neighborhood College, or they can come and learn about Southeast Raleigh Promise. They're all in the same place, and those breakout sessions would be advertised ahead of time so people can know where they want to go. They can have a session with the city manager. They can have a session with different departments. So we were really thinking about how we can combine both community services and services of the city of Raleigh. We have a date locked in November of this year. So we're really excited about bringing that to life. Okay. Also on your menu from last year was an external service unit. And so with that, our thought there was, what I think very simple, was how do we create a bottom-up approach versus a top-down approach? Where do we create the avenue where the community can come and say, and I think Councilmember Black or someone said this earlier, but like, I want to get a bus stop on my street, right? And our office can work with them to connect them to that department and walk them through the process, should it be feasible to make something like that happen. So that could be placemaking, stormwater efforts, etc. How do we really co-develop the steps between a community vision and then an outcome, versus it being something that comes to them through a process that's more top-down. And so that was something on your menu from last year that you'll see was a long-term option that our office has started working towards. So we've added 2 new staff, Lance and Nadia. Earlier, I talked about how our office restructured so that half of us are focusing on internal efforts, the other half are focusing on external efforts. So we've done that intentionally. And then our engagement network was also an important part of that. So we first needed to get organizations signed up so we can figure out where the collaboration opportunities existed. And then we're hoping that we can pilot this in FY 24-25. Which you've all been waiting for. The engagement network, community center access, and an engagement campaign. That's what we're going to jump into next. And these were the things that you see that got the most votes when you placed your orders at your retreat last year. So for the engagement campaign, this one is ongoing and will always be. The primary thing is, how do we engage folks outside of our website, outside of our online polls? And so we've streamlined that through utilizing the GIS data to identify pop-up locations like I talked about earlier. We've had increased pop-ups with our van. We recently purchased iPads that are still online engagement, but we're having a conversation with someone and we're like, let's talk about what it is that you want to see, right? So we're using technology in that way. And so we'll just continue to develop additional ways to do engagement offline. Also, last year, there was a lot of conversation around CACs and providing them with access to community centers. And so at your February 2023 City Council meeting is where you all authorized that CACs have access to, it was 5 community centers beginning March 1st of last year until the engagement network was established. And so that portion of a bigger conversation has been completed. Here's just a quick snapshot of the CACs that have utilized those centers. So we received 22 requests, and then Midtown, North, West Raleigh, Northwest, Southeast, and Hillsborough Wade have used those 5 community centers that you granted access to so far. Cheers. That was cheers. I'm gonna grab my water. Perfect timing. So, the engagement network, it is ready. It is ready for implementation. Huge thanks to Mark and IT. I take no credit for this. Thank you. Specifically, Mary has been the individual that we're working with. So, Mary, we owe you big time. But the engagement network was, last year when we brought it to you, we said, we really want to create a space for community groups that are topic focused, affinity based, specifically for CACs, student groups, etc., so that they could also have access to city services and resources. So the whole point in creating this was to support organizations that extend beyond a neighborhood. We'll talk about the Raleigh Neighborhood Registry in a moment, but that's where we started. So irregardless of where you live, what do you care about? What do you support? What are you an advocate for? And how do we make sure that you too have benefits on behalf of the city? What are those benefits, you ask? There's a joke between staff that I'll tell y'all. Don't get upset. But there's a joke that the Raleigh Neighborhood Registry and the Engagement Network are first cousins, right? So like they have a lot in similar, but they have some things that are different. The main difference between the two is geographic location. So in the Raleigh Neighborhood Registry, all these neighborhoods are a part of it. In the Engagement Network, the geographic boundary doesn't matter. Other than that, access to city equipment is the same. I say this all the time. Dan's team has way cooler equipment than we do, but we do have some equipment to offer. The Engagement Network over here offers some capacity building. So that's helping groups talk about their long-term goals. What is that you want to achieve? How can we help you with logic models and vision mapping? In the registry, you can apply for funding. It is something that we're hoping to work towards in the Engagement Network, and we hope to tell you more about that in budget workshops. Both have an analyst to help. Both give mailings out to help you get the word out to your base. Both have access to community centers, and then the Engagement Network will give the organizations who join our network priority access to the temporary and permanent engagement vehicle that will be here this year because I'm claiming it. So that's the difference between those two. And so back in February, you all said that for the CACs, you gave access to 1 center per district. And so we're recommending that a part of the engagement network that those centers go from 1 per district to 3. Thank you to Raleigh Parks. They did a lot of work behind the scenes to look at availability, current usage, third-party revenue from community centers, impact on current programming, the number of available rooms in the building, a lot of work to get us to 3 centers. We know that here in B, so Marsh Creek is close to B, which is why they added it there. Millbrook Exchange is close because it was just more difficult to get those there. So you'll see in each section the current center and then what's being added as a part of the engagement network. Same thing for all 3. So that's 15 community centers with free access, and once the engagement network goes live, it's for all of the groups who are part of the network, not just the CAC group. So I see some snaps up here that all goes out to Raleigh Parks. Thank you so much. We couldn't have figured this out. We understand that y'all have a balancing act of like families and children and seniors, and you make money off of people reserving community centers. So thank you for putting this together. All right, so To join the network, we think will be pretty easy. We also did 2 weeks of beta testing with the Community Engagement Board, and the feedback that we received was that it was easy to navigate and understand. So essentially, a group signs up, our staff reviews the information, and then if approved, they get access and benefits. So remember, we talked about what those benefits are. So it's pretty seamless. There's a lot of work, more so behind the scenes. I think we took that slide out because we'll figure that part out. Public facing, just a couple of things to point out here is that, like, these are made up organizations, but these are environmental based groups. They serve anyone. Here's their topic of interest, and they have their mission statement. So this is Save the World org and a turtle cleaning station. We just made these up for the purposes of this. But also it'll show you where these organizations are, what district they're located in. It gives them the chance to also post events that they have, like current events, upcoming events. So that's really cool about it there. Something that I hope once we get this launched is that also city staff can find groups as well. So if they're having a project or initiative in a certain area and they want to do some strategic outreach and engagement, they can do keyword searches or searches by location. It'll do quick data analytics. It will also link directly to those community centers. If we move forward, those 15, it'll have links to those, a link to the community engagement van, and then the opportunity to have partnership and collaboration with similar groups. There are a lot of groups who serve young adults, right? And so we have a place for all those groups to be located, and we can bring them together to have further discussion about how we want to engage folks 18 to 25. So that's just an example of the type of like visualization and reporting and automatic things that the engagement network can provide that we just don't currently have. Right now, Michael's has a spreadsheet, and Pat has a spreadsheet of groups, and we just all kind of, have you heard of this organization, and do you have a contact there? So we're really trying to reduce that to put it all in one place. And so as far as next steps, we're looking for some feedback on what it is that you all heard from us today. We've started developing a loose communications plan. What we envision is having a period of promotion, if you will, so that we're starting blank. So we're starting with 0 groups in the network. And we want to say, come sign up, come sign up, come sign up. And then the benefits of it, we're hoping that we can actually kick off on March 11th. So we'd like to shoot for February 12th is when we start encouraging people to sign up. And then a couple of weeks later is when we'll start to see the reservations and benefits kicking in. We need that because it's our first time doing it, and we just need time in the background to make sure that everything's flowing and working, and we can get through the kinks without anyone or too many people getting upset with the process. So we think it's smooth. We've done beta testing, but we just want to be extra sure that the network is good to go. All right. With that, we'll take any questions.
Yay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to just say, like, how I was over here with like a big old like smile on my face, like my cheeks were hurting.
Oh, good.
And I know that the community engagement department was born from places of scarcity across the city of Raleigh for a need to do deeper community engagement, and now I feel like we're moving to a place of abundance. And I just want to be so thoughtful and grateful for all of the work that has gone into everything we talked about and like delivering on every single thing. I did have one question specifically about the alternative crisis unit. Is all of that stuff updated on the website? Because I kind of been keeping track of it because I've been trying to leverage some of my social media to help like let people know about listening sessions and pop-ups that are happening. And now that you guys have like more robust listening sessions planned out for the year, I just want to make sure that's represented.
I know for a fact that most of it is. We try, like, even because I think we have some stuff on the website that says, this isn't going back as quickly as I would like, but we have some stuff that says, like, a workshop is coming soon. Stay tuned. So we have all the specific dates I know for those pop-ups, for those listening sessions, and for the workshops. And there's one with Shaw that I mentioned. We just don't have a date yet. But I think we mentioned them explicitly on the website that that's who we're partnering with. So it should all be up to date.
Okay, I'll look again because I've been posting and sharing stuff about it, and people wanted to know more information. So with regards to the communication plan that you guys are looking into developing, I don't know if you guys have used targeted ads before, or if the city has used targeted ads. I think that would be really helpful in just reaching out to some of these people about what we have going on. And again, I would be happy to leverage some of my platform to let people know.
Use all your social capital.
I will.
We appreciate it.
But I'm just really impressed by everything that has come out, and just so much robust work, just so much abundance. And I'm just really grateful for the work that's been happening.
Thank
I know
you.
it's been taxing and it's not been easy over these last few years. And I just want
No, it has not.
I know. I'm aware, hyper aware. But I'm just really grateful. Thank you.
And one thing that I'm trying to get back to, Nadia mentioned this earlier. I do want to give don't play. I do want to take a moment again to just thank all of my colleagues over there who have utilized our department for their different initiatives and events. Because a lot of times, in my experience, our departments will do whatever it takes to like get the word out about their initiatives and their projects. And oftentimes we have conversations with them as a team, and they don't even like what we're suggesting, but they tried anyway. And I'm just really grateful for y'all a lot. Like all this stuff right here, and I'm not even sure if you all think that we're behind the scenes here, and that's okay. But all of this stuff came from, the reason that we're able to say that we were involved is because our colleagues gave us the opportunity to do so. So I just don't want that to go unnoticed. And then what we did not talk about was the DMV site and the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, but those are our other high priority projects. Okay, back to you.
I just wanted to jump in, and I think there was a quote towards the beginning of somebody who came and they said I was skeptical, but then watching through, I've been able to, you made me understand. And I think that reflects my personal experience. I was on it when I was on the hiring board with you, so I've been here since prior to your day one, and I've watched you grow a department that is flourishing. And so I'm really, really proud of you and proud of the work that you have done.
You're going to make me cry. I know I'm pregnant.
It's my goal, right? That's what I need to see. I need to see the tears. No. But I'm really, really proud of that. And so I wanted to uplift that first. Thank you all for your work. But Taisha, wow, really amazing.
I appreciate you.
I do have two questions.
Yep.
One is for boards and commissions. I'd like to ask, what is the process for boards to speak to council outside of annual work plans? Because right now, we'll see them when they have an annual work plan, but I know that I'm the liaison for the community engagement board, so shout out to their work, and it's amazing. But they have questions ongoing, and I want to make sure that they know that they are always welcome, not only to just email me individually, but how can we make sure that they have agenda space so that they can come and ask, hey, what do you want us to do? I know sitting in those meetings, that happens a lot, where they say, what do you guys want? And I'm like, man, I wish I could speak for everyone. But what does that process look like?
Yeah, I'll speak to it to the best of my ability, and then Lou, feel free to jump in. It's my understanding that the boards who do have a liaison, that their concerns, ideas come just through the liaison, and they land on you to bring that to the full council. So whatever that practice is for that individual board, that's the approach that we prefer that they take. We also understand that it's more boards and commissions than it is y'all. And so for those individuals, something that our office has done, we meet with the liaisons of the boards monthly or bi-monthly. And so they bring their concerns to our office as well, and then we bring them to the city manager's office. So if there's is there a more formal process in that? I'm not sure. Is that captured, Lou?
Yeah, they captured it. If the board had some business to bring before the council, they can get on any agenda that they want to.
Yeah, and I would just emphasize that because our office meets with the liaisons of those boards, that's when we find out like what their concerns are. And so if you would like us to do that differently, we can. We do, again, meet with those liaisons.
No, I think it's just clarity for that process because I don't ever want them to think that there isn't a space for them to be on our agenda and come before us when there is a question or concern, that the only time that they come currently is during those annual budget work plans. And I want to make sure they know that that's not the only time that they can come before us.
100%.
And then my second question is that expo that you talked about. Oh my gosh, that sounds phenomenal.
We're so excited.
I'm so excited about that. Are you looking for that to be an annual occurrence, or how often, as you project out, I know we're just looking at the first one in November, but how often are you anticipating to do that?
Yeah, so we're thinking right now every other year. We're setting some metrics like how many, so in Minneapolis, I think their first one had over like I think our goal was 500. They had an astronomical number, so we were trying to like set metrics to see how it works. We just confirmed the space and things. So I don't know yet. We're going to see how it goes. It could be once a year, but we were talking every other year.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I've got some. Definitely going to continue the Love Fest. Like, y'all have been hard at work. You're showing it to us here, but we like hear it and see it across things. You know, I attended those News River Park and Kyle Drive events, and they were rich and robust and well attended, and like just they were really pleasant spaces to be in. And the Commerce Place engagement event was really cool too. It was like people were already there. They wanted to go to Bluegrass, and those were really cool. So I think just continuing the Love Fest, like thank you all for the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Seen and appreciated. A couple questions I had. I know you said you'd bring us the language access update sometime, and you didn't commit to a date, but could you give like a season when you might bring it to us?
I would love to, however. I think sometime like by the summer it should, because it has to go through policy reviews. So I'm going to say summer, fall.
Okay.
It should be back before you.
Cool. And then I also wanted to put an exclamation mark on the expo. I personally have always, like, when I was a teacher, I loved going to like education conferences. It kind of like adds this professionalism and gets you out of your element. And so I love kind of using the conference model to add a degree of like professionalism and make it really inviting to be a citizen in your city. So I think that's awesome.
Thank you.
I was talking, I want to go a little bit in the weeds on the engagement network. One, what city equipment is available in the, you said city equipment is available, so what?
For the engagement network.
Yeah.
We have, there are some community centers the smaller ones who don't have projectors or screens, so we're providing those. We do have an owl in our office for the community engagement board, and we're trying to look at the logistics of how that can be used potentially in some of those situations. Anything from the community engagement van and the resources that Nadia mentioned, chairs, tables, etc. So just the things to host a meeting, so that the space for the folks who take advantage of the engagement network is not to have events. It's a space to provide a meeting for your organization or group to conduct business. So anything you need to do that, we can provide.
Okay, and you said you had an owl, so that's for streaming, right? So
Yes.
you're looking into the...
Yeah, we have that for the community engagement board, but we've had conversations about if that, and it's only one, but like if that could be used for some of those groups.
Okay, cool. And what is the frequency of their access to the community centers?
It's up 8 times a year.
8 times a year. Okay, so a little less than monthly, but more than quarterly.
Dan has like cotton candy machines and popcorn machines and like way cooler stuff. But we have the things to conduct business. Dan has the things to have fun.
Okay. And
business is fun. I don't mean it like that.
And was there any, as you mentioned, they're like first cousins. Was there any talk of merging them to prevent duplicative work? I mean, it sounds like one's for having fun, one's for meeting and carrying on like ongoing conversations, but was there talk of?
A little bit. So I think it was Councilmember Milton last year who said he didn't want people to be like confused about which site to go to. So we've worked with communications where once this launches, it'll be one landing site, if you will, and it'll say like, if you're this type of organization, it's going to send you here, and if you're that type, it's going to send you there. So that landing page is the only point of coordination of the two, just so that there's not confusion about which one do I belong to. And we know that there will still be some, but we have that centered page to help distinguish those right now.
Okay. And then I think last one, if you'll forgive me, the 15 community centers, thinking about CAC specifically, thinking about the study that was done with the vision of like a future state of 28 CACs, one at each community center. I'm curious if the thought is that these 15 are like a current iteration and there's a future state, or is this really like this is?
It's where we are right now for sure, just being that the engagement network is going to, like, we know the number of active CACs right now. What we don't know is the number of other community groups who do really great and awesome work that are out there as well. So we're hoping to start with 15 to figure out, does this work for the number of groups that we hope sign up? And then we'll just come back begging to Stephen if for some reason those 15 centers 8 times a year don't work. I don't see that, but we're open. I don't know who was first. Okay.
I'm going to pile on the love too.
Oh, thank you.
Do you need a Kleenex?
I might.
Okay.
I might.
Taisha, when I first met you, you and Evan came to my office, and I said to you, "Be bold."
You did.
And Evan goes, "She means it." And girl, you have been bold.
Thank you.
This is an incredible, like, I knew you were working, like, doing a lot. I had no idea the scope of some of this.
Thank you
and
so much.
you and your team, you've taken us to a whole new level. And I can't thank you enough, because it really does build trust, and it helps when we're communicating and meeting with people, but meeting them where they are, which I think is so important. And you really made that happen.
I might need that Kleenex.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just to be, I can't even imagine how the city existed before this all happened, before you came on board and your office was created, and this just like such a better way for us to engage, and it just feels like it was a huge void before.
Yeah.
Maybe that was like a showing itself in ways that weren't readily transparent that this is what we needed. And, you know, as someone who was here when we started this process and who had gotten very frustrated with how long things were taking, I mean, I know when we had a presentation on this in 2020, I thought this is what we were going to get. And it took you weren't there at the time, but it took a really long time to get these deliverables. And now that it's up and running, I mean, I think this is just the start. And just seeing your office ramp up over the past year or two, and now, I mean, I came into the retreat with, like, I guess, lower expectations on what information we would get, particularly even on this issue, but just across the board. But everything has been incredible, and I think this has just been like the highlight of all the information we've gotten, honestly. So
thank you so much, and we appreciate that love and that support. We even have a list of parking lot projects that'll really blow your mind. So we're just trying to. No. That's what you see today. I go to Evan all the time. I'm like, I have all these ideas, and he's like, okay, and we're gonna get there, but let's get this done. So we couldn't have done it though without you all. So like you heard me say when we put up the office org chart, I was overwhelmed for a second because I was like, it's a lot of names up there, and it started with just one. So we couldn't have done it without your support, without your guidance, without your push and idea. So thank you very much.
Taisha, just 2 questions. And yes, thank you. It's really amazing seeing what all has gone on. I'm curious on the expo, and maybe this is for another space, but we've had some talks about, it was a prior committee or board about compassion. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, we've been having a lot of challenging, conversations at times at council. And I'm curious if there's an opportunity, to build some kind of, compassionate conversations or facilitated dialogue around deep listening and how we, interact with each other across the city through some of your efforts. I mean, I think you all are modeling that, but I wonder if there's also some opportunity for just further,
I love that.
teaching.
I will find a way to incorporate that. Thank you.
Cool. And then one other question: are we going to talk about CACs in next? Yes. Okay, that's with the facilitator. Okay, just want to check.
That's all her.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Are there any other questions about the community engagement department's work? Any specific? One thing I actually wanted to note, just to make sure we clarify it, because I know it was an item on your council priorities, is hybrid boards and commissions, and it sounds like that's happening.
Yes, that is happening at some advisory boards. So I just want to remind everyone that the boards have the option to select the advisory boards. I forget the term for the other ones. Planning is a quasi-judicial. Thank you.
But they're streamed, or
they have a
fully
different capacity, right?
They're fully virtual or fully in person. Some with
That's
streaming.
correct. So for your advisory boards,
not two-way participation.
they had the option to stream. Some of them chose not to. So this slide are the ones who utilize an OWL and stream their meetings. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I just want to make sure that everyone.
I just want to jump in there. There's 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many boards and commissions do we have?
Great question. I will find that out for you. I'm not 30 something. That's what I'm told. It's a lot.
Go ahead.
I just one more for me.
Yep.
You said that at the pop-ups about alternative response model, you have had really genuine, and you described them as raw conversations. If you could pick out one piece of commentary, and I know the engagement process is not done, what is one anecdote or one quote you've heard that you would want, maybe not an anecdote, but not someone's personal story, but that you'd want to send forward to us?
That's hard. Do you have one? One comes to mind, but I'll let you go. Go ahead.
I can just say the gist of it. I think people are really excited about bringing this opportunity to Raleigh. A lot of people are sharing their personal stories of encounters with police department or emergency personnel, and how they turned out, some not the best, right? So the impact will be great if we bring something like this to Raleigh. People are really excited and just want to lend their voices, so yeah.
I would agree. Just that, and there's one individual that comes to mind, and they said, "I just wish this was around when I had my mental health crisis," and I think they followed up with, "I know 100% fact it just would have been so different." So those personal stories.
I have something. So you talked about the focus group and all of the partners that you've had building into that. So grateful that that's been coming together really well. One of the things you mentioned was how they want to be thought partners in the implementation. So how would you see that flow happening from the partners to the community engagement department back to us? Because I'm sure some of that stuff would have to come from us.
Yeah. Well, first I want to thank you because that was your idea.
It was.
And we took that and we ran with it. So thank you. And I think it would just depend on the direction that we get from you all. So from us, we're going to wrap up. All engagement ends March 10th is when we plan to be done. And we're going to, and by we, I mean my team because I won't be here. Yeah. But they are going to produce a comprehensive report of all the engagement activities and feedback and survey results and share that with you. And depending on the direction that y'all provide, and with the city manager is how we can figure out where it fits, because we don't know what's next.
You mean specifically with the people that are the partners in the focus group?
Right. We can give them direction once we have direction from y'all about what the next steps are.
And that won't come until after all of the surveying is done. Okay.
Right.
And what did you say, 10th. March 10th? Okay.
March 10th.
We're on the same page. Simpatico.
All right. Any other questions for Taisha? Fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
y'all.
need you to get seated. I feel like I need you to get into a chair. Yeah. That was great. Yeah, we can definitely clap. Yeah, I want to lift up a couple of things. Councilmember Black sort of talked about how intentional and thoughtful all of that work was, and the resources that went into that. And I do want that sort of to be top of mind as we go into our next conversation. I also just want to reiterate the staff materials have been great, and I think it's made it easier for you all to have these conversations. So props to all of your staff for all of the work they've done. So with that, we are going to move into a discussion. We're going to talk about CACs, and as we've done with all of our discussions today, I'm going to share sort of what I heard from our conversations is the status of where folks feel about CACs. So folks are welcome to expand on what I'm going to share, but we're looking for areas of consensus and themes, and so each of you, I talked with you, and I said, how do you feel about CACs? Do you want them back? Do you not want them back? And each of you had an answer. And so I'm thinking that's the best place to start, because you'll see in a moment that there may be an answer from that conversation alone. And if that's the case, then we will be more talking about resources. So let me not get ahead of myself here. Yeah. Okay, so bear with my really poor artwork skills. So each of you were asked, where do you want CACs to land? And we have 5 council members in this corner, which is bring them back. It wasn't bring them back done, it was bring them back and conversation about resources and what that might actually look like and how does it expand into the community engagement networks. There's obviously a lot of work that's already being done there. And then there was 2 council members here in the middle who said, I don't know that I go either direction, but if we're going to bring them back, we need to have a resources conversation because of how many resources we already are putting into community engagement. And then we had one who felt pretty strongly, let's just not bring them back. We have a lot of work going on in the community engagement department. So this is where sort of the group stands, and my question for group discussion is, do we feel that this is consensus on moving to a discussion on resources and direction to staff on CACs? And I'm open, we can have discussion. We do not need to say that this answers that question, but this is where the group is.
I feel like since whenever you interviewed the council members, there have been like more discussions like one-on-one with folks. And so I think it comes down to like what is the specific ask, and like I have had communications with current CAC leaders, former CAC leaders, individual council members about what the specific asks may be. And I don't know if you have me in the 5 or the 2, but I'm good with what the information I have now and what the resources may be, specifically about, I think we had an old system where it was like they were the whole pie. And now, as we just saw with the engagement network, we have built out a whole new system. And I think that in-person neighborhood meetings like CAC serve a good function in that role. They're just not the whole pie. And giving them access to community centers and technology to facilitate their meetings and support, I'm in support of that. And so, I would like to just put this issue to bed so we can, it's consumed a lot of us over the past several years. I understand that was in large part by a council action. So I'm ready to give them the support as part of, a slice of the engagement network, just sort of their own pillar as part of that network. But it can't be the whole pie like it was before.
And I would say the consensus is in that question about resources, not about just bringing them back as they were before. So I guess the question is, thank you, do we feel comfortable with that question, which is that there is consensus that CACs would like an acknowledgement of resources, and what direction does the group want to give staff on those resources? And I say, let's start with obviously there's a lot of resources going a lot of places, so I don't imagine whatever we say on resources will happen tomorrow, right, on CICs. Yes, go ahead.
I agree with what Jonathan just said. That I think part of where I'm landing is we just saw this presentation on all this work, incredible work we're doing from an engagement front. But I really think that having CACs, giving them the ability to meet, providing them with resources would be a positive step. But I'm not comfortable with going back to how it was before.
Can you elaborate on that? Like, what was the issue before? I don't think we've ever had like a cross-council conversation on why, like, what the reasoning on why the council wanted to get rid of CACs.
Yeah, Councilmember Jones.
I think it's two-folded. I think I can bring...
Christina, were you on council when they got rid of CACs?
I was the chair of CACs when they got disbanded. So, yeah. Yeah, I remember the whole thing, and I was part of all of that. So that's why I said it's two parts. I think there's the side that we need to recognize, and we need to uplift the voice of the CACs when it happened. And then, to your point, I think the answer to your question, which I would love to understand as well, which is why we were dismantled in the first place the way we were. I don't have an answer to that. I have theories, but none of that is factual, because that's never been clearly stipulated as to why. So the question being, I would love to start with the council side and then give you the background of where we stood, but I think I would love that.
Well, I can only speak for myself. So in 2019, when I first ran for office, I sort of ran on this idea of like, let's strengthen the CACs, but reform because there's inefficiencies. And I think a lot of folks, even some in the system, were saying that this isn't working exactly how it had not, maybe hadn't evolved over time. And then I think when the decision to sort of sever ties came up, I did need a little convincing, but I thought, well, maybe we have to start over. Maybe to build something new, we have to start over. And I think during a very long process of that, what we realized is that these in-person neighborhood meetings, while they don't work for everybody, maybe you work 2 jobs or late night and stuff, they are really important for some folks in the city. And I've started attending these meetings, and I've seen the benefit. And so I think where we came back to now, have we built out this network, is it's not opposed to our engagement efforts. It can be part of it. And so I think where we came back to is, if you have never engaged with the city, you don't know how to engage, we will come find you with our community connectors in our van. If you prefer to engage online, that's an option for you too. If you're an interest-based group, we've got the engagement network. And if you are a CAC leader or someone who went to CACs and you like to do those meetings, we've got you too. And so I think all of it is a yes and. And so for me, it comes down to what resources can we allocate. And the discussion I've heard is, access to community centers, access to technology, to stream, official city support, to acknowledge that this is one option for you to engage, just like we promote our bus, just like we promote the community connectors, we can promote the in-person meetings, and I can support all of that. And so that's just sort of how I got from one part to where we are now.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
With all due respect, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm still a little confused on some of the inequities, and I want you to go into detail, because I think it's really pertinent for me to understand on how, if we are to bring them back, what was the issue so that we can circumvent that. And I feel like we just kind of talk like it was ineffective. What was ineffective? And I think it's also important to really, for me, in grappling with CACs, it's something that I've only really been thinking about in detail in this last year, and I've been doing the work to meet and try to really understand what the issue was, is that I don't think the CACs were ever completely intended to be the full model of community engagement for the city of Raleigh. It just functioned as that way, a quasi way for decades. And now that we have more, it's the question of what was the real intention of CACs in some ways. And I think what it is now for a lot of people is the connection to the development that is happening across the city. And that is what I see CACs as a real function of having communities be involved in what is happening in their neighborhoods, and having space to have people come and do presentations and let them know, and maybe not hold up the process of what is happening, but just the connection of here's a rezoning that's happening in your neighborhood, and here's a developer who can come and like tell you what's going on, and you can have that engagement in that way. And then they do other things as well. But from my understanding of it, it's always been the rezoning part that has been like the really big part of it for decades now. And so I just want to like really be intentional about having this conversation when we're saying it was ineffective, what was ineffective? Because if we're talking about bringing it back, we have to talk about specifically what was ineffective and how we can make it more effective. We can't just talk broadly. There's nothing against you. I just kind of want to understand. And I don't think I've ever asked anybody specifically that was a part of the vote that got rid of CACs back those years ago.
And I want to add, just because it's a great point, feeling within the CAC community was because we were the first touch point of development. We were where developers came to give their presentations. They gave 2 presentations. 1 month we saw it, and then the next month we voted on it. Then it went to Planning Commission. And our vote went to Planning Commission as just feedback. And then Planning Commission would always ask, what did CACs think? The feeling, because we've never had clarity on it, was the council at the time didn't want that feedback. And because we haven't had an alternate, it felt like we were just, residents in general were removed from that conversation. So that limbo, that lack of clarity is where we live right now. And that's where where a lot of the contention is, and, I want to be able to share that. The way I view CACs is we're the conduit of information between residents and local government. So it goes beyond rezonings. It goes to water and stormwater, and I want to have those educations. So to that point, yeah, that's what we were for a very, very long time. And it was really confusing and hurtful to just be eliminated with one vote and not have this conversation.
I'm not interested in going back 4 years and rehashing old wounds. I've made that clear to everybody I've talked to.
I don't think anyone is, but she's asking for clarity,
Right.
so I'm giving it to her.
I will say from my perspective, and I'm not sure what I can add to what I just said, other than I think for me, when I voted 4 years ago, was let's start over with a new system and figure out how we can reach more people. And again, what I think we've come to is that providing a multitude of ways to engage, including CAC in-person community meetings, is important. And if that is a piece that is missing, then I'm happy to support sort of reestablishing that pillar. To the point on the rezoning cases, I mean, I'm not going to get in the weeds on that, but I will say if the council wasn't interested in hearing from the community, we would not have required more mailed notice than by code and 2 neighborhood meetings and mailing to renters, which requires pulling utility bills, not just property records, and the signs that we require them to put out with
So
the
does
QR
that answer
codes.
the question that we're asking? Because that's really what I want to get to the bottom of. Like, you're talking about like all the things that we've asked the developers to do, and we could talk about how those things have been lower attended than when they were with the CACs, but we're not going to do that. We're trying to talk about what was wrong with CACs so we can figure out how to bring them back and like, have a consensus for that.
I think it might be helpful to start more with what is the purpose of them moving forward. I understand why you're asking the question.
It's just really hard for me to have that conversation when I don't know like what was the issue. Like I want to have like I need the aggregated understanding of like what was going on so that we can say like what is the new purpose of them.
Can I add to maybe what you're asking, Mary? I mean, this is my perspective of, why some people had concerns. People had concerns about who was showing up. Were they representative overall of the city? Were some people having more perhaps influence than others in decision making? I do think the rezoning kind of influence that they possibly had, concerned some folks. And what I'd like to say about now, when you write the words "bring back CACs," I think that's partly why we're getting a little excited.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole history around here.
That's a really good point. Thank you.
So the idea of what are CACs now and what is our relationship to them in the present and into the future, I see CACs as a partner with the city. They are not currently embedded within the city structure, which they were prior. And personally, I don't believe that they should be embedded in the same way that they were before, but I think they need more relationships, more resources to be a strong partner. And one of the things that they lost that I think is detrimental to the city is many CACs, about half, stopped operating, and primarily in areas that had lower resources. And so there's this question for me around equity. Are we going to ensure that we provide capacity and opportunity to grow, leadership evolution, learning, or, you know, do we have kind of this skeletal version of what's left? And those folks still have, you know, influence. You know, many of us go to their meetings, we hear them out. They bring me really important input for District D. But when I go to other districts that don't have as active CAC networks, sometimes if I'm trying to understand something about a rezoning case, you know, that is one topic where the CACs do offer a lens that I want to hear.
And I'll say the inequities of who has resources right now with CACs is something that did come up in terms of, I mean, if it's going to be something that you formalize, you don't want to come back in a year and be talking about resources again because half of the group is still not really receiving resources. So I do think that is an important conversation to have.
And I want to add to that point as well as we move forward, as we look to move on beyond what happened 4 years ago, and I'm totally for that. What we struggled with was that we were a volunteer organization that needed the support and needed the outreach help from the city to help get people there, because we have the amazing leaders who are there who are going to do the connection for us, but to rely what felt like giving us the responsibility of doing all the outreach when we were just volunteers who had jobs, who had lives, was unfair. So as we create something new, as we look to that, how are we ensuring that they are supported enough to where they don't feel that all of the outreach is on them? And how are we connecting to make sure that they're learning as well? How do we use our resources like RNC and CLA, those tying back into what we were talking about before, so we can teach residents how to find the resources that are available, so it's not just on staff either. So I think there are multiple ways that we can grow from where we were, but I agree that we do need to make sure we understand where we came from in order to fix it.
Anyone else have any comments about, I think we're still sort of just talking about, do folks feel like they have an understanding of CACs as they were? And I don't know if I actually pointed this out. Everyone has history in front of them on the CACs. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, I would encourage you to. I read it as well. It's got a lot of information. They are obviously a very historical part of the city. But I think the question is, because I think we're tying this discussion into Taisha's presentation, because there are a lot of gaps that were not being filled before that are. And so I think the question is, what gaps would the CACs fill when they're brought back? I think that's how they can be most effective, is if they're filling a space that is not being filled.
Yeah, I can just add to that gap. You know, I think they are neighborhood-based groups, you know, regional groups across the city that have agency, as in they determine their agendas, they determine the issues that are of importance to them based on where they live. So then they can invite city staff, they can invite community partners, they can have talks, they can have long-winded discussions if that's what they want, to really get at issues in full. You know, because sometimes, you know, we have neighbors that come to a public hearing or want to give us input at public comment, and those are very tightly controlled spaces, whereas CACs give them the opportunity to have those fuller conversations and invite decision makers, you know, to speak with them in their own space, you know, in their own way.
I agree with Councilmember Harrison. That's what I was trying to say, that I think what we learned throughout this very long process was that that is still a need. Like, it is a need to have in-person, community, neighborhood-based meetings with two-way communication that are facilitated by the community to sort of, with agency, decide like what issues are important to them. I've attended these meetings a lot more recently. I see the benefit in it, and I'm ready to support it. And so I agree with everything Councilmember Harrison has said since she started speaking on this topic.
Would you like to add anything? I saw you.
I think that as we talk about neighborhoods and their community groups, what came out of the study group that was formed before this, before we even created the community engagement board, The biggest point that I resonated with, and I think Councilor Patton brought it up before, is that we have 28 community centers, but CACs we had 18. So just mathematically, there were 10 areas of town that didn't have that really hyper-local focus. So as we go to build and we're growing this, we have a network of communities that are already built into our system. So how are we building on what we already have to ensure that the most amount of people are reached and that there aren't gaps in that like there were previously? So I think that's an area of opportunity as we grow this new revitalization effort.
Okay.
And I also just want to mention the idea of being a partner versus being embedded. I think that gives the groups additional agency and decision-making power about what they spend their agendas on. They may want to, look at every rezoning case in their area, or maybe they want to focus on the New Bern TOD, or, it's up to them how they design, their groups. I think if we do provide additional resources, though, I want to make sure that we have some requirements when it comes to, again, that learning piece. So what Councilmember Jones was speaking to, there's the, can you say the names without the acronyms?
Sure. It's Raleigh Neighborhood College and Citizens Leadership Academy.
Those are both great opportunities to find new leaders, new energy, folks to join these groups. Because again, half of the groups are not operating. And I think recognition of them being our partners is, I'd say one of the steps beyond the engagement network that I would like to see is a standalone webpage on the City of Raleigh website that talks about their history, talks about who were the Raleigh CACs, historically, and then what is their partnership role now, and then a map of where they're located currently, and then ones that maybe need to be restarted. So it's clear, hey, this is what you could be a part of. And then also some kind of leadership training annually that could go to other groups as well to allow these groups to, really evolve into the next best thing for Raleigh.
Anyone over here want to make any comments about resources related to CACs?
I would be interested in figuring out, I know, is it not on? I just have to be really close to it. Okay. So Taisha mentioned that there's like one owl for streaming that could potentially be shared, but I think some of our CACs that have remained active have worked hard to facilitate hybrid meetings on their own, and it would be an important resource allocation to me that we figure out what that means, how we could expand that for potentially the whole neighborhood engagement network, but really kind of put an exclamation mark on that piece of it, even if it takes like a couple budget cycles to bring it all online. And then Councilmember Jones alluded to it, but I definitely want to keep in mind a future state that has all 28 community centers hosting one. And again, understanding this can be long-term planning. But also sort of de-emphasizing the regional boundaries. The CACs in my council district are pretty large, served like 90,000 constituents, which is essentially a whole council district. And sometimes there would be like some confusion or knocking of the head. Someone might go to the North CAC, and then eventually they'd be like, well, someone would tell them, no, you're supposed to go to that other one. And I would like to, I don't think that happens all of the time, but I would like to de-emphasize these sort of boundaries. We don't need to redraw the map. If there's 28 CACs, go to the one that's on your way home from work, or go to the one that's nearest your house, or go to the one that happens to be at has the good playground that your kid likes, whatever. Be connected to your city, however it works for you. So those are a couple of my comments.
And we haven't gotten to this point yet, but I guess in some ways we kind of have to ask the question. I know when we initially identified the 5 centers, it was based on availability, staffing patterns, and some other things. I think where's Steve?
Yeah.
He's in the back.
Okay.
Do you want to remind just what you used to identify the community centers?
The 5 initial or the 15?
I'm asking Stephen.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a range of things. One is usage. So how frequently are they rented, special events and leagues? Staffing, we try to distribute as well 3 in each council district. Initially it was 1, and we went to 3. We also look at some of them do perform as a revenue generator to help support the park system. But frequency of use is a really, really big deal. So it's a policy decision and trade-off on you can displace families' birthdays or rentals for some of these initiatives, especially when you open it up to the network. There was a high level of predictability with the CACs. We knew which days and which nights. But as we expand this, there is trade-offs for arts, social engagement, health, wellness, those type of things.
Okay. And so I guess as folks are talking about expanding out to like all 28 centers, you know, what you just mentioned is something that's got to be taken into consideration.
As well as we have centers that are 2 or 3 miles from each other. So we have a neighborhood center that might be within 2 or 3 miles of a community center. So geography will be important. That's stuff for, just keep in mind that we have locations that are pretty close to each other.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess that's a part of the consideration when we're talking about resources, thinking about what's available so that we don't overpromise and under-deliver for folks thinking that we can just ramp up and go to 28 and all that happening. We've got other considerations that we have to keep in mind from a staff perspective. So.
And another resource perspective is that the previous CACs, we all had community analysts, which was a resource driven, it's a heavy cost to take on. And I understand that. So how do we create something that isn't as reliant on that so that CACs can flourish and they can do what they do without as much oversight from the city, but with support from the city, so that it can be something different and less of a tax on city resources.
And I think that, go ahead, Councilmember.
Well, just to piggyback on that, when asking for specific resource questions, I think for me, for now, starting with the 15 community centers that have been identified, allowing them monthly access to those, I think the 8 times is not really in alignment with how these groups are normally meeting. I think that may be fine for the rest of the engagement network, but for them, I think maybe once a month. And then on the tech piece, I would envision having technology available at these 15 community centers or enough to cover 15. Maybe it's not like 1 for every community center, but it stays there. And so the CAC groups can use it, but anybody else who's also renting the community center or in the engagement network could use it.
I have something that it's building off of something that Councilmember Harrison said specifically about like not necessarily being more of a partner and less like as deeply embedded or entrenched in the relationship in the way it was before. So does that include like not having a staff person? Because if there is a need for staff, then that for me is a resource question.
Yeah, I think it's an open question. I mean, right now the groups operate without a staff person there. I think that's a good practice from our own resource sustainability piece. A lot of staff, though, come to their meetings, and so they do give their time in a way already.
Mm-hmm. And I think a consideration on staffing would be, yes, yep. It has some context on all the staffing that used to go into CACs. But I think the other consideration is equity of resources. I heard that from a number of you. So if you're talking about, so I think it goes back to the gap that CACs are filling and the network they're within. If you're giving staff to CACs, not saying that we're doing that, but you have these other community groups that are also maybe partners in different ways. And what is the equity of resources that comes into play? So I think some of the things that have been mentioned about resources are things that could be expanded to other groups. And I think that practice is probably a good place to stay because they're part of this broader network. So technology, investing in the technology in centers, that could expand to other groups, right? I think staffing is probably, it seems like it is definitely unsustainable if we're thinking about equity of resources to other groups. So just a couple of things to keep in mind with that.
I think if I'm looking back at the chart that Taisha showed us, there is like an assigned point person for the engagement network, regardless of the like topic or focus of the group. There's going to be a person in the community engagement office to at least act as a No, Marcelle's shaking her head.
No, because I think there is some confusion. They were previously housed in housing and neighborhoods on the neighborhoods division on the neighborhood enrichment side of the house. And so we had community specialists that supported each of the CACs. The work that Taisha is doing is in a separate office. So operationally, we have to figure out, meaning us, have to figure out kind of where, once you give us guidance and direction, it's my job to bring you back a model. So let us troubleshoot that, but don't just automatically assume that it's going to be in community engagement. She doesn't have the staff resources to be able to do it, and it may not fit best there, because before we had the synergy around the neighborhood college and all of the other learning opportunities. So is it more of engaging interactions, or is it more educational, informational? Because those are two different things, and where it housed will be dependent upon what direction you all tell us you would like to see that framework. And if it ends up going back where it was, that will be a total allocation of new positions, because each of those positions were reallocated to stand up DEI. Each of those staff members, well, Jonathan Edwards is one of them, to be exact. He came over to the council side, but the others kind of work in Dr. Hamilton's shop to support the other boards and commissions that need a staff liaison and an executive sponsor.
Yes. So I think I was trying to say, if CACs roll up under this community engagement network that we just got a presentation on, there it says on the chart, every member of the engagement network, there's going to be an analyst in the community engagement office to help them like get routed.
Right. But I think the difference is that for that, it's one, CACs had 9 analysts. So I think that's the difference. This is one that they can have the touch point for, whereas CACs had one dedicated.
Sorry, Councilmember. I think there's also a question about purpose.
Yes.
And purpose will determine how staff place them in the department.
And just to clarify on that chart that you're referring to, it's just providing the mailings and helping with the benefits of the network. So helping them get the community engagement van, and that's for any organization in the network. So it's not the same as the way that Marshall said an analyst was assigned to CACs and coming to all their meetings. That's not a part of that. Like, it is just making sure they have those resources on those charts for the groups in the network.
Yes.
So I think, because I think the most useful question, especially for now for the group and for staff, would be to talk about purpose of the CACs and what we're going to do, because I think it's the best way to do it. If folks are comfortable moving into that discussion, is to individually answer that question. And we're going to do 1, 2, 4, like we did with the conversation yesterday. So the question that I think we're all going to be answering the question, what is the purpose of the CACs now? I know there might have been different purposes, and so you can take 5 minutes or however long you need to write that down, and then we'll get into pairs and do that same activity. statements and we can see where there's alignment. And then I think we can see where there's alignment as on those purpose statements. And if conversation came up about resources, because I think that is a similar conversation, you can mention those and I'll write that in the gaps item. So purpose statement. Jane, or Councilmember Harrison, you might be the spokesperson.
Yeah, so for our group of four, we all talked about two-way communication. So CACs provide opportunities for Raleigh residents to be heard and participate in two-way communication between themselves, city government, and their elected representatives. I'd also like to read a statement that comes directly from current CAC leaders. Just a little bit about the histories to have this as a background. 50 years ago in 1974, at the urging of Raleigh's first African-American mayor, Clarence Leitner, the Raleigh City Council created the Raleigh Citizen Advisory Council as a way to give a voice to Raleigh residents so that they could be heard and facilitate resident input on matters like housing, transportation, and government accountability in Raleigh. With city support, the RCAC and its network of CACs created opportunities for two-way communication between Raleigh residents, their elected representatives, and city government. As stated in Section 1 of the RCAC's bylaws, the purpose of the Raleigh Citizens Advisory Council is to promote citizen participation in city government, disseminate information to communities and solicit views from community members, advise Raleigh city officials on matters affecting the well-being of the citizens of the City of Raleigh jurisdictional area, and assist in development, evaluation, and implementation of solutions to issues that confront the citizens in the city of Raleigh. I just want to be clear that if CACs are our partners, they are ultimately, determining their purpose. So I just want to be thoughtful and use their words as they were provided to us.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to write this entire thing, but I tried to. We can make a note of that actual statement later, but I don't want to bore everyone watching me write that. Okay. This side, do you have a purpose statement you'd like to share?
Ours is, I guess, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Ours is, the purpose of CACs is to provide opportunities for citizens to interact and have discussions around issues impacting their community, and also provide opportunity for citizens to receive detailed updates from city staff about issues.
Do you have that written down? Do you mind? Just so I can.
You probably can't read it, though, because I can barely read it, and I wrote it.
That way I don't have to keep making you repeat it.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got 4 different items here that are related to purpose. Thank you very much. I read it pretty well. So I'll read the 4 out and see how folks feel about these. So the purpose of CACs, two-way communication between the CACs themselves, city government, and elected leaders. They're an opportunity for Raleigh residents to be heard and participate in two-way communication. That's a shortened version of that from Councilmember Black. Provide opportunities for citizens to interact and have discussions on issues that are impacting the community, and provide opportunity for citizens to receive detailed updates. I didn't write the whole thing, but it was from city staff and on those items.
I'm sorry, I almost tripped. The only thing that I think is missing on that is the predictability and consistency of them, because I think these ideas can all be encapsulated into pop-up meetings that may happen that the city does. But what CACs provided was the predictability and consistency for residents to know that there was always someone there to hear their concerns.
Are you comfortable with that going here? Because I think that's a gap they're filling. Yeah. How do you feel about that? Okay. So predictable space for these conversations.
And a gap being filled is that they are neighborhood-led, neighbor-led.
Okay. Throughout the day, my handwriting has gotten worse and worse. Okay. How are we feeling about these 2 items? So purpose and gaps they're filling. Okay. I think that probably the next step for now, just knowing time, is to see if we feel like we have consensus on direction for the manager to take this information and see what that logistically would look like in terms of these groups sort of formally being recognized and how they would be built into the city structure. How do you folks feel about that as a next step? Is there anything else that you need beyond this at this point?
No, I think there's been conversation around whether or not we're going to use. I'm sorry. There's been conversations around trying to get to some consensus around land use, and is that going to be part of it? Because I think ultimately where it ends up landing as its home, it would serve us better if we got some direction one way or the other around rezonings. it would be helpful. And Councilmember Jones can speak to that because she lived it and knows how it goes.
I will say that as an education tool for residents who come in and don't know what R10 means or CX7 CU or whatnot means, there is an opportunity for learning that can happen. But I do think in this, as we are introducing this, it's something that we can build to. I think that when we have a structure that is that predictable, we have that space, we can have that conversation later. But I'm not sure that in this iteration of what we're doing right now that rezonings need to be part of that. But I don't know what you guys are open to or how you guys feel.
Madeline, go ahead.
I just add that, we have sort of codified in our code a separate process for rezonings, but that happens sort of concurrently with the CACs anyway, because applicants, at least the ones I've attended, are going to these meetings when they're invited to provide more information. So in a way, you've got the 2 required neighborhood meetings and the mailings and the postings, and that's one avenue. And then going to these upon invitation is another avenue. So it's actually really expanding, I think, the access and ability to ask questions. And so, again, I see it as like a plus, not a either or.
And it sounds a little bit more like, at least how it's happening now, is more awareness on the zoning or those development changes, not necessarily a focus. Like
It just depends. It depends on the group and it depends on the case. So I think there are some rezoning cases that are very important to a given group, not all of them. I don't think, though, that there needs to be, that we need to formulate that in kind of our thinking. It's just one of maybe many issues that they might focus on. I don't
think that there's like a hesitate, like we should mandate what they should talk about. If they want to talk about a rezoning, that's fine. Okay. They should be able to do that. And if they want to reach out to developers to come and do that, that's fine. What I'm saying is that the city responsibility in that at this time, it's talking about staff resources and all that this is an education tool at this moment and we can build in the future.
How do folks feel about that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think the UDO right now, the way they're set up is meant for like a lay person to be able to do it. So in my district, there's lots of like a single person trying to open a mechanic shop, and to like say they also have to attend a CAC by requirement, I think is maybe an undue burden. But I do think we can move toward a cultural expectation that on these larger and more impactful cases that they better be showing up to their local CAC meeting. And perhaps, we explore a way that any anecdotal notes, rather than going back to an up-down vote, the anecdotal notes are conveyed through the staff report in a similar way that the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission does do a vote, but their information about their conversation is conveyed to us. So.
Okay. Do you want to say something there?
Just on resources, I know it was mentioned earlier, but I don't think it was written down. A couple of the items that have been requested from CACs, again, is, the community centers, I think monthly, recognition on the city website to clarify that their history and current role if we go into this partnership mode. And then we've also talked about some education and training opportunities for CAC so that they can, really have some opportunities for additional capacity building to increase their own representation and awareness of those groups, as well as virtual meeting tech.
And I think folks can add to this list. I don't think we need to get too into the weeds because I would imagine wherever they are placed will depend on how those are answered. So,
we good?
Anything else?
No.
Okay, Mayor.
I like the way Councilmember Harrison is kind of describing this in terms of partnership. I think that's an interesting concept, and like I said to start, I absolutely support with the resources. I think we should do that for all our groups. So, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate that what you were saying was resonating.
Thank you. I'm going to add that because it's in addition to the. Was that you, Councilmember? I always know when you're about to speak. Go ahead.
Oh, I was actually just adjusting the mic. I did just want to say
okay.
two things when we were doing the small group discussion. I think that how we've facilitated conversations so at this retreat where we sort of write our own priorities in 2 then 4, that has been a really good way to sort of find consensus in a quiet way that we didn't realize we had. I think the way we started this topic created more tension than was needed, and Councilmember Black and Jones and I were like laughing in our small group that we did not mean to like have a dust up. So it's just like I think what we have found was that was a good test that this exercise with the post-it notes 1, 2, 4 works really well. So
It does work well.
But I also want to highlight that I think some tension is healthy. Like, I don't want to sit here and say, oh, we never disagree. We disagree all the time. And I think that residents need to see that as well and how we work through it. So I'm not afraid of the tension. It doesn't reflect how I feel about anybody here. It's just, these are topics that are important. We want to make sure that resident voices are reflected.
that's right. And we're all laugh about it.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so I think we've landed on a couple items for where CACs are headed. We've got our purpose. We definitely have resource questions. That was something that universally was something that needed to be talked through. And now we'll let staff just determine sort of next steps on that. We're going to move on if folks are comfortable. Is there anything that we need to touch on before we move to the next item on our agenda, which I've heard is the best one?
Will y'all give us a couple months?
Yes, thank you on timing.
Yeah, so we will bring 2 or 3 alternatives and options back in a couple months. Yay.
Operational update is next.
For me, I thought it was strategic plan.
No, we do not have strategic plans.
I gotta go get.
We do not have strategic plans.
Oh,
So
fully.
you are up.
What happened with strategic planning?
Y'all take a short break so I can get myself ready.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a short break. So
I'm
if you
so
need
excited.
a
We got
snack or
some-
bathroom or
We
anything
got
else,
consensus
go ahead.
around CACs. I don't know what to do with myself.
Oh, we're going to do something else. All right. Yes, ma'am. Be back.
Check. 1, 2.
All right, that looks like everybody. All right. We have entered the last part of the today. All right. So this gives us the time to celebrate. So right now we're going to be entering the Raleigh Awards. All right, so hold on to your seats. We're going to be giving out some amazing prizes. But first up, we're going to talk about 2001. Yes, that was her first year. She was resilient. She came through, she tackled on her first year, and then she took us on a wild, amazing, wild journey through the wild kingdom of the city of Raleigh Oaks. All right, she helped us explore different animals and tackle different assignments, and then she was the pilot, and we aborted flight 2023. All right, so now we are going to pleasantly welcome your City Raleigh manager, Marshall Adams David. So, good afternoon. After all of that hard work, we try to put a little bit of fun and jovial to some of the hard work. And before I get into my presentation, to the 8 people that I have the pleasure of working with, we don't always agree, but I am super proud of you guys this weekend. You all have done amazing work on some really tough topics. Everybody's still friendly and smiling and happy. So staff, let's give our elected officials a round of applause. Michelle Millette is so extra. So, good afternoon. I am Marshall Adams David, and I am your host, and I would like to welcome you to the 2024 Raleigh Awards, affectionately known as the Raleighs. Now, 5 years ago, I could have wore that dress. I'm looking a little different today. But in all seriousness, it is truly an honor and a privilege to be able to bring another retreat to closure. Obviously, the decisions that we make, we are a billion-dollar corporation, technically. We support a community that has growing needs and challenges and demands, and we get up every single day with the propensity to serve, to get better, and to do it bigger and better every day. So, welcome to 2024 and the Raleigh Awards. While we're here to acknowledge excellence in service, we're also going to celebrate the best in the business. I hope that you enjoy the show because it promises to enlighten and brighten your afternoon. As we look back at 2023, I am reminded that I have the best job in the city of Raleigh. I get to work with an amazing team of diverse people who have a love for service and a heart for community. These are individuals who are committed to this work, and although sometimes I'm the one that gets the credit for it, I can't do any of it without the people in this room. So hats off to the men and women that make up the management team and the leadership team of this city. Just so you get a little bit of an idea of who we are. We are public administrators, we are engineers, we are planners, we are scientists, we are innovators, we are architects, we are inspectors, we are attorneys, we are first responders, we are creators, we are event producers, we are CPAs, we are big thinkers, we are strategists, we are conveners, we are environmentalists, we are facilitators and dreamers. But most importantly, we are public servants. We collectively work to make Raleigh the best that she can possibly be. From being on several best of the best lists in 2023 to include the most neighborly cities, best place to have a pet in a nation, the second best state capital for safety, which is important, to being the second best climate resilient city, the 8th biggest boom town, and the 4th best place for work-life balance and mental health. The legacy of success continues. Over the past year, we accomplished many great things together, leaving our footprints in in the sand in every neighborhood in our community. We rose each day with the desire to serve. We checked our egos and our personalities at the door. We tackled many of the same issues as our peers. However, I would argue that we did so with a higher degree of intentionality and a greater resolve for excellence than most. We celebrated many highs in 2023, and we witnessed some humbling life learning experience when we didn't get it right. All of those opportunities have been proven to be growth opportunities for us as an organization, and then ultimately for us as individuals and professionals. So today, you get the pleasure of sharing with me an opportunity to acknowledge and recognize some of our wins this past year. Our coveted Raleigh Awards are unique, they're highly sought after, and they represent a body of work that is second to none. This year's recipients represent a small fraction of the tremendous work that this organization has done in 2023. So without further ado, let's get to the Raleighwood Awards. We will start the show. The first award, and so let me just go back before we get into this. Don't y'all get upset if you want an award and it's not up there because you didn't do your homework, you didn't fill out the assignment. We went with what we had. So if you got something, you didn't tell us about it, that's on you. Don't kill the host, I'm just the messenger. So the International Association of Venue Management Award goes to the Raleigh Convention Center and Performing Art for number 1, the best convention center in North America, and the 2023 Education and Service Award. That goes to Carrie Painter and the Raleigh Convention Center. She thanks God and her mom. So Carrie, don't go too far. The Midtown Magazine also presented the Raleigh Convention Center and Performing Arts Complex with an award for the Best of Raleigh Diamond Awards. Goes to the RCPAC for the Best Live Theater, the Bronze Medal, and the Best Live Music Venue. And we all can guess what that is. That is the Red Hat Amphitheater. Good job, Carrie Painter and staff. And they knew nothing about this. So they're going along with the tomfoolery that is me, right? So the American Public Works Association Award for the #1 fleet service in the nation goes to Raleigh Fleet Services. Get on up here, Rich Kelly. Don't sit down just yet, Rich. We also received the award for Best Geotabs and Telematics in the Fleet Service goes to Raleigh Fleet Services. That's right. Carrie outdanced you, Rich. Like, what you gonna do? The North Carolina Housing Coalition's award for the best public education materials for our Housing Playbook 101 goes to Raleigh Housing and Neighborhoods. Come get the award. And so next, Esri's National Award for GIS, an enterprise approach for GIS application, goes to Raleigh IT. Accepting the award on behalf of Mike Wallenberg is Tansy Hamler. Don't sit down just yet, fancy. IDC's Government Insights Award for Smart Cities North America goes to Raleigh IT. That's after hours. 3 CMA's award for the most creative activity with the least dollars spent. In the city of Raleigh, we know how to make $1 out of 15 cents, and we can do a whole lot with a little. That goes to Raleigh Parks and Recreation and Cultural Resources. And don't sit down, Stephen. The Triangle chapter of the AIA's Award for Community Impact through Design goes to PRCR for the intricate design of John Chavis Memorial Park. Yeah, we got some more. The Raleigh Appearance Commission's Sir Walter Raleigh Award for Community Appearance also goes to PRCR for the Wooten Meadow Park. You can sit down now, Stephen. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. The North Carolina Recreation and Park Association's Award for Innovative Programming goes to Raleigh Parks Recreation and Cultural Resources for 2 programs, Mary, that I think you will be proud of. We have Partnership Raleigh, the Teen Conservation Corps, and then the Dix Park Conservancy Youth Conservation Corps. Next, the North Carolina Waterworks Association, and I had the privilege of speaking to this group when we hosted them back here in the spring, presents the best tasting water in North Carolina to Raleigh Water. And don't sit down yet, Whit, because we got additional bragging rights, because not only did we win here, we took it global, and we ended up with the 3rd best tasting water in the world, Raleigh Water. And it is, they put on blindfolds and stuff. They have no idea where the water's coming from. They taste it, and then they rate it, and we do really good. So hats off to Whit. And because we always compete with Charlotte, right? We're better. But we always compete with them. And the Charlotte people came up to me that day when we got the award, and they were like, you got us this time. I said, and we're going to get you next time, too. NENA, or the National Emergency Number Association, gave an award for the top 10 emergency communication centers in the U.S. That award goes to Raleigh Emergency Management Center, or Raleigh Wake ECC. So not only were we a top 10, we won for North Carolina. Come back, Dominic. And last but definitely not least, the U.S. Department of Justice Award for Public Safety Partnerships. As every community in this country is grappling with public safety concerns, trust and transparency with law enforcement and communities, an uptick in gun violence, and all of those things that challenge us in the way of quality of life. I am happy to announce that the Raleigh Police Department, I added this one because it's my department, along with the DA, Lauren Freeman, and U.S. Attorney Easley, were recipients of the Public Safety Partnership through the U.S. Department of Justice. That is a major deal. Get on up here, Chief Patterson. So those are the awards that I knew about, right? We have an award-winning staff that get up every single day to make this community great, and I'm excited to continue to work with them to put into action some of the policy guidance and direction you gave us this weekend. I'm not quite done, though. As we enter 2024 with a renewed purpose, it is important that we continue to strive for excellence and effectively provide the services that our residents and customers both demand and expect. This year's goals from us as a leadership and a management team revolve around fiscal responsibility. To whom much is given, much is required. Process and systems improvements that focus on relationships and not transactions. And it was so amazing when one of the speakers on the panel said that yesterday, because I had that in my notes, because it is really more than somebody interacting and giving us money. It is about a relationship. That exchange of money is creating a relationship with our community. That's something I take very seriously. We will also focus on investments to our employees. We have been working around the clock, it seems like, for the last 3 weeks, trying to come up with ways and creative strategies to be able to make sure that our employees have the ability to maximize the benefits that this council and previous councils have put into place. So let's give a round of applause to Finance and HR for standing in the gap. We will be working to have stronger commitments and connections with our community. Because again, it is a two-way street. We don't just provide the service. We need the community to be a collaborative partner in this work if we're going to have great positive outcomes. Next, we're going to work on closing the disparity gaps, particularly on those services and procurement opportunities that we control. We can't control the market, but what we can control is how we respond to and how we act in the market. So we're going to do everything that we can, and Emila gave us a good jump start today on how we're going to close that disparity gap in the way of housing. Let's give her another round of applause. We're going to provide alternative service delivery models, not just to enhance trust and transparency in law enforcement, but how we engage in our permitting process, how we permit events, so that there is a predictability and that there is consistency in the way that we do business. And again, at the end of the day, once we get that down right, it will be an easy transactional relationship building opportunity for us and the people that we serve. So Whitney, as well as the attorney's office and everybody else in this room that issues permits, thank you for the work that we are about to do in 2024 to get it right. And in closing, this year challenged us in a lot of ways that 21, 22 did not. But one thing I'm really most proud of, and we don't get enough credit because the problem will continue to exist. There is no secret sauce or secret recipe. We were able to acquire 2 major parcels of property that will be absolute game changers for this community. And if you don't believe me, just hang on for the ride. We've got to do the work. But the acquisition of the DMV site, thank you, Mayor Baldwin, for pushing us and making us think we could get it done when we said we didn't think we could. Thank you for your leadership on that. Let's give a round of applause for the acquisition of the DMV site. Because once we own it, we can control what happens on it. When we don't, the market controls it. And secondly, we had to do a trade-off. We had 2 properties that Evan brought to us. One closer to RMB on Dawson Street, the other Cargill site. We had conversations around it, and we had to look at what would bring about the most good and create the highest level of production that we could control in this space. And we were able to acquire the Cargill site for less than what the market said it was worth because they had a philanthropic desire to be a good partner with the city. So hats off for that acquisition as well. So in closing, next year, I hope I can fit in that dress instead of this one. but I am inspired by the impactful work that our people do every single day, from collecting your waste to balancing our budgets, from maintaining our streets to treating our water, from protecting people and property to putting wet stuff on red stuff. That's something I will always take with me from John McGrath and Raleigh Fire. This year, we will work thoughtfully to balance the significant needs, and we saw the yellow brick road that Sadia and Allison put up today. There's lots of work to do it. You've got the best staff in North Carolina to do it. I want you all to trust us. This is a partnership with us and you all, and we will carry this city where we need to go. And as I always say, we're going to create a Raleigh for all, and it is my job to help you carry Raleigh into her best days. Thank you for an amazing retreat. We were supposed to have red carpet. Michelle cut my budget and didn't give me any money, so just pretend like we had red carpet. Come on now. Y'all won't get this anywhere else. This is Raleigh. I don't care what other organization you've ever been in. I promise you ain't had a retreat like we have. So I don't know what we're going to do next year to top this, but we've got about 11 months to start thinking about it. Before we close, honestly, thank you all for an amazing 2 days. For staff, thank you all for sitting in the chairs that were not so comfortable, but I hope that you learned and picked up something just from the group dynamics and the energy in the room, because there is synergy and there is positivity when we all collectively come together and we all love this community. That's why we're here. I would be remiss if I did not thank Michelle Millette. Michelle took a vision from the committee headed by Councilmember Megan Patton and made it a reality. To our policy analysts, I promise I won't make y'all work another weekend anytime soon, so thank you for your... Well, I won't. Maybe she will. Thank you all for your commitment. We had good food, good conversations. What'd you say? Great facilitators. Thank you all for the partnership with the COG. And just an amazing weekend. So let's leave out of here on a high note. Everybody be safe. We're going to get to Healing Transitions, and we're going to get to a tour, facilitated tour at DITS for those who have not had it. But in the meantime, some of you all may not be here for the next retreat. However, I hope you enjoyed the journey this weekend. So with that, have a great day, a great evening, and a great weekend. And I will turn it over to yours truly, the mayor of this fantabulous city, to close us out. It's your meeting, ma'am, not mine.
Stephen, I'm gonna need Stephen's autograph.
How the hell do you follow that? Whoa. So Marshall, you stole the show. Thank you once again. I want to just thank all the staff and everybody who participated in this. Thank my fellow council members for being here, your attention, the really good conversations that we had. You know, the retreats, when I first came on council, we didn't have retreats. And I often look back and go, how did we ever pull things together? And it's amazing the difference this can make. So thanks for being part of it. And now I will adjourn the meeting. You are all free to go home.